You want to go see the video itself, right?
Well, yeah, I did.
So no videos. Oh, sorry.
No, it's
live.
Yeah,
show.
and I see it there.
So click on it. And then...
This is where I have to choose the settings.
Yeah, you'll get to share. And then embed. And then this is where you want to show more.
Okay, this is so confusing then. You have to wait
So
all the
many
way to
layers.
that part and then
Custom size.
Okay, so it's after you get the embed part. Okay, and
Then
then
you can copy that.
That's already have everything on. No, I don't know about everything. Mostly.
I guess I don't think all the editor computers are on.
Good morning, Erica.
So good.
I don't have everything on. I don't have makeup on. Dude, I don't know how it's gonna be hard for me to go back to my old schedule.
So I have a new idea for
Sweet. And I go ahead and publish now? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. The name of the idea is Street. What if we just add Richard? So what you guys do is you've got to go like, hey, I'm going to plug the phone in. Okay. But, well, here, you know what happens once I plug it in and I'm already So after I plug this in,
I think. That is my impression.
so it goes like this, which is fine. You'll be able to hear him mark over. Okay. Except for when he's marking.
Yeah.
So that's my name. Well, yeah. Without the sameness.
I'm gonna try typing out stuff today. That way it's easier.
Mark left an extra PowerPoint up here.
And it really, the press release, is really, if you didn't know any different and you're just somebody sitting there, you're like, oh my God, I'm still not watching on one, where to go,
No, I didn't even cover this bill that they're all upset about. So I had to like research and try to figure out what the hell it was.
Well, they don't even put it in there, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's just like,
So they leave it to you to figure it out. Basically what I found is that this bill will reassert our control over federal land
so funny to see on Facebook, like some really people who didn't think mom was like totally evil. It was like, she beats her kid and that's why it turned out like that. I'm like,
Oh my
no,
goodness.
once your kid is that freaking big, like, there's no choice but to try, you know what I mean? She's not hurting him. Like, that would be like me trying to discipline my big ass dog, you know, like you have to like lay in.
Your dog is bigger than you?
Oh, yeah. One of them is. Gerald Shepherd. Yeah.
Oh.
It's
A lab?
but it's pretty fucking cute. But she's, well, the dog that I really had to lay into was a big ass blood. He weighed like 150 pounds. And eventually I got rid of him because he was never going to respect me or anybody. He had like massive aggression and he would get up on my bed and then challenge me like he was seriously going to fight my face off. Like when I tried to get him. So, thank you, Dan.
Remember that time I mailed 120 characters for a sentence in the first? It's a new person in series.
And it's 120. Yeah, that's awesome. I wish I should keep a tally. It would make me feel better all the time.
How often we do it? We should have
Like,
a board.
and like the times I hit 100 characters in the headline.
Oh yeah, precisely.
At 48, right?
Or you get 2 points for doing it on the first try.
Yeah, no, that's the only way we're gonna measure it is if you do it on the first try. Because it's some finesse.
Maybe you should do like horseshoes, where if you get it once on the first try, you get 3 points, or if you get close, you get 2 points, and if you fail, you get 1.
You have to buy somebody a 6-pack.
Right, if you get it on your second try, you get 1 point.
Okay. Really, I'm starting to be concerned that my mental health is going to be more affected by seasonal, like, affective disorder, like where you're in the dark all the time.
Yeah, I can do that too, because we've noticed.
It's okay, I sat outside at noon all day. I already sat downstairs. Should've worked out.
Last night, I got home, it's sunny out, I said, walk on boost.
I came home and it was like slumber party on my couch, like two kids who aren't mine plus my kid all laying around watching Attack on Titan and
What's that?
some anime that Juno's into now.
Daily. Kids are tired. Not tired, so tired.
No, and it was just like, and I had to, well, I didn't have to, but one of my roommate's daughter was there, and she's like, "You want a prom on Saturday?" I was like, "No, it's awesome." I started asking her about it. She doesn't have a dress. I'm like, all right, try on these 3 dresses that I have. They're all way too short. She's super tall. She goes, "I want more than." What's like my Middleton dress? Like, I need that dress for when I need to look really nice. You know? I don't want her like barfing on it. My waist. So then I put out a plea on Facebook. Anybody, kid who already went to prom last weekend can buy, sell, buy,
That's
loan,
a good idea.
sell, loan, and like 3 of my mom friends shared it.
That's a good idea.
I know, like if you went last weekend, I'll either or borrow it, and then I had to add, no, I am not going to prom. Girl, it's not for me. Get in my bed.
crony.
It's actually like a donut cinnamon roll. Yeah, it's like a hybrid from 7-Eleven.
They come up with the craziest hybrids like that Doritos stuffed with nacho cheese and then deep fried.
That sounds kind of gross.
Kind of gross.
Oh,
And they're
okay.
like,
Richard
make
will
it a
say all
meal
of
with this giant slushie. I'm like, that is not a meal, America.
You just channeled your inner Stevens right now.
Oh, did I?
You did. He came out full force right now.
Word of the day is stuffed Doritos. Average time on minute, page 15 minutes, 8 minutes.
So the one thing Marshall did say is that he believes we're likely to hear at least one more initial 911 call. If Marshall is right, it's the one that we heard during the preliminary hearing, which was from Kevin Quinones. He was the very first person to call 911. It was 27 seconds and you can count 30 gunshots.
Bernd.
He acted fast. He was like, I would have ran first, then called 911. He was like, call first, then run.
I honestly don't know. Yeah.
I mean, if he was calling out, it was
So if they call Kevin Quinones up, that's a guess. That's the only Marshall bases his guess on the fact that the judge decided to allow several calls, but he only heard the one, right?
We heard two yesterday. We heard a Nowlan and yeah. This one came and spoke to me with an eye. Like I was in the office, like to the. I thought
Marshall said it was
no, I mean at the end, like the like that.
Lynn.
I thought she said I am. No, you're right. She was saying, and then like I told her that.
Okay. Did you also send that same,
Say what?
Did you also send that same document to me in email?
I believe Kim did. If she didn't, I can get it to you.
I have one from
Oops. Shit. Kim.
You guys are the best.
Why is it opening at the same tab?
Okay.
Cooperating.
I don't know what Kim did, but the way that she suggests getting into this link is not functional. Mark,
What's up?
I have a new idea
Okay.
for the hour
Okay.
with the attorney. I have this microphone plugged into a regular phone,
Right.
and so if we call him and go, okay, we're going to put you on the thing with Mark, we plug it in, and then we just stick that on your tie, he'll be able to hear you, and you'll be able to hear him back through your speech.
Where do I put my IFB?
You're already wearing it.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
you already have it.
Okay.
That's just a microphone.
It's
on
just
the
a
phone.
microphone because basically that crazy box that's not working is the
Okay, well, that's
microphone.
fine. That's
So
fine.
instead of having Phil be like, say
Oh yeah, well let's
Yeah.
try
be able
that.
to
Yeah.
Well then
double
let's
mic
totally
you.
try it.
Yeah.
What do you have to lose?
Nothing.
Exactly.
So yeah.
This chair is gonna be my little desk today. Whenever, not, whenever court's
You
in
could
session.
probably get the like table there
It's fine.
onto the other side of the safe zone.
Cause I won't be sitting here whenever we're, like, court is live and I'm sitting over here. No.
Probably without blocking our shot. If you want to try it before we go too far in the day.
What does it matter?
Take one of these two white tables and put it there. I mean, it's gonna block your walkway a little bit, but
No, I'd rather not, because it's easier for me to move around right here.
I just don't want you to become a hunter.
Oh, too late, look at me, I
I
was just
know.
like this.
No, they,
Yeah,
like,
sit
what
up
are
straight.
those-
You're gonna end up with scoliosis.
One of those videos that you guys, like, where pictures you guys were taking, I don't really remember which one it was, but I was doing shit like this.
Oh no,
Like, no.
my mom's gonna see that and totally call me. Just kidding, she doesn't know what it is. No, after, okay, like on Sunday, the day before we were about to start, I called her again. I'm like, you know, we've been talking about this for months. And she's like, wow, so you're on the jury?
You're like,
Mom! Dude, what the? Is she just losing her mind? Does she just not care?
Probably.
Like,
Hopefully.
Are we trying Dan this morning or are we just gonna wait till
11.
Oh, 11, okay.
We have
trying
him
for lunch.
or I'm sorry, not 11. At noon. We have him basically from 11:45 to 12:30,
Okay.
and we have him from 4:45 to 5:15
Okay.
every day, or him or one of his partners.
My dad says I'm like, nah.
wait, now, you rearranged it and I like it, but where's the one to republish?
See, that's what Kim screwed up.
Is it not
It's
supposed
the
to say
one.
live
It's the
video?
one that says republish live video.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so if you did your scribble and you did that one, the other three links are for me, but they also don't work. So, so I'm fix that.
Sabotage.
Yes.
Okay, I'm so stressed.
So you're saying I shouldn't use EWS guest to get on my laptop.
You're supposed to be able to use this Scripps network on your laptop, but only Serafini or Betancourt can enable that.
It's so weird. I used to be able to do it. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know.
What is it?
Okay, republish.
Yeah.
It's being published. If you use this, let me know so I can put that in black.
Oh, wait,
They're
which
putting,
one?
they're putting it on.
What do they put?
Like the stream, so that little thing is gonna be up. The stream's gonna have that
Oh, graphic.
slate up. So if you need to use this computer,
Oh,
tell me,
okay.
and I'll put that in black.
Okay. Got it.
Sorry, I'm starting to use digital words now. I'm confusing me. Words.
Words.
totally doing you.
I know, it's only day 3 and I'm already doing it.
Oh, I was supposed to do 11 o'clock and hit 2 over there.
That should be fine.
Okay.
We should be in the middle of the second. What do you call it? Session.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
John Jones got arrested and stripped of his title. I mean, that's
Work,
what that
crash.
fool is. Didn't happen to a cockier guy. I mean, I guess he deserves to be somebody, but still.
Yeah. I don't care about that.
I just really, really love Rampage Jackson, and he's not as good a fighter, obviously, but he's so much funnier, and he's such a great personality, and he's such a good dancer, and he's so young, and he's on the Fred Ferguson show.
You mean you were watching this whole time?
So I think today, the mother is going to testify
Of
of the 6-year-old Veronica. I think she's going to testify.
Marcia said they decided her yesterday.
Yeah, well, everyone was tweeting that she was there, but then John Stone was telling me she's been there all since the start. But the only reason why I wonder if she may not testify is that I mean, if she's just like lingering around, well, that's fine, I guess. If she's not under oath, but everyone's been subpoenaed, so. Beware. Oh, I should go do a tweet just to say that.
What if
we're
they
gonna
wanna
do that.
call people back, but they're no longer under subpoena?
They've been released. They released
Yeah.
So, cause the cross-examination, they had their one chance.
Chance.
Yeah.
And he asks everyone,
Do you have-
may this person be
Yeah,
released?
that's why I was thinking.
So I just pulled Kaylin's 911 call. I don't care if you want to use it or not.
We didn't use it yesterday.
No, and it's over 3 minutes long. I'm just like, cause Marshall was saying that we made her another 911 call today, but he wasn't sure on that, so I don't know if we.
I think you should play, this is the emotional way it ended yesterday.
Yeah,
I think that as part of your,
and
you
maybe
know,
we could hear more like raw emotion like that today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we're going to be hearing from
Yeah,
for the next, I don't know.
a few days, yeah,
I
or
mean,
the next
yeah.
weeks, cause there's one, they're probably gonna call everyone.
well, they might do,
Everyone that was injured at least, I'm sure.
they might do like a period of emotional stuff and then a period of boring stuff and a
And
period
bring
of
back,
emotional stuff.
kinda like they did with their opening statements, peppering in everyone.
Did you hear Brocco say that it was a haunted house or something? Did you hear that line? Yeah, because Clayton Sandell in his live shot for GMA, I just texted him, like, I didn't hear him say that, but, I mean, there's so much going on. I mean, it was such a long thing. He said something to the effect that this is a haunted house and James Holmes was the devil.
So I'm gonna be hungry, yep.
Did not, but I can,
I just didn't remember that line, but I'm just asking.
I don't remember that either, I have to go back and listen to it.
I'm gonna take a picture of our slide.
you can send me that slide.
You can? Well, this for this tweet purposes, it'll be easier if I just take a picture of it. But you can go send me another. You realize I was watching the Good Morning America piece today, and you realize how bad that camera is in the courtroom. It is so grainy and it's so.
Yeah, I mean,
it
you
just,
can tell when it's over here.
but like here we're watching on a smaller, like condensed screen, but on TV it just looks horrible.
Well, I mean, here it looks fine, but like even on this screen, it looks great.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, like right there on that one. I haven't looked on that one yet, so I'm not, I mean, I've glanced, but I haven't really read it.
Oh, is he it?
So we'll use the 911 call. That's 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And then I can run down who else talked yesterday.
And if you wanna use any of the shorter stats from any of the other ones that we pulled yesterday, we can also do
How long
that.
was that police officer sign?
Well, that one was 2, so we can make that shorter.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes,
Did
sir.
you do that?
You're gonna run it, yes, I
You
will.
picked her up?
Oh, actually,
And I ran out in front of the
Were there paramedics around? Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transfer her insurance and stuff.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes. It was a little girl.
we'll do that.
That part of it. Okay.
Did you hear when Target's doing
That was her, yeah, I did. And it was, that whole chunk was where like I felt her like urinate and
No, that was like.
Yeah, no, I just
Yeah.
listened to that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, horrible.
God.
Okay, so we'll do that, and that's fine. And then we can talk about who else testified yesterday. We almost had our first down lights.
Or down here.
No, I will stand.
You
The
know
light-
you're the same guy as me? We're gonna fight, Rob.
We're gonna fight.
It's almost the same. Come on.
We're just,
We gotta coordinate this.
we're hipster.
Is there
Did
any
you
way
see-
to move something from one timeline to the other? Can you copy it?
Yeah. You highlight it and like click on it once and then use Apple or Command C.
Yes.
But now I gotta get out of here.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes.
Oh. I'm trying to copy something.
Oh. I'm not sure, yeah.
Today.
Wow.
Well, we're gonna get 1 o'clock, we're gonna be trailing at 2 o'clock, it's 9:41, so if we do 2 miles an hour, we get it 6:30, we don't think.
So where did you get that, the animation?
In where?
The animation color between, or like
Oh, I
that?
took it off
It's
the
500 lines.
TriCast version.
Oh, no, I mean in
Do
Final
you
Cut.
need it in there? In Final Cut?
Not, it was like the fade, or whatever you did.
Oh,
Just
oh,
stuff
that
together.
transition. I
Yeah,
thought you meant the
transition.
interstitial.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Whoa. That's what I get for trying to do that. So in this
Yeah,
one,
if I come into work at
and
5:30,
then
I'll go to the gym.
what was it, Flash? What was that?
I'm out the door at 8:15, be at the gym by 3:30, work out for an hour.
Uh-huh. Screw that. Oh, this one.
I may get up at,
you could go run on the lunch break.
no, I may go like at 4. I'll get up at like 5. Well, I've got a gym in my building, and I also like a unit out of my 25. That's rush hour. Is it? Do they just pop up, or is that?
That's the stop.
Oh, okay. It's like didn't report till 8:15.
They pop up on the blue screen.
I find my IFB.
Bro. Hey, Anita, I'm going to have Mark as an auto follow on screen.
Okay, again?
it down in the order we're taking it, right? If we even get to the other side.
Yeah.
Are there any radio stations doing full audio coverage from the courtroom?
Not that I know of.
Someone's using something, because John said he was listening to it on his drive-in yesterday.
Maybe it's.
Maybe you can listen to it, just listen to it. Oh, like ours? It's probably on our app. That makes sense.
I know ABC Radio is covering it, but I don't think
He's
that
a
they're.
truck driver, so he's gonna have a lot of like trouble. I mean, if you're a truck driver, you're just passing through, right?
The
Oh,
truck
somebody
driver.
asking?
Yeah, he said, do you know of any radio station giving full audio coverage from the courtroom? I'm a truck driver, hope to listen on the radio.
That's a depressing drive.
Tell them to turn our app on. Turn our app on.
You don't have Photoshop. I mean,
Bluetooth. You can
Go into
Bluetooth.
a shitty area, then you're not gonna get. Oops. Oh, maybe the Wi-Fi.
I was fixing fonts, I didn't realize it was changing.
Oh, my mic's not hot, is it?
No.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. 8:20 now on Wednesday morning, day 3 of the theater shooting trial. I'm Mark Stewart at the 7 Newsroom in downtown Denver. Once again, today we'll be providing gavel-to-gavel coverage of the proceedings at the courthouse in Arapahoe County, Centennial, Colorado. All week, we have been hearing emotional testimony, victim after victim, survivor after survivor, talking about what happened in the movie theater, part of a deliberate attempt by the prosecution to create some long-lasting emotional impressions in the minds of these jurors as they will hear close to 4 months of testimony. Today will be no exception. Yesterday, the first round of witnesses were called. We heard from a pregnant woman who was in the movie theater. She survived. Her husband, who was with her, he survived, but is dealing with some very catastrophic images. I'm talking about Caleb and Katie Medley. As he was undergoing brain surgery, we heard how she delivered her baby just days after the movie theater shooting. We also heard into the lives of Veronica Sullivan. She's the 6-year-old who passed away in the movie theater shooting. We heard from her babysitter. We also heard from a police officer who made an attempt to rescue and save her life as well. In fact, that was perhaps one of the most poignant moments yesterday when we heard people close to that 6-year-old talking about what happened, including her babysitter who was in the movie theater at the time with this little girl. And she is one of many 911 calls we have heard thus far and will likely hear in the days and weeks ahead. Let's take a listen now to Kaylin Bailey. She is the babysitter. She was the babysitter of Veronica Sullivan. And as you will hear, she's almost paralyzed by fear, trying to get out of the theater, trying to help her injured family and friends. Let's take a listen now to Kaylin Bailey.
Crime in progress or life-threatening emergency?
There's been a shooting.
Okay, is this the Century 16 theater shooting?
Yes.
Do you know anybody who's been shot?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who's been shot? Who do you know that's been shot?
My two cousins.
Okay, where are they right now?
They're sitting on the floor of the store.
Are they breathing or are they... Ma'am, do you know if they're breathing and do you know if they're conscious?
One of them's not breathing.
Either one of them are breathing?
One of them are breathing.
Okay, the one that's not breathing, I need you to go up to him and... Is he laying on the ground? Okay, is he on the floor on a hard flat surface?
They're on a hard surface.
Okay, remove anything from under his head and kneel by his side.
What?
Kneel by his side and remove anything from under his head.
I can't. They're in between the chairs.
Okay, which theater are you in?
I'm number 9. I'm in number 9.
Okay, do you see any officers near you?
No, there's not. None.
Okay, I need you to go to your cousin that is not breathing and go by his side and kneel.
Okay.
Place your hands on his forehead and the fingertips of your other hand under his chin. Push down his forehead and lift up under his chin until his head tilts back and the chin points up.
I can't hear you. The movie is too loud.
Okay, I need you to look into his mouth. Do you see anything in his mouth?
Do I see anything on the ground?
In his mouth.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. Can you put your ear to his mouth and see if he's breathing?
He's not. I'm the only one that says that he's not.
Okay, his chest is not moving and he's not breathing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to start chest compressions. I'm going to walk you through the steps. Are you ready?
What?
We need to start chest compressions, and I will walk you through the steps. We need to start CPR. Ma'am, we need to start CPR. I can tell you how to do it, okay? I'm going to walk you through the steps.
What?
I'm going to walk you through the steps of CPR.
I can't hear you.
Okay, is there an officer next to you?
Yeah.
Ma'am,
Yes?
can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to start CPR on your cousin, okay? Okay, I can tell you how to perform the CPR, but I need you to listen, okay? Nobody here. Ma'am, There's no gunman. There's no gun. Ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, I have help on the way, but I need you to listen to me, okay? Okay. Kneel next to your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. Ma'am. 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 I need you to start CPR on your cousin. Can you hear me? I will walk you through how to perform CPR. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Hello, ma'am? I understand that, and I need your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. We need to perform CPR on him. I cannot hear you, ma'am. The police are with you? Okay, speak with the police. Okay, thank you. Thank you, bye.
And that was one of 3 911 calls we heard yesterday. Throughout the proceedings yesterday, public defenders tried to strike those calls from the record, not allowing them to be entered as evidence. But if you look at past court precedent, 911 calls, pictures from the crime scene, even pictures of the victims, those are precedent. The precedent has already been set. Those types of evidence can be admitted. However, the public defender, concerned that it will perhaps create some kind of unfair emotional bias, is objecting to its usage, but the court precedent has been set. And it's no accident that we have been hearing 911 calls and very emotional testimony in these opening days of the trial. As I was talking yesterday with our legal analyst, Dan Recht, he said the key for prosecutors in these early days of the trial is to make a tremendous impact, providing testimony, providing evidence such as pictures and 911 calls that will stick in the jurors' minds throughout this entire trial. In fact, he says if you talk to juries at the end of a case and you ask them, what do you remember the most? It's often the first 4 days of trial which really stick with them, that make that impression. And that's exactly what prosecutors are doing right now, because even though this is very memorable, even though it's gut-wrenching, even though it's emotional, looking ahead in the weeks and months ahead, a lot of the testimony that these jurors will be hearing will be very technical, it'll be very scientific, it'll be very even medical in background concerning psychiatric analysis about whether or not the gunman was sane or not at the time. So if you can use this as a base, it's very effective in moving forward into the courtroom. And along those lines, I'm just looking at our monitor here, we still have the Colorado court seal up, so court is not yet in session. Again, the jury, I was told to report for duty at around 8:15 this morning. At times, entering the courthouse is a little bit more technical than usual just because of the number of people, the media presence, and so many witnesses. But as we've seen, this judge does try to get things started as soon as possible at around 8:30. But in these next 2 minutes or so, let's listen to another portion of yesterday's testimony from Sergeant Michael Hawkins. He responded to the movie theater. He is one of the individuals who took care of 6-year-old Veronica Mosier Sullivan, who sadly passed away, but he is one of the last people we heard from yesterday. And if my assumption is right, we'll likely continue testimony concerning that little girl as the trial moves forward. So let's listen to Sergeant Hawkins real quickly before court gets back into session.
My next recollection is Sergeant Jonsgaard motioned me over, and there was a girl about 6 years old on the floor.
Did he ask you to do something with regard to this little girl?
Yes, he lifted up her shirt and showed me where she had been shot once in the abdomen. And I tried to obtain her pulse, and I could not.
Why not?
At that point, my own hands were really tingling and pulsing, I would guess from adrenaline.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes, Sergeant Jonsgaard yelled for me to get her and go.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And you picked her up?
I picked her up and I ran out of the front entrance of the theater.
Were there paramedics around?
Yes. Yes, there were.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes.
And who was she?
It was a little girl named Veronica Mosher.
So the emotional impression certainly left with that police officer, and prosecutors are hoping as well with the jury. Again, we're now at 8:31. The court was supposed to resume at 8:30. Not sure if this is just a few minute delay just because of everyday business that needs to be taken care of, but sometimes these things do happen. So looking ahead for today, we don't have necessarily a witness list, but if history proves to be correct, we will likely hear again from more victims, more survivors who were at the movie theater that evening. We may also hear from more police officers, paramedics, firefighters. I mean, if you look back at that evening, the number of law enforcement personnel that were there is tremendous. We may also hear from some of the frontline individuals who were at the hospitals, in the emergency rooms across the city. I believe at one time as many as 5 emergency rooms were evacuated, or activated, I should say, and it's very likely that we will hear from some of those doctors and nurses who were there who can describe the chaos that they experienced miles away from the movie theater. In fact, the University of Colorado Hospital in Aurora was very pivotal in treating patients that evening, and a number of those emergency responders actually have gone to other hospitals and have talked to doctors there, giving them lessons about how to handle these kind of emergencies. So I would not be surprised if we hear from some of the emergency room physicians from the University of Colorado Hospital in Aurora. But again, I think today, for the rest of the week and even into next week, the focus is going to be on the survivors, the chaos at the movie theater, again, to create this lasting impression for the next 4 months in the jurors' minds. Again, some of the most gripping testimony yesterday was from a young woman named Kaylin Bailey. She was at the movie theater with some friends and family members, including 6-year-old Veronica Mosher Sullivan. She yesterday gave a very clear account as to what happened. Like so many people, she thought that this was perhaps a prank, but it turned out to be obviously something much more sinister. Let's take another listen to some of her testimony. She was the young woman who we heard just a few minutes ago call 911. Again, Kaylin Bailey talking about the night of the shooting.
What seemed to me, what I thought was originally a prank. This rocket thing shot across the theater from the right side of the theater to the left side, and then it seemed as if everyone in unison turned their heads to see what it was.
What do you remember after that?
I remember a lot of popping sounds, and I wasn't sure what they were at the time, and then it seemed like instantly after the first round of gunshots went off, Ashley had jumped on top of Veronica and they fell to the floor.
Okay, that was Kaylin Bailey talking about how she and her family members and her friends reacted, of course. She was, along with her friend, babysitting for Veronica Mosher Sullivan. Her mother, according to at least Twitter accounts, has been at the courthouse these last 2 days, so I think it's very likely that perhaps we will hear her testify as well, perhaps as early as this morning. She could be the next witness who was called. It was very heartbreaking, though, to hear about some of those first responders bringing people to the hospital, hoping that something could be done, even though Many of them had passed away, including 6-year-old Veronica. That's what Sergeant Hawkins testified to at least yesterday. All right, 8:35 now on the dot. We still have the court seal in our monitor here from our video feed. Not sure if this is just everyday paperwork that needs to be filed that's perhaps causing things to run a little bit late. But the judge in this case, Judge Zamora, as we have discussed at length, is very efficient. He is committed to having as much of an on-time trial as one can have. So the fact that things are running a little bit late today is a little bit out of character for the judge. But again, 5 minutes, not that big of a deal. But when we look at the past history of the judge, all of how he has handled past hearings, it's certainly a little bit out of character. But again, so many people are coming into the courtroom. Perhaps just the sheer volume of people is causing a little bit of a delay. We talked yesterday to 7 News legal analyst Dan Recht, and again he was talking about the fact that even though there have been objections to having such emotional evidence, such as the 911 call, and the fact that the jury has seen the victims in this video monitor that's in the courtroom during the recovery process, even though public defenders may consider some of that evidence to be quote-unquote inflammatory, court precedent shows that if you are having a murder trial, these are all acceptable pieces of evidence to enter onto the record, and this trial, of course, is no exception. We also heard yesterday from several co-workers of Jesse Childress. He is also one of the individuals who passed away in the theater shooting. They all had military backgrounds. The majority of his friends who were with him that night working at Buckley Air Force Base, and they said that they recognized the sounds of many of the firearms that were used that night. So it goes to show that there was some very heavy-duty, serious weaponry used. One person who was at the movie theaters last night is a woman by her name is Chichi, and her last name is escaping me. I'm going to have to Spruill. Thank you. I have my notebook with more than an arm's reach away from me, so I can't look up her name. Chichi Spruill. She was there with her husband. She was there with her husband's co-workers as well as Jesse Childress. They were all seated together in the movie theater when the shooting occurred. Chichi earlier had said she was a bit reticent about going to the movie. She didn't want to be with all of these kids. But she really described the terror that many people felt. Let's listen to Chichi Spruill real quick.
I remember that as we started watching it, I remember this particular scene because this is when I first saw the whole thing go off, was when I think that Batman has just seen Catwoman trying to steal his jewelry from the safe. And I remember just seeing like a canister go up in the air with then I saw lights on the other side going across, I guess.
What did you think was going on at that point in time?
I thought that kids were playing pranks. And I turned to my husband and said, again, you see why we shouldn't be here? I'm just saying.
What do you remember after that?
I remember that, I remember Derek turning to Jesse and they said something, and Moni too, and we just kept watching the movie, really, quite honestly.
And after that, what do you remember next?
Well, I remember, okay, so this is my memory. I remember I heard, sounds going off, and I thought it was firecrackers or fire or whatever, and I'm like, oh God, these kids are at it. Then I remember looking in front of my husband and seeing a gentleman laying face up with looked like his head had been shot open. And so I'm like, oh my God, this is serious. People are actually hurting people with fireworks, because I know, I've heard fireworks hurt people. So I'm like, I turned to my husband and I said, oh my God, this guy's hurt. And he now immediately says, I don't know if it's immediately, but I remember him saying that we should get down. And I remember crouching down.
What do you remember hearing as you were crouching down?
Gosh. I just remember my terror. I was terrified. I just remember screams everywhere. I remember looking to the side of me, like to the right-hand side of me. There was a gentleman there who had come with a female friend who looked like she was injured. I remember my husband lying there with me and he wasn't moving. I remember being panicked. I remember calling 911 the first time.
It was Chi-Chi Sproul talking about her experience that night. In fact, she her 911 call was one of many that we heard played yesterday. Is everyone gathering back in the courtroom? Okay, as everyone takes their seats, let me just point out, I just got a tweet from my colleague Marshall Zellinger. He is telling me that he anticipates the first 911 call of this entire crime to be played in court from a young man named Kevin Quinones. He believes that call will be played in court today. It's only 27 seconds, but in that phone call, you can hear more than 30 gunshots. So again, another way that the prosecution is going to try to make a lasting impression with the jurors. All right, let's go to the courtroom. Both sides have been seated. We'll talk to you during the next break.
Ms. Spengler, Ms. Nelson, and Ms. Higgs. The prosecution is represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Tisch-McGuire, and Mr. Edson. The jurors are all here. Are the parties ready for me to bring the jury out? The people?
We're ready, Your Honor.
The defense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, great. Let's bring them out. Thanks. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us. Good morning, folks. Good morning. How are you? Good. Before we start, I wanted to take care of a housekeeping matter. I mentioned earlier to you that I have administered an oath to all my bailiffs, and I mentioned Ms. Robinson and Ms. Gerlings and Ms. Zagel. There are some other folks who are helping us bailiff the trial, and I want you to know that all of them are under oath, under the same oath that I mentioned before in terms of not talking to you about the case and getting you back here after breaks on time pursuant to my orders. So those people include Ms. Rigato, Ms. Lind, Ms. Turnich, Ms. Picard, Ms. McKager, and Ms. Clark. All right? Thank you. Okay, with that then, let me inquire at this time if the prosecution is ready to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. People call Sergeant Gerald Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last names?
Certainly, Sergeant Specialist Gerald Jonsgaard, and that's G-E-R-A-L-D. Spelling the last name is J-O-N, S as in Sam, G-A-A-R-D.
Sergeant Jonsgaard, could you pull the microphone up to you better?
How's that?
I think we'll see once you start to talk.
Very good.
Could you please tell us how you're employed?
I'm a specialist sergeant with the City of Aurora. I work District 1 graveyard shift.
And City of Aurora, the police department?
Correct.
Where is District 1?
District 1 is located on the Fitzsimmons campus. It encompasses everything from 225 to the west to the Denver city limits.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
With Aurora for 36 years in July.
Did you work in law enforcement prior to that as well?
Military police for 3 years.
Were you working on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
What did your duties consist of at that time?
At that time and at the present, I was a specialist sergeant, once again assigned to District 1. I run a training team for new recruit officers.
Now, you said you were working graveyards.
Yes.
What hours was that?
10 at night till 8 in the morning.
And that's what you're currently working?
Correct.
Did you hear a call come out on July 20th at about 12:39 a.m. To respond to the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, it was a shots fired call that came out.
Were you asked specifically to respond?
It was a broadcast that was aired to the whole districts, all the districts involved. Shots fired calls are usually toned and then aired out.
Where is the Century 16 Theater located?
14300 block, East Alameda Avenue or Drive, located in the city of Aurora, county of Arapahoe, state of Colorado.
Where were you coming from?
The 200 block of South Potomac, which is about 10 blocks away as the crow flies.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the theater?
To the theater, probably less than a minute.
How fast were you driving?
Probably not over 70.
How did you approach the theater?
Initially, I intended to come in off of Sable, which would be on the east side of the theater. But they were doing road construction, gravel trucks. I was blocked from going in at the first entrance, so I went up to the next entrance farther to the south.
Are you familiar with that area?
Somewhat.
When you entered to park, where did you park?
I ended up parking just to the southeast of the theater complex. I noted when I got back there that it was high ground. There was a retaining wall. You could see the entire back of the theater.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 4740. Do you recognize this?
That's an aerial view of the theater itself and the adjacent parking lot.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the area on July 20th of 2012?
It does, with the exception of a dumpster that was located in the rear
Your Honor,
of
I
the theater.
would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 4740.
Any objection? Thank you. Yeah, without objection, it is admitted.
Now, if you could explain on this, and you still need to keep your microphone with you, or?
I'll figure it out.
Okay. If you could explain, where is the theater on this map?
This is the theater itself. This is the front of the theater. The rear of the theater, which pretty much, this is eastbound. This is Sable Avenue. The entrance I intended to come in was farther to the north on Sable, but it was blocked. So I came all the way up and turned into an entrance somewhere in here to the right-hand side.
For perspective, where would Interstate 225 be?
Directly this way, angled a bit.
Over on this direction?
More or less,
And
yes.
how about Alameda?
Alameda would be this way to the north.
So now you indicated you came in from the south.
I was headed north to south. I came in, made a turn, blacked out, ended up coming into this area right here, blacked out, which commands a view. This is a flat picture, but this wall here is approximately 1 story high, commanding view of the back of the theaters.
So you could see everything that was going on in the back of the theater.
Right, the parking lot was lit up. I knew I was probably one of the first cars, especially in the back, so I thought I'd take control of that.
When you first got to the back, so that you can get closer to the microphone, when you first got to the back, what could you see?
The first thing I saw were some construction workers located right in this area. I'm not sure what they were doing, if they were water workers or what.
On the west side of the theater?
This is more of the south side of the theater. I could see their orange and yellow vests, that type of thing. They were staring at the theater itself. As soon as I got out, they saw me and were yelling about something was going on. I deployed my rifle, told them to take cover, and moved immediately to the railing area.
Now, when you say deployed your rifle, what do you mean?
I took out my AR-15, chambered around, turned on the optics, and came to the wall, overlooking the rear of the theater,
And turning on the optics.
turning my red light, or my red dot sight on.
So you have your rifle out, you have the sight on, and what are you seeing?
At this point, nothing. There's no activity for the most part in back of the theater. There's a white car located in the first spot behind the theater. They were airing information about shooting in Theater 9. I had no idea which Theater 9 was at this point. I didn't know if it backed up to this, if it was on the sides. I'm not really familiar with this theater.
What did you see next?
Noted the car, noted 2 other cars parked in the parking lot. There's a dumpster right here. I'm not sure what they were doing, some construction obviously, but it didn't block much of any of the parking lot, with the exception of the alcove right in this area. I stayed at that area, rifle deployed. In about a minute to 2, the construction workers started yelling that they believed someone had been shot, that there was a female shot, something along those lines. I took my sights off the back of the lot, told them to have that party take cover, apply first aid, just stay down.
At the point that they were telling you that they'd seen somebody was shot, had you seen any people come outside of the theater?
No, the back lot was completely empty. I could see officers cutting across from Sable on foot, coming into the the north end of the lot, working their way towards me to the south.
What did you see next?
When I came back on sight view, I noticed that there was a person standing next to this white car. The door was open, and I believed it was a SWAT officer.
Why did you think that?
Due to his appearance, the gas mask, helmet, black outfit. Didn't see any weapon per se, but I thought, how did the SWAT guy get here so quick?
That seemed strange to you?
Very.
What were the lighting conditions like behind the theater?
Oh, very bright. All lit up. You could see everything. There are lights back there for the back of the theater, like most businesses, security lighting and parking lot lights.
Now, at the point that you saw a person standing next to a white car, was there anybody else behind the theater?
2 officers were located the other side of the vehicle. 2 officers that had moved up from the north end of the parking lot were obviously checking the back of the business also.
And you were saying they're coming from the north end. So you pointed out on the map where the vehicle was, and then where were the officers in relationship to that?
Directly to the north of that vehicle, maybe 20 to 30 yards at most. They were approaching the vehicle. They'd obviously seen this person.
How were they approaching?
Guns drawn. They were giving commands, I believe, although from my distance I couldn't hear what they were. I then noted that the party threw his arms up in the air.
And the party, which party are you talking about?
The gentleman in the black SWAT outfit, or what I thought was a SWAT outfit, who was standing by the open door of the white car.
When you saw that, what did you think?
I thought that's our suspect. As a matter of fact, I tried to get on the air, asked him to hold the air, and asked the officers, is that our suspect?
What do you mean by hold the air?
A lot of chatter going on. We're tied into 1 or 2 channels. The cars are responding, active information. A lot of people are talking, trying to get their information out. So when I request to hold the air, everybody be quiet, something important.
Did that occur?
For a short time span, yes.
What did you say on the air when you got the air cleared so that you could talk?
I asked officers, is that the suspect by the white car? Something along those lines. They said, yes, it is. We have a gas mask, a rifle, et cetera, et cetera. I said, hold him. I'm coming down.
So how did you get down from where you were to the back of the theater?
Moved to the west, down a little hill, back around to the side of the theater. This would be the south side of the theater, around the corner, over to the east side of the theater.
And do we have a photo of 4740? Pull that up, that might be helpful. The photograph should be coming up that will be the same as the poster that you've already seen. Or or perhaps not. You indicated that you were coming up on that you had to come down, you had to get down from where you were, because you said that you are essentially a story above where
Correct.
where the back of the theater is. So how did you get down there?
What I did is I just moved to my left, which would be to the west, crossed into the grassy area, and then took a small hill down to the parking lot.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the back of the theater?
Maybe 10 to 15 seconds tops.
When you got to the back of the theater, what did you see?
I saw that they were stripping items off a gentleman who was on the ground, that they pulled off a helmet, were pulling off a vest, and had him proned out, cuffing him out.
Where was he in relation to the white car that you'd seen?
Directly to the south of the white car, about 10 to 15 feet.
So he was no longer right at the driver's side door?
No,
Do you recall, was the driver's side door open?
still open.
And you recalled seeing a helmet and what else?
Gas mask, helmet, some type of vest. I'm not sure if it was ballistic or not. Some type of chaps, black pants, maybe, something along those lines.
Do you know who the two officers were who were with him at
Yes.
that time? Who were they?
It would be Officer Oviatt and Officer Sweeney.
Were there other officers on scene yet?
Starting to. I could see at least 1 to 2 more officers coming in from the north, moving towards the south.
Are they coming in with guns drawn?
Yes.
Had you seen any people exit the theater yet?
No one had come out of the theater yet. At this point, I'm holding on the door to what appears to be the back of a theater. I noted at this door, I didn't know if it was Theater 9 or not, still, at this door on the ground was a rifle. It looked like an AR rifle laying on the ground.
So a large rifle?
Yes.
What else did you see on the ground?
That was pretty much it. I saw the rifle there. No one had exited the door. I'm trying to cover this door, cover the officers who are moving in from the north.
What did you think about the fact that there's a rifle on the ground? Did you think it was a law enforcement rifle?
At this point, I'm thinking, no cop would have left that there. So I'm thinking that may be the weapon involved. Maybe, I don't know at this point. Later on, I was able to determine that it was not one of our rifles, just due to the optics on the rifle.
We talked about the optics. What are you talking about?
You'd call it a scope. We carry EOTech scopes, which are low-profile hologram-type sights. I think that at the time, that was all that was authorized. This was called an aim-point scope, which is more of a scope like you'd see on a hunting rifle, something more similar to that, not something that APD would be carrying.
Did you notice anything else near or about the door?
About the door itself, not at this point. Later on, I noted that the door itself wasn't shut and wasn't shutting because there was a plastic tab, I guess you'd call it, holding it from shutting all the way.
What color was the plastic tab?
I want to say green. I also noted that that green sort of tab, which is a strange-looking thing, was also laying near the property of the defendant who was on the ground being cuffed.
And at this point, the defendant, where was he in relation to his car?
Probably 10 to 15 feet to the south of the vehicle, proned out on the pavement, head facing to the north. He would be about 10 feet to my right as I'm watching the open doorway, or the doorway area to my left.
Did you get a chance to look at him, to see his face?
Yes,
Do you believe you'd recognize him again if you saw him?
most certainly.
Is he in this courtroom today?
Seated at the defendant's table, a white shirt with blue squares, wearing glasses, small beard, didn't have a beard then.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Does he look different now than he did then?
Yes.
How?
Heavier, his hair was pretty much bright orange that night, much longer, clean shaven for the most part.
Now, you're seeing the defendant laying on the ground near some distance away from the car, and those officers on scene, you said other officers were arriving.
Correct.
At that point, what else is starting to happen behind the theater?
About this time, a female came busting out the rear door, the one I was covering, startled me. Door smacks open, she comes running out, starts running towards me. I tell her to move to her left, which would be my right. I've got her at gunpoint, I'm not sure who she is. I'm telling her to move to the north, just move down a few steps. She keeps running. She's on our way out of there. About this time, a gentleman comes out. His pants are flapping, obviously bloody. He's got a pretty good leg wound. He's also headed to the north now. So I go after them, telling them to stop. An officer is coming in from the north. He too is telling them to stop. We travel about 30 to 40 feet. They stop. She's screaming. She's hysterical. She says that there's somebody shooting. We got to get away. We got to get away. Something to that effect. I tell her, and by now there's another third gentleman who's shown up, who's come out the theater. They're all right there in close proximity. I say, sit down. They all immediately drop to the ground.
Why did you tell them to sit down?
So we could control them and figure out what's going on. I guess I was a little stunned that they just dropped.
We can now see the picture up on the screen, and if we have a pointer that up here. This is, and I don't know if it'll work or not, so if you can give it a shot and see if it does. But if it, does it work on the screen?
You can barely see it.
We did.
All right.
Please keep your voice up because you're looking away from the microphone, okay?
Will do, sir.
Or you can pull the mic some with you too, I think. If
All
you
right.
could point out where the exit door was that you saw people coming from on that.
The exit door itself would be in the alcove. Picture's a little grainy, but right in here for the most part. This is a locked trash bin. There's a gate on the front, and the exit door alcove goes straight in here.
And when you first saw police officers coming up towards, where was the white car on this map?
White car would be in the first parking spot, right there.
When you first saw police officers coming up towards the person by the right car, where were they coming from?
I noticed them first coming in, out in the parking lot. My thought process was they were too exposed, but of course I can't get on the air to say anything. They were coming in from, like I said, north to the south. And they're probably somewhere in this area when they gunpoint the defendant at his car here.
And you're pointing near to where the car was parked in that first space?
Correct. They were just to the west and the north of the vehicle.
Now, the people who came out of the theater and started to run, where did they run towards?
They made it, she came out originally right towards me. I directed her to go to her right, hand motions, move that way. And she got to about right here, and then the officer who was coming up, another officer, not the two who had already contacted the defendant, stopped her. So she's there, the gentleman who was bleeding from a leg wound is here, and a third gentleman behind him are there.
And were you able to stop them in that vicinity?
Yes,
not
I
too
ran
far?
over to them also, told them to sit down, that we take care of them, because she was pretty hysterical, she wanted to go. She wanted to run, I think that was her quote, we need to run away.
And you can have a seat again.
Thank you.
Were there police cars in the back of the theater at this time?
No. No cars had made it to the back of the theater at this point.
Do you know why that is?
I believe most of them had been blocked in on the north side, blocked in from the entrance in the front. The parking lot filled up fairly quick with people trying to leave, people trying to come in. I know the majority of officers seem to have gone to the front of the theater.
Were officers arriving at the back of the theater on foot?
On foot, yes.
Did you know whether or not there were officers inside the theater at this time?
No. I know they had been asking for officers to get gas masks so they could make entry, but I hadn't heard that anyone had gone inside yet.
Now, you said that you also found a rifle right next to the exit door. Did you have anyone stand by that rifle?
About the time that we'd secured the people who had run out the door, myself and at least 2 to 4 other officers were now at the back door. We could see that it was blocked open, so we said we're going to go in, cut right, cut left, and I grabbed one officer and said, watch the rifle, don't let anybody pick it up or kick it.
Did you enter the theater?
Yes.
When you first walked into the theater through that exit door, what did you see?
There's an alcove there. It dead ends about 5 feet to the left and then opens up to the theater about 2 feet, 3 feet on the right. As soon as you opened the door and walked in, pandemonium. There was gas in the air, CN or tear gas, you might call it, hit you immediately. Teared up, mucus formed, burned your face, burned your skin. But you could tell fairly quick what it was, or I could tell fairly quick what it was, and I knew it wasn't going to be incapacitating. It was just really uncomfortable. It was dark. The movie was playing. There was a siren going off intermittently and white strobe lights. As soon as you made entry into the theater room itself, you could see to the left and off to your right, there were people up and down, some in the seats, some screaming, some pointing. The noise was such that you could not hear much of anything except for the sirens, the claxtons.
Had you been in a circumstance like this before in your career as a police officer?
Sustained.
How would you describe then your ability to respond in the theater given all these things that were going on?
I guess I could only refer it back to some training we'd had, and noise confusion was part of that training. I'm sure that helped. If I wanted someone to do someone, I had to grab them and tell them, yell at them, scream at them, take that exit, cover that side, go down this hallway. I should note that once we made it into the theater, once I came in the door, I saw officers to my left on the stairway starting to go up into the crowd area. So officers had made it in.
Was it possible to be heard in the theater, to talk to a person?
To talk, no. I could scream at people and they could figure out what I was saying, like cover, clear, that type of thing, but you had to yell and they had to be in front of you to be heard.
Could you tell how many people, patrons, were in the theater at that time?
With the darkness and the strobes, I'd say probably at least 30 plus, and that's a guess. My world is limited to a short area around me and then objects far away. I saw an exit that I wanted covered. I noticed that one hallway probably led to another exit, and then a hallway on the far side, I didn't know at this time, probably led to another exit. So I wanted those covered, cleared.
Do you have any idea how many officers were in the theater at that point?
There were more coming in behind me, I could tell you that, and more coming down the hallway. Probably at least 6 to 10, and that's a guess.
Once you got into the theater, and was your first goal to try to secure the exits?
Secure the exits, make sure that no one else is inside who's armed the best we can. No one was shooting, so we figured there probably wasn't. My assumption was that the shooter that we probably had in the back hopefully was the only one. I know a statement had been made saying he was, but you're never quite sure. At that point, it was just to secure the interior and then start getting people out.
How did you get people out of the theater?
People who could hear me or people who could hear the officers were told to get up, exit through the back doors. As soon as they got outside, they were set down, told to sit down, visually cleared for the most part, making sure they didn't look like a shooter, they weren't armed, that type of thing. The ones that were moving, a lot of them had blood on them. As soon as we got them outside, you could tell that we needed to start some sort of triage.
Did you see any weapons in the theater?
At this point, no. My second trip, or one of my trips back in, an officer pointed out a 12-gauge shotgun that was laying just inside the entrance area of the theater. 870 model, long barrel with extended magazine. Once again, I could tell it was not one of our police shotguns.
How could you tell that it was not?
The extended mag, the length of the barrel, just the look of it. Ours are fairly unique, fairly short, numbered, strapped. You can tell they're police weapons.
Did you see any other items that went along with firearms?
Yeah, saw a number of magazines inside the theater, some of them 40 rounders, the longer extended ones, some 30 rounders. Saw,
For what kind of a firearm?
223. My assumption was 223 AR.
Would that be the kind of magazines that you would use in the rifle that you'd seen outside the back door?
The kind of rifle that was seen outside the back door and the rifle I was carrying, yes.
And I'm sorry, you indicated you saw magazines.
In the hallway headed to my left, which would be the south side hallway leading out of the theater, there was a snail drum or a beta mag, which is, I believe, a 90 or 100 round magazine that you stick in an AR.
Did you see any other kind of ammunition in the theater?
I saw some spent 12-gauge rounds, green casings, on the ground. I saw empty 40 caliber rounds, one fully loaded 40 caliber round, a lot of empty casings for 223s, a lot of full rounds for 223s.
Full rounds meaning unspent, unshot?
Unspent,
rounds.
unshot.
While you were in the theater, did you see a young girl in the theater?
Yes, on one of my trips back into the theater, following a trip outside for triage, someone had brought Veronica Mosier down to the front of the theater from farther up while they were treating other people. She was just inside the door when I walked in. I bent down, felt for a pulse. There was no pulse. The only wound I could see was a wound in the abdomen on the right-hand side. At that point, I saw Sergeant Hawkins, who was an officer at the time, coming down the stairs. I got his attention, said, I want her triaged, I want her out of here. He picked her up and carried her out. He felt for a pulse. Later had mentioned that he thought he felt one, but he hadn't because his own pulse or something to that line. But
Even though, when you first saw her, did you feel that she was still alive?
no.
Given that, why did you choose to not leave her in the theater?
Her age, I wasn't keeping a child in my crime scene. You know, if there was any possibility she needed to go. I didn't want my officers stepping over her. I didn't want her at the scene.
Now, you said that you went in and out of the theater at least more than once.
4 to 5 times probably while there were still people there,
Why were you going in and outside of the theater?
just to make the triage was working. The problem with the triage we had is there were so many victims coming out of the theater that we started to group up right outside the rear door. So we started to have the people who could walk, who could talk, move farther to the north.
While you were in the theater, did you see people that appeared to you to be deceased?
Yes.
Was anyone checking them to ensure that they were deceased and couldn't be saved?
Officers who initially came in were checking all the bodies that were there. Later on, when triage was started outside, I told other officers to make sure you double-checked those victims. And then later on, a third time, I personally checked the victims.
Why did you do that?
I guess it's just wanting to make sure that nothing more could be done. Personal side is my son was supposed to go to this movie, not at this theater, but somewhere. So I just wanted to make sure there too.
At some point when you were in the theater, was the movie turned off?
At some point it was, yes. I know an officer had been yelling to get it turned off, and finally in one of my trips it was, and the lights were on.
Were the alarms still going?
Strobes were still flashing. There wasn't the audible sound anymore.
Once the alarm sound was off, could you hear anything else in the theater?
Cell phones. All the cell phones that were left were laying on the ground, were ringing. That kept going on all night long.
How long were you in the theater making trips in and out? Do you have any idea?
I think we cleared the theater out for the bomb squad to come and check the vehicle, made sure everything was gone, or all the people were out, except for officers that I stationed inside to remain with the victims. We were probably out of there within 35 to 37 minutes.
Do you know why the bomb squad was called?
Our concern was a secondary device in the vehicle that we believe the defendant had drove there.
Why were you concerned about that?
He'd made a statement to the officers outside that his apartment had been rigged to explode. Thus, we assumed that maybe the car also had been rigged. We weren't sure.
Were there people outside around the car?
We still had triage just completed in that area. We still had some victims farther to the north of the car. When I came out, I said, everybody's out of here, back lot clear. So they were taken around to the front side or the north side of the theater.
During the time that you were making trips in and out and triaging people in the back, had victims been transported at all from the back of the theater?
Yes, officers had taken it upon themselves to load people in cars and get them out of there.
At what point did that begin?
I think the first officer asked permission or made the statement, I'm taking them in my car, within about 4 minutes. I know another sergeant had said, are we clear to transport these folks? And the acknowledgement was, yeah, get them out of there.
Did you see police cars pulling up in the back and having victims loaded into them?
I didn't actually see the victims being loaded in. I know that officers would run up. They were yelled at to go back and get their cars, drive it across the grass, jump the curb, get it back here so we can transport.
How long did you remain on scene at the theater?
At the theaters or inside the theaters till about 6:30 in the morning. I went to the command post and cleared that about 7:30. Went and wrote reports and went home around 2 o'clock.
One moment, please. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. King, do you have any questions?
Thank you, I have no questions.
All right, thank you. It looks like the jury may have a question or more, so if you would give us a minute, please.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Specialist Sergeant, there are a few questions the jury has submitted. Based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have found all of them to be appropriate, and so I'm going to ask all those questions now. The first question is, did the defendant say anything to you or otherwise verbalize when he was getting cuffed up or around that time? And just so that you're clear, this question is asking whether you personally heard the defendant say anything or verbalize anything.
I heard nothing that I could understand. I know the officers that were cuffing him.
Hold on. You
I heard
talk
nothing.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. You can't talk about what the officer said.
Got it,
That would be
Your Honor.
hearsay. Okay. The second question is, what was his general demeanor upon being cuffed?
Fairly wide-eyed. He looked like he was hot, but then again, being in Kevlar would do that. That was it. Wasn't aggressive, wasn't yelling, wasn't screaming, was just being cuffed up, having stuff removed.
The last question is, was he resisting being cuffed?
Didn't appear to be, no.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions from the jury, Ms. Pearson? Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King, based on the questions from the jury?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. May the specialist sergeant be released from his subpoena?
Yes, for the people, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. King?
None.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call your next witness, please.
Annette, Brooke, Your Honor.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Annette Brooke, Annettebrooke.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you. This may sound like a ridiculous question in that you're wearing an Aurora police officer's uniform, but what is your job?
I'm a police officer with the city of Aurora.
How long have you been a police officer?
I'm into my 23rd year.
Always with Aurora?
Yes.
And what is your duty assignment?
I work patrol, Graveyards, District 1.
How about back on the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012? What was your duty assignment then?
Patrol, Graveyards, District 1.
You say graveyards. What was the shift then? When did you start? When did you stop?
Our graveyard shift is from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. We work 4 10s.
I'd like to ask you now some questions about the police response to the Aurora Century 16 Theater in the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012. Did you participate in the police response?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you where you first were when, and I see you smiling, but I need to ask this question, where you first were when you heard the call that something was going on at the theater.
I was standing in 7-Eleven at 13697 East Isle waiting to use the bathroom.
Did you wait to use the bathroom or did you just leave?
I left.
Where'd you go?
Got in my patrol car and jumped on the highway and started heading towards the theater.
How far away, if you know, was this location of the 7-Eleven from the theater?
Roughly 20 blocks.
How long do you think it took you to get there?
A couple minutes, maybe.
Would it be fair to say you were driving pretty fast?
Yes, it would.
Lights and sirens?
Absolutely.
While you were driving there, did you notice any other police cars on the way?
All over. It was in District 2, and I was coming from District 1, but they'd aired it on both channels, so everybody started going.
Now, I want to ask you about the drive over there and whether you received any information over the radio that caused you to take any unusual actions or use any unusual police equipment that you would not normally use.
While I was en route, dispatch was airing that they were still getting calls and that there was still shots being fired in the theater. Before I got on scene, officers were airing that anybody coming on scene needs to get their gas masks because gas had been deployed in the theater.
Now, do you carry a gas mask in your vehicle when you're on patrol?
Always.
Your Honor, I may approach the witness with what I've marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 4739.
Yes.
Can use that microphone there.
Okay.
What is this?
That's an aerial display of the theater.
Is this an accurate depiction of the situation at that theater, the way it would have looked that night?
No, that's a typical day. That's
Okay.
not at all the way it looked.
Fair enough. It's not a nighttime picture.
Okay.
But is it an accurate depiction of the layout where the streets are, where the theater is?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit 4739.
Any objection? Okay, without objection, Exhibit 4739 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if it's okay, I'd like to put it up on the monitor, because that seems to work a little better.
Okay, let's do that. It may be published. And it may be easier to just give her a handheld microphone. Do you want us to do that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Okay,
you.
could we do that, please?
Now, you have that microphone. You see that, it's a couple of flagpoles that I've taped together there as sort of a makeshift pointer.
Yes.
Can you point out on 4739 where you parked your car?
Sorry. Right here.
Okay, you can take a seat again. I'm going to ask you some more questions about this. Why did you park your car there up on that, looks like it's a sidewalk across the parking lot?
I could not get any closer to the theater. Between the people and the commotion, the confusion, I couldn't get any closer, so I had to park it there. That was as close as I could get.
Tell me about what you saw when you drove up, what you saw going on in that parking lot to the, I guess it's the northwest of the theater.
There were people running out of the theater. Some were screaming, some were crying. There were officers that were already on scene that were calling for rescue. Paramedics, we call them rescue, AFD paramedics and ambulances to get there. So it was chaos.
When you parked your car up there on that sidewalk, did you just run out of your car, or did you have to go get your gas mask somehow?
I had to get my gas mask and right helmet from the trunk, so I did that very quickly. And then I put on the gas mask as I was running through the parking lot.
So if you can just sort of describe, you have your car up there, and you see there's sort of this like pinkish sort of wall coming out of the theater. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
How did you get there? Can you describe the route you took and use those as points of reference?
I ran diagonally from where I pointed my car, or from where I pointed to where my car was, to the area where that, sorry.
If you want to use the pointer, use the pointer.
To right about here.
Okay.
So I just ran diagonally.
And you said that you were sort of in the process of putting the gas mask on as you're running across the parking lot, is that right?
Correct.
Between now this time where you got out of your car and you got to that door that you pointed out, and you're putting on your gas mask, did you see any people that appeared to you to be injured in that parking lot?
Many. Some were on the ground, some were still running out, some were running towards officers, some were just running to get away from the theater.
Do you have any idea of how many injured people you might have seen?
Dozens.
Now, under normal circumstances, when you're responding to a scene and you see people with, well, let me ask you this, I forgot to ask this. What type of injuries did you see?
They were bloody. I didn't stop to see what kind of injuries, but some had blood on their arms, some had blood on their faces, blood on their body, blood on their hands. From the information that I had going to there, I was assuming those were gunshot wounds.
Under normal circumstances, as a police officer encountering people that are running around upset with possible gunshot wounds, would you normally stop and render assistance?
Absolutely.
Did you do so here?
No, I had to get in the theater.
Why would you ignore people with gunshot wounds or potential gunshot wounds in the parking lot to get into the theater?
We did not know where the suspect was. The officers that were on scene at the time could not get in the theater because the gas was so thick. So those of us that had the gas masks on had to get to the theater, get inside, make sure that the suspect or suspects weren't in there still reloading or, waiting for a secondary ambush.
Is that part of your police training when you have one of these active shooter situations?
Yes, we run towards the gunfire. We stop the shooting. Stop any more victims from becoming victims.
I want to now ask you about going into that theater building there. Did you go in?
Yes, I did.
And let's talk about the lobby area. We can take that down. Thank you. Let's talk about the lobby area first. Did you go into the lobby?
I did.
And were you wearing your gas mask?
Yes, I was by that time.
And the same type of uniform you got now?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what you saw when you went into that lobby area?
I saw more victims coming out. They had blood on them. People were screaming. People were crying. I run up to a couple officers. There's some confusion as to where Theater 9 was. So I'd gone up to a couple officers trying to ask where Theater 9 was, and I could see where the people were coming from, so that's where I went to.
Now, did you have any other weapons other than your normal sidearm?
No.
And at this point, was that still in the holster, or did you have it out?
I believe it was still in the holster, but I had it out when I was in the theater. I remember that.
Now, tell me now about going into the theater.
I don't remember the first time I went. I don't remember actually going in the theater. I just remember consciously being in the theater.
Let's go then to that point where you consciously remember being in the theater. Where were you?
I was standing at the main level in between the flat seats and the seats that start to become stadium seats.
Okay, I've got a model here, and why don't you take that handheld microphone? And I'm going to hand you this laser pointer. And why don't you go around there? And does this look like the theater? Go around to the side, please. So,
yes, it does.
Okay, and let me point it this way a little bit. Can you please point out where you first remember being?
Right about there.
Okay, so right around here towards the back of the flat part?
Yes.
On what, if you're facing the screen, would be the right-hand side?
Yes.
Okay, and then point it this way. And if you could show that to the members of the jury. And you pointed the same spot?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. You can go back to your seat. I want to go to this point now where you remember being there. Can you describe, apart from, and we're going to get to the people and things like that that you saw in the theater, but I want you to describe the lighting and the sound and what you heard and saw as far as that's concerned, when you remember there being in the theater.
It was dim. The movie was still playing. The alarm was going off.
And let's talk about the alarm. You mean like a fire alarm?
Yeah, I believe it to be a fire alarm.
And was there lights from the fire alarm too?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
It was dim. I could smell the gas.
Well, you were wearing a gas mask, right?
Right. The gas didn't affect me, didn't do what it does if you don't have the mask on, which is the teary eyes, the runny nose, the coughing. But it had a definite odor, and I could smell that.
Please continue.
And then I began to notice the bodies, the live victims, the blood. And then we had to clear the theater to make sure the shooter or shooters weren't still in the theater.
All right, let's start with that. And in police lingo, we've heard you say clear the theater. What does the word clear mean in police lingo?
That means go up row by row, aisle by aisle, make sure we don't have somebody laying down with a gun ready to pop up and start shooting again.
Did you
clear it means secure it, I guess.
Secure. Did you and other officers then go and secure the theater, clear it?
Yes, we did.
Describe how that happened.
I went up one aisle, and there were already officers going up, and we just did quick clearance, looking down the aisles, the rows of seats, making sure we didn't have anybody with a gun. That's before we started working with the victims.
Did you see anybody with a gun?
No.
Now, at this point, did you know anything about what other officers might be encountering outside to the rear of the theater?
No, I did not.
And with the noise and everything going on in the theater, do you think you would have heard something coming over your police radio?
The only thing that I heard coming over the police radio were the other officers that were still screaming for ambulances.
You talked about clearing the theater and not finding any other threats. When you were doing that, did you see injured parties?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about the injured parties that you saw.
Some were standing, bleeding. Some were laying down. Some weren't injured, but were pointing to other injured people, trying to get our attention for them.
Did you take any actions yourself to help any of the injured people?
Yes, I did.
Now, was this at your own volition, or was it at the order of somebody, or both?
Both. I believe it was Officer Gerald said, because we weren't getting rescue paramedic people in, and we had some very badly injured people that we had to get out and get to help. So I believe the phrase was, if it's got a pulse, get them out of here. So we started any ambulatory people, anybody that looked like they could walk, we were getting them first.
Do you remember helping then people get out of the theater?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to first ask you about an injured African-American male. Do you remember helping that person?
Yes, I do.
Where was that person when you first came in contact with them?
He was standing in the portion of the theater that goes up that I refer to as like the stadium seating, and he was in the rows, and he was holding his arm, and I remember seeing blood coming out of his arm.
What did you do to help him?
I called to him a couple times, and he wouldn't come to me, so I actually reached out, took a hold of him, and helped him to crawl over the seats and around a female that was laying down. And I escorted him out and handed him off to another officer.
Where did you escort him to?
I escorted him out the regular door that you would leave the theater.
In other words, to the front into the lobby?
Yes. When I got to the lobby area, I handed him off to another officer, and I went back inside.
I want to now ask you about an injured white female wearing black pants. Did you assist a woman fitting that description?
Yes, I did.
Can you please describe where you saw her, what her injuries were, and what you did?
She was also in the stadium seating portion, in the rows of seats, and she'd been shot in the leg, so she couldn't walk. So she was the next one that we got out. And I crawled over the seats, and I believe it was Officer Weber, handed her back to me, and I held her while he crawled over the seats so we could get her to the main aisle, down the stairs, and out the theater. I got about halfway down the stairs, Officer Weber and I got about halfway down the stairs with her when the officer said, I got it, so I went back up for somebody else.
Did you see where he took her?
No. I don't know if he took her out the emergency exit or out the main one.
All right, so you went somewhere else. Where'd you go?
Went back up to the stadium seating aisle, and I saw a male laying face down with his arm outstretched. He was unresponsive, unconscious, and I wasn't sure if he was alive at first. And then I saw what looked like his back move. So I called out that we had another one, and I grabbed his arm, the one that was outstretched, and pulled him towards me. We rolled him over, and I could see where he'd been shot, and it appeared to be gunshot because there were several holes.
What, you mean gunshot?
Sorry, shotgun.
Okay.
Shotgun.
Please continue.
He was still unresponsive, but alive. So we picked him up and carried him out using the emergency exit to a patrol car that was parked right outside there, put him in the back of the patrol car, and that officer took him to the hospital.
Now, you say the emergency exit. Do you mean the exit in the back of the theater that would sort of go towards that front of the model?
Yes.
I'd like to have you describe with this person, with this male that you were helping, what you saw when you went outside, what you observed when you took him to the police car, and how you got him into the police car.
We just basically threw him in the back of the car. He never woke up. I did find out later that he did live, but he never woke up, so we just got him in the car. When I went back in through the emergency exit door, and I noticed an assault rifle laying on the ground with an officer standing over it.
Do you know the name of the male that you helped into the car?
No, I don't.
Now, under normal circumstances, on a normal police call, would you, stop to get that information?
Yes, I would.
But could you do that here?
No, there was no time.
You described going back in through that back door, and you described seeing a rifle on the ground. Did that look like a police rifle to you?
It did.
What did you do then?
Walked around the rifle and went back inside to see if there were any more people that we could get out.
Did you help anyone else inside the theater then?
Sorry.
That's okay. That's what the water's there for.
I tried to help a female that was in the stadium row of seating. She was sitting down, very pale, very sweaty, holding her stomach, and it looked like she'd been shot across the stomach. Looked like she was holding her guts in, and she was covered in blood.
Did you do anything to help her?
We got her up, carried her to the main aisle to lead downstairs, and there was just too much blood and she was in too much pain to continue that way. So we laid her down in the main aisle, and a couple officers went to get a collapsible stretcher to put her on the stretcher and carry her out that way. When they did that, I went to continue searching.
Do you know who that female was?
I found out later what her name was.
What's her name?
Farah.
You say you then, after the other officers took her on the stretcher, you went and did some more searching. What did you find? What did you see?
Well, the bodies that we were leaving there, rifle casings. There was in the hallway.
Wait, let me stop you there for a second. You said the bodies that you were leaving there.
Yes.
Do you mean dead bodies?
Yes.
How many did you see?
10.
All right, please continue.
There was blood on the seats, blood on the wall, blood on the emergency exit door, pools of blood on the floor. Like I say, there were rifle casings in that main area where I first showed you that I went in. In the hallway that leads out to the lobby was a couple rifle magazines that were still loaded.
Did you notice any other, you said you saw rifle magazines on the ground. Did you notice any evidence that firearms had been discharged inside the theater?
The casings, yes. I'm probably referring to things wrong. The rifle casings, spent rounds.
How long did you stay in the theater?
I don't know. I think a couple hours. Time just got really distorted.
Where'd you go then after you were done with the theater?
Well, I stayed in the theater till the paramedics came back in, when we finally did get a medic to come in. And then I was moved to once the medic had to come in and confirm that all of the bodies that we were leaving in the theater were dead, that we couldn't help them. So
You say confirmed. You knew that though?
Yeah, you could tell on some of them, and Officer Gerald had gone around and done a preliminary check on the ones. And then this medic came in and did a secondary check, just because. So then we could secure the theater, and by secure I mean lock it up, no one else in, no one else out, until our crime scene got there. So I was moved to the doors in the lobby immediately outside the theater.
When you were there in the theater, was there ever a time when the movie stopped?
They tore the screen down finally, so it wasn't, we couldn't see it, but we could still hear it. And eventually, I think somebody did get it to turn off.
How about the lights, the house lights? Did you ever remember them coming up or coming on?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. I have no further questions.
Ms. Brady, do you have any questions? No questions, thank you. All right. There may be questions from the jury, so if you would give us a moment, please.
Okay.
Would counsel please approach? Ma'am, the jury has submitted a couple of questions that I have found to be appropriate based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. And so I am going to ask you those questions now. The first question is, did you see injured people or deceased people in the flat part of the theater?
No, I don't recall seeing any in the flat part.
The second question is, were most of the injured or deceased in a concentrated area of the theater, or were the injured or deceased dispersed throughout the theater?
They were, the ones that I saw were in the stadium section, so the rise portion. And they were dispersed. Some were, I don't think there was anybody that was more than 2/3 of the way up. So I could say the lower portion of the stadium seating.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Orman, based on those questions from the jury?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Brady, based on those questions from the jury? All right, thank you. May she be released from her subpoena, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Okay. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you can call Josh Nowlan.
Solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Joshua Robert Nowlan. First name is spelled Joshua. Middle name Robert. Last name Nowlan.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nowlan, I want to begin with something that may seem obvious, and that is, were you in the theater when this shooting took place on July the 20th, 2012?
Yes, sir.
Now listen, to get you to that theater, there's some things I want to ask you about your background that give you a unique relationship to the theater, as well as why you got there, okay?
Yes, sir.
I want to take you back to July the 19th, 2012. What were you doing for a job back then?
I was a network engineer for a company called National Cinemedia. The company is an advertising company for the movie theaters companies across the country. We handle all the advertisements that you would see before the movie would start. And my particular job was to monitor, troubleshoot, and fix network outages for movie theater companies across the country.
On July the 19th of 2012, how long had you been doing that job?
Just under a year.
Relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
My 1-year anniversary was just after the shooting.
Now, there are certain perks that you get for working for one of these companies?
Yes.
Tell us about them.
One of my perks is that I am allowed to get it's called a movie pass, which allows me to pick a particular theater chain, and I get to go to movies for free, and I get an additional plus tickets if I want to bring a guest.
Now, does that apply to all theaters everywhere, or only certain kinds of chains, I guess, of theaters?
Just particular chains. When you first start, you can choose either between Cinemark, Regal, or AMC. And I chose Cinemark since it was the closest movie theater to my residence.
This Cinemark 16 that we're going to talk about here in a bit, is that the theater that was closest to your house?
Yes, sir.
In the year that you were almost working there, preceding July the 20th, 2012, how many times do you think you'd seen a movie there?
Dozens of times. I would take my children and friends and myself to the movies a lot.
Did you have the opportunity to sit in almost all the theaters in there?
I believe so, yes. Especially big blockbuster movies, since Theater 8 and Theater 9 are their two biggest auditoriums.
Now, to be fair, does this sweet perk that you have apply to the big blockbuster premieres?
Yes. But we're not allowed to go on the opening nights according to rules for that particular theater. I would be able to attend the movies probably a week later for free if I wanted to use a free ticket.
So for this particular evening, you had to go out of pocket for this?
Correct.
Now tell us, what is the draw to Batman, this comic book hero, for you?
I've always grown up.
What's the relevance, Mr.
Why he came to the theater that night on this particular evening, Judge?
All right, I'll allow it.
Go ahead, sir.
I've grown up to be a real big superhero type of person. Love comic books, and I kind of spread that to my children as well. Batman was always a big movie comic book character that I've always enjoyed, but my favorite character is Wolverine.
Okay. Did you go with your kids on this particular evening?
No, sir.
And how many do you have?
I have 2 boys.
Okay. Who did you go to the theater with?
I was with my 2 friends, Brandon and Denise Axelrod.
Now tell me what was going on that day prior to you guys heading off to go to this theater.
Brandon and Denise were just coming back home from their honeymoon that they just got married in Florida. When they came back, we always kind of talked about wanting to go see the movie. We know we wanted to see the movie, and we discussed about going to the midnight premiere of the movie. When they came back that day, we got together and we arrived at the theater sometime in the afternoon to pick up our tickets early as we can to try to avoid any of the big lines.
Did you have any troubles getting the tickets?
No, we didn't.
What'd you do in between that time that you picked up the tickets and you actually head back to the theater?
After picking up the tickets, we went ahead and got some lunch, and we went back over to Brandon and Denise's apartment, and we just hung around. And to my knowledge, I remember we actually watched the other 2 movies of Batman before we're going to see the premiere.
Getting prepped?
Yes.
Okay. What time do you recall heading out to the theater with Brandon and Denise?
We left about an hour before the movie would start. We probably arrived about 30 to 45 minutes prior before the doors were opening.
Did you drive together or separately?
We drove in 2 separate cars. My plan was to leave after the movie and go back to my home residence.
Now, was this timing based on some expertise you developed on how to get the best seats?
Kinda, a little bit, because, for big blockbuster movies, the sooner you try to get there, you try and get to the best seats, the better.
Okay, so when you got there, describe for us how many people you saw at the theater that you thought were going to see Batman.
There were a large number of people that was already at the movie theaters. Lucky for us, with our tickets, we just avoided all the lines and went straight into the auditorium. Once arriving inside the auditorium, we would always want to try to pick the seats almost right in the middle, in the upper stadium area, towards the middle. Once we actually saw a quick opening, we pretty much bolted to it as fast as we can before anybody else would grab it.
Now, is that your favorite area to go and sit and watch a movie, is up in the middle, both north and south and east and west?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to do that for this movie?
As close as possible, yes.
Look, before I walk up there with a picture of the seating and have you tell us where you were seated, do you recall whether or not you got any concessions or anything?
I don't recall if we picked up anything from the concessions before we went in.
You have a pen up there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 1198?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you this exhibit. I've just read the number to you. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that's a drawing of.
It is a diagram of the auditorium.
To your memory, is that how that theater number 9 looked when you watched a movie back on July the 20th, 2012?
Almost perfect to the detail, yes.
Do us a favor if you would. Take that pen that's up there, and if it doesn't work, let me know. And I want you to circle, as best you can recall, the seats you think you and Denise and Brandon were in at the time that you saw the movie.
Okay. Would you like me to repeat out the row that I believe that it was in?
If you remember what row it is, yeah, tell us.
I believe when we were sitting either in row 11 or row 12 towards the middle of the seatings.
Now, do you remember who was sitting next to who?
Yes, next to me was Brandon, and then next to Brandon was Denise.
If you'd show the jury, if they're the movie screen, where are Brandon and Denise compared to where you're seated?
Brandon would be next to me on my right, and then Denise would be on the following end.
To make sure to keep you from his wife?
Of course.
Okay, I get it, I get it. You sat there, what did you do while you waited for the lights to go dim and the movie to start up?
They were chatting about their honeymoon, and we were just doing the regular normal talk, upcoming movies, and just the simple chats that, most guys would talk about.
Was it kind of a light, exciting
Oh,
environment?
we were very, very excited.
Now, when the lights go dim and the trailers start, do you remember any of the specific trailers?
I don't remember all the Pacific trailers. I do remember seeing the Hobbit trailer, so I was very, very excited for that.
Was there someone else who did something during the trailers that sticks out in your mind from that evening?
Yes, I do remember there was a gentleman who was overly excited, who kind of did the whole, arms up in the air and screamed out because how excited he was about to see the movie.
Describe that guy as best you can.
Basically, in my best description, he basically did a big whoop. It's just like, yeah! And, so he was really excited to be here.
Could you see much of him? Was he a big guy, little guy, short guy, tall guy?
He was definitely a bigger gentleman.
And as best you can recall from where you're seated, where was he? Was he in front of you, behind you?
He was sitting in front of me, probably several more rows in front of me, just kind of off to my left a little bit.
What was the response from the crowd to that? Was that sort of the sentiment of the evening?
Some people reacted to his hollering and kind of followed along.
What do you remember next, sir?
The movie started, and everybody started to, get a little quiet. Some people were still a little excited. Watching a movie like any other, and I would say probably within about the next 15, 20 minutes is when the events started.
We've heard this description from a couple folks, but so that we get it from you, tell us the last scene you remember before things go different.
The last scene that I remember was when the Catwoman was trying to steal the pearls out of the safe, and Batman came right out and shot the arrow right at her, and then she escaped.
Now listen, I appreciate that we're not in this theater, and I'll have you use this model at some point, not right now. But from where you're seated, as I ask you these questions, I'm going to ask you to consider this area in front of you to be like the theater where you were looking down, okay?
Yes, sir.
What do you recall happening after that scene shows up on the screen back there?
From what I remember, was there was a sound, more of a hissing sound of something that was being thrown, and I remember it kind of being thrown off into the left side of me. It sounded like somebody throwing like a tin can or like a can of peanuts or anything. I heard the clinking noise, but then it followed by a large sound, kind of almost like you would hear from like a firecracker or like a cherry bomb. Once I first initially heard the sound, I thought maybe someone was playing a prank. Somebody was trying to make fun during the movie. I tried to ignore it and tried to continue to watch the movie, but my mind and my body wasn't in the best shape. I knew something was something that's happening, so my brain wasn't.
And we'll get right back there. I just want to follow up with a couple things. One, you indicated with your left hand that this tin can sounding hissing noise thing flew to your left. Is that fair?
Correct.
Do you know where it came from at the time that you heard it?
I didn't know exactly where it came from. I assumed since the sounding, I figured it would either been somebody from the right side of the theater, or somebody from the left was just either tossing something in front of them, but I couldn't distinguish exactly where it was coming from.
It sounds like what you're describing is your mind is trying to piece together all these different things. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
When it landed, was that in front of you?
Not directly in front of me, no.
How far in front of you do you think it was?
I can't say exactly how far away from me, but you can tell it was from a little bit of a distance to my left. So the sound, you can tell it hit some sort of a concrete flooring, so I assumed it had to been the base of where everybody would come in from to the theater.
Do you recall what the reaction of either Brandon or Denise were, or the people around you, when that hissing noise and that tin can sound happened?
We assumed probably the same as my thought was, that we thought it was some sort of a prank or something that somebody was trying to do during the movie.
You described hearing an initial couple sounds like firecrackers.
Correct.
Did you continue to conclude that they were firecrackers?
At first it was, but then my mind saying, no, this was not a firecracker or anything. It definitely is sound of a gunshot.
Let's talk about that. Do you have familiarity with firearms?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury how you came to have familiarity with firearms.
Before my position, NCM, I was in the U.S. Navy. My job skills was I was a aviation BOSIS mate. I worked on the flight deck on aircraft carriers, and would handle all the aircraft movements and launching. During the time in the military, we had to get our qualifications using several types of firearms. One of them was a 9mm Beretta, a 12-gauge shotgun, and I got familiar with using a M16 rifle.
Now, to be clear, for those that don't know, a Beretta is a handgun?
Correct.
And that's 9mm, you said?
Correct, I believe.
Okay. How many times do you think over the course of the 4 years that you served in the Navy did you have to become familiar with or qualify with these weapons?
Several times a year.
Okay. At some point, as your mind is telling you it's no longer fireworks, do you begin to conclude it's one of these types of weapons?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
Once I heard the shotgun go off, the sound was very familiar of what I shot when I was in the military. Once the secondary and third shot starts going right off, we both, I knew, and I looked at Brandon, and we both knew that something was going on. We knew that shots were being fired, and we began to grab Denise, and we would hide behind the seats, not thinking, not knowing exactly. We knew that running to the exits on either side of the theaters to either exit, I knew would be either like basically a turkey shoot. It would be too exposed, and it would be too easy for someone to, pick us off if we try to run to the exit. So, to the best of my knowledge, hiding behind the seats and staying low as we can would be the best and safest place that we could be at until everything was over.
Let's back up a little bit and talk about some of that. First off, and it may be an obvious question too, but was every single seat in that theater filled with a person?
Yes.
You said you looked at your friend Brandon. Did you speak any words, or did you just see the reaction on his face?
I saw the reaction on his face.
What was that reaction?
We both knew just by reading each other's faces that something was happening, and we knew we had to be fearful and we had to protect each other.
Now, tell us, you described several different things that took place. You said you grabbed Denise. Now, she's seated on the other side, to your right,
yes,
right, of Brandon. Describe for us what you did to try to protect her and yourselves.
Brandon grabbed Denise, and we shoved her between him and myself as far back between us as we can, shoved her against the seats, and we both used our bodies to basically cover her so she would be laying, so the best I can probably explain, she would be laying here, and myself and Brandon would be just in front of Denise.
Let's do this, and you've tried to demonstrate for us with your hands.
Yes.
I'm going to try to describe for the record as best I can what you're doing, but here's what I'd like to ask you to do.
Okay.
Do you see the bar or whatever this is that you're sitting in front of? Judge, may I approach? There's just this part right here.
Yes.
Do you see this?
Yes.
This is what I want you to do for us is, again, pretending that this, where the jury is back here, is the screen. And these This thing right here are the seat backs in front of you.
Yes.
As best you can, demonstrate for us what you and Brandon did with Denise and yourselves to protect yourselves.
Okay. So basically, if the front seat was sitting right here, Brandon was right here in front of me, and Denise was shoved. We pushed her back as far as we can to the seat behind us. So Brandon would be laying just in front, and I would be laying just in front as well. And I was sitting in a kneeling position with one knee on the ground, one leg, 1 foot, one knee up, my one arm sitting over the top of Denise, and my other arm is laying hand flat on the ground to hold myself up.
And you've indicated that you had your right arm holding yourself up and your left arm on top of Denise or Brandon?
Correct.
Now, I didn't ask you this before, and I should have. It's July. How did you come to the theater dressed that day?
I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and regular tennis shoes.
All right, what was Denise wearing?
She was cold, so she had like a sweater over the top of her shirt, and I believe she was wearing jeans.
Do you remember Brandon?
I believe he was wearing his t-shirt and shorts as well.
Okay. When you're doing this, when you're pulling Denise down and you're trying to cover her and get low, do you have any recollection of what those around you are doing?
Not at the time. My primary focus was to protect Brandon and Denise.
Did you hear any screams?
Screams were obvious everywhere from all around me.
We're going to end up describing some more of what took place here, but do you ever remember from the moment the screams starting to the screams stopping?
I don't. Once the shootings began, the screams started, and to the time until I finally left and got into the hospital, the screams never end.
You're down behind this seat.
Yes.
You're trying to keep yourself below the seat for protection?
Correct.
You remember hearing some more of those shotgun sounding blasts?
I remember hearing just maybe one or two more. Then I start hearing another gun showing right off, which I knew from the rapid fires that it had been some sort of a semi-automatic weapon.
Why do you say that? Describe for us what the sound was like that made you think that.
A semi-automatic has a very low kick, and it's kind of like shooting a kind of high power, BB gun. And the semi-automatics have, multiple options of being able to shoot from a full auto to semi-fire. And, with a shotgun or compared to a handgun, there's a pause. But with a semi-automatic, you can tell.
At this point, I wouldn't object unless there's more foundation. Mr. Bruckler, you're not asking him to offer any expert opinions, right?
No, sir, just his own recollections from his experiences and what he observed.
All right, stick to the recollections from that night, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. So the bullets were definitely going out as a lot faster than a regular gun that I've experienced with.
How many, and forgive me, let me back up a little bit. You were talking about it like a semi-automatic or rapid fire type
Correct.
weapon. Can you describe for us how you heard the shots going off, whether they were, let me do this. Take your hand, and you see this flat part of the thing in front of you? I want you to tap out how you heard the rounds coming as you recall them coming. Okay. To describe that for the record, it sounded like you were tapping out sort of 3-round bursts and then a little pause and then 3 more rounds. Is that fair?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What do you remember happening as you're hunkered down there behind those plastic seats listening to those 3-round bursts?
During all the screaming, I can't tell you exactly how long into it. It felt like hours, but I would say somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes within the shooting, I felt a sudden burning sensation in my leg and then into my arm.
Tell us which leg.
It was my left calf.
Is this the calf that was closest to the seat in front of you, which, as you were positioned, would have been closest to the screen?
Yes, sir.
And you said you felt pain in your arm as well. Which arm?
It was my right arm.
Was this the arm you had previously described as propping yourself up?
Yes, sir.
At the time that this happens, what's going through your head?
I tried to ignore the pain and try to stay in the same position that I was in, but then the pain got too unbearable, and I look down in my leg and I see this big gaping hole in my calf.
When you describe the pain, what words would you use?
The sensation was beyond actually explaining. Just a hot, burning sensation, and it felt like as if somebody was taking a rusted railroad nail and jamming it into my leg.
You look down, you see a big hole in your leg.
Yes.
Are you bleeding?
Profusely, yes.
What else did you notice about yourself?
I noticed my right arm had a similar big gaping hole as well. Almost believed that my arm was completely blown off. Once I saw the gunshots, I continued to move onto my back, and I told Brand and Denise that I was shot.
Now, while you're doing this, and I presume this is all in like just rapid succession, are you still hearing gunshots?
Yes.
Still hearing screaming?
Yes.
You're not able to prop yourself up anymore on your arm?
No, sir.
Did Brandon or Denise try to tend to your wounds while you hunkered behind those seats?
Yes. Once I got onto my back, Brandon grabs the shirt off Denise and tried to begin to make a tourniquet around my right arm as it was bleeding a ton. And I thought at first that my arm was dangling by a thread, but I was able to move my first two fingers, and so I knew somehow it was attached, but I couldn't tell.
Did you change your body position from how you were, as you described to us, hunkered over Denise?
Yes, I was, once I got onto my back, we got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back of into the aisle, but towards the seating.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. You can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16?
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate, and I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion that looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear.
Yes.
I want you to do us a favor too, if you can. I want you to look in this courtroom, and I want you to point to something and tell us what it is that you think is about the distance from you, looking between those seats to the figure you saw. And I realize we're flat here, and this is more elevated, but give us some sense of the distance.
I guess if the best distance I could say would be, if I'm facing in this direction from the seats, it would have to be probably a little bit further than the that far corner.
And the way you're gesturing with your hand, there's a clock on the wall. Is that the corner you're talking about, or the one in the far end of the courtroom?
I would say probably just a little bit further to the right of the clock.
Okay. I'm going to ask you for a favor. With the court's permission, I'd like you to come down off of the stand for a couple purposes. I'm going to have you use this exhibit here to show us where you were seated.
Okay.
And then I'd like you to demonstrate for the jury the movements you saw the figure make, okay?
Yes, sir.
Judge, is that okay?
That's okay. Do you want to give him a handheld microphone, or do you want to hold it?
I do,
Okay.
with the court's permission.
Yes, there's a handheld microphone right there. Do you mind using it?
Yes, sir.
And if you would speak into it, please. And Mr. King, obviously, you're free to move as well.
First off, if you would, sir, what's this exhibit number? Oh, great. I know I'm supposed to see something here. Oh, thank goodness. People's Exhibit 1087, which we're using for demonstrative purposes. And I appreciate there's only a portion of the jury that can see this. Your Honor, could you ask, so I can move it less, who cannot see the interior part of this?
I think you
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir, first. Two things. And we're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, and you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
So, Brandon,
You're good.
So the best of my recollection is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest part of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. Sir, would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here, closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Thank you. Go ahead and grab it. Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir. Judge, I would object.
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I could see him with the gun holstered up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Okay. Thank you. And sir, you can resume your seat. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
How long were you able to observe him doing those types of movements that you've just demonstrated for us?
Very short intervals. It was like seeing like a freeze frame, since the vision I had was so narrow, and he was moving around.
And so were you constantly looking between the seats, or did you look at other things too?
I was basically moving my head. I was looking at Brand Denise. I was staring into the ceiling, and I was looking between the seats.
Did you ever lose sight of that figure with what you believe to be a rifle?
Yes, I did.
And do you know where that figure went?
I do not.
How long were you laying there on your back?
It seemed like forever, but if I had put a timestamp on it, I would say probably 30 minutes.
That's what it seemed like to you?
Yes, it seemed like hours, though.
Did you have a sense of the people behind you or around you as you laid on your back?
No, I was still focused on Brandon and Denise and looking through the seats. I wasn't observant of anybody else that was behind me or around me. Only thing here was the screams.
Talk to us about what happens after that.
Once the lights and everything came on, the movie stopped and the lights came on and the fire alarm finally stopped. Our first was we had to think that the person that was there had been gone, and we wanted to get Denise out of there as fast as we can. So Brandon grabbed Denise, and we looked, and he's like, "Get her out of here!" And she grabs her. Brandon grabs Denise and goes, and gets her out of the theater as fast as he can.
Are you able to get up and go?
No.
Because of your injuries?
Correct.
What would you do?
During the time I was waiting, I looked behind me and there was a body, and I can tell he was still alive, but he was having a really hard time. So I began to, with as best as I could, to crawl to the person behind me. It was a gentleman, and I couldn't get to him as close. I would reach out and I would grab his foot and I would shake it and I was screaming at him, stay with me, because it looked like it could have been a matter of minutes before if he was gone. So I believe that the best I could have done was to try to keep him with me until police and ambulance arrived.
Let's back up a little bit on that. You said he was behind you.
Correct, in the same aisle.
In the same aisle?
Yes.
So as your head is pointed towards what would be the jury's right, your left.
Correct.
How far away is he from you?
Several feet.
How did you crawl over to him with your bad arm and your bad leg?
I took my left arm and I would basically try to grip the floor and pull myself as best as I can and use my right leg to push as well.
This person, was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Do you remember anything else about that man?
I do not.
What they were wearing, how old they were, color of their hair?
It looked like a probably close to the same age as I was, darker hair, may have had some facial hair. I couldn't describe what kind of clothing he was wearing because of all the blood.
Was that person still seated in their seat?
No, he was laying on his side, on his back as well, flat.
And could you hear him making any noises?
I can tell he was gasping as much as he can for air. So I knew he had been shot someplace that was life-threatening.
Were you ever able to see an injury?
I couldn't from my angle, no.
So you said you did what to try to keep him with you?
I grabbed his foot and I would tug on his leg and I was screaming at him to stay with me.
How long did you do that before help arrived?
Probably maybe up to 5 minutes.
What happened?
The first police officer came down the row, and he wanted to grab me and take me out. And I told him, no, don't take me first. Get this guy out of here first. He's worse off than me.
Did they?
Yes.
How long did you end up laying there before someone else came along to help you?
Probably no longer than a minute or two.
Tell us what happened.
When the next police officer came over to me, he looked and he was afraid to move me because of my injuries. And I looked at him and I told him, pick me up, get me out of this theater. I reached out to my hand and I told him, just pick me up with my left hand. So he continued to grab my arm, and I lifted myself up with my good right leg, and he put my arm around him and began to stumble or walk and tried to carry me out into the exit.
Were you able to get out of the theater?
Yes.
Did you have any other different sense of your pain at that time?
At the time, no. I know I was still in pain, but it still hasn't hit me just yet.
Tell us about it. You get outside the theater and what happens?
The first thing he does is he lays me out, and I believe it was the first spot he saw because he laid me on this little rock pile, which was, to me, was a bad idea because once he put me on the rock pile, I literally had to start picking little pebble rocks out of my leg and out of my arm.
Did that hurt?
Very much so.
I should have asked you this before you got to the comfy rock pile, but do you remember what you were seeing in the theater as you were coming out with the officer?
Just a lot of blood and bodies and the screams.
Still going?
Still going.
You're in the rock pile for how long?
I would say maybe no more than 5 minutes before officers were saying, get him in the car, get him to the hospital, and as fast as we can.
How'd they do that?
They pulled another police vehicle up. They grabbed one victim. I was assumed that he was probably critical, and they put him in the back seat. And then they picked me up, and they put me into the front seat of the vehicle.
Why do you think the guy behind you was in critical condition?
He was very unresponsive, and his body was practically numb, and he didn't have any mobility at all.
You get in the car and you take off?
Yes. Well, just before the vehicle took off, and this is probably the only time I can really laugh about the whole situation, was we had the police officer in the back seat with the other victim and the driver, and the police officer in the back screamed, "Go," and I said, "Hold up," and I turned and I literally tried to grab the seat belt to buckle myself in. And the officer looks like, "I'm not going to give you a ticket."
Tell us about the drive out of that parking lot.
Once we began to start moving, there was so many other vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, police officers. There was no way that we were going to go on any typical road. We stopped hopping on the curbs, driving over the grass, getting over, I remember seeing some sort of road construction a little bit, and he would just drive as fast as we can to the hospital.
Which hospital?
They took me to the Aurora South Hospital.
Did you get treated right away?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Once we finally arrived to the hospital, they proceeded to take the victim from the back seat, and then they grabbed me and they put me on a gurney or a flatbed with wheels, and they took me inside. And that's when my mind finally settled in and told myself, I've just been shot, and the pain just overwhelmed me completely.
What'd it feel like?
Like laying on a bed of nails with somebody with a sledgehammer hammering my leg and my arm.
What did you do?
I started screaming for drugs to take the pain away.
They give them to you right away?
No, they didn't. The first doctor, his first question was, do you have any military experience? And I said, yes. And he asked me, do you know what a triage is? And I'm like, yes. And he says, then you know that we have some more critical injured people here. I can't get to you right now. And I understood.
How long did you lay there in pain?
I couldn't tell exactly. It felt like maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe even more, before a doctor was able to really see me. During the time, I believe a volunteer, she was a midwife, was there to try to keep me calm and keep me talking.
Did they ultimately get you some morphine, was it?
Yes.
And then what?
Once they finally were able to give me some pain medication, they moved me into a room, and they began to cut off the clothes off my back and my shorts, and to begin doing the dressings around my arm and my leg.
You know, I may approach the witness with several exhibits for
Yes.
identification. I'm going to, with the court's permission, show them to counsel. Sir, I am handing you what has been previously marked as People's Exhibits 2592, 4574, and 4582. The first big general question I want to ask you is, do you recognize what is contained in each one of those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Now that top picture, what's that number on there?
Number is 2592.
What is that a picture of?
This is the picture of my left calf.
Can you do me a favor with that pen up there and write left calf somewhere in the margin of that exhibit? Oh yeah, I got it. That picture of your left calf, that's the calf that got hurt in the theater, yes?
Yes, sir.
Is this, it looks cleaned up, but is this pretty much how it looked after the injury?
This was after the doctors were cleaning up my injuries, but yes.
And is that how it looked back on July the 20th, 2012, other than the doctors having cleaned it up?
It was a lot worse than what this looked like.
This is improved?
Yes.
Okay. Do me a favor too. Would you put today's date on it and then print your name on it as well so we know you're the one that this goes to?
I apologize. What's today's date?
I think it's the 29th.
29th?
Yep. Of April.
While he's doing that, Mr. Bruckler, I'm going to need to take a break here pretty soon. Do you want me to allow you to wrap up, or do you want to take a break now?
Your Honor,
You can wrap up in within 5 minutes or so.
maybe not 5, but within 10.
All right, can everybody hold on for 10 minutes? Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Sir, take us to the next picture behind that one and tell us what number's on there.
This is 4574.
What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my right forearm.
Can you do us a favor? Same thing you did on that last exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Write down right forearm, today's date, and print your name on it. Did that?
Yes, sir.
Is that how your arm looked back on July the 20th, 2012?
No, this is a picture of after the doctors had cleaned it up.
Other than that qualification, that it's much cleaned up, does that accurately represent the injury that you had from the theater?
Not even close. It looked a lot worse than this.
Would this show us what it looked like after the doctors cleaned it up and fixed it a little bit?
The closest, yes.
Okay. There's one more picture back there. What number is that?
This is 4582.
Before we talk about what's in 4582, I just want to get you through the treatment that you had to address those injuries because it goes to how we fixed your arm, okay?
Yes, sir.
How many surgeries did you end up having?
I've had 5 surgeries during the 3 weeks I was in the hospital.
During one of those surgeries, did you have to get skin grafts?
Objection, relevance.
Goes absolutely to his injury, Judge, that we'll display to the jury.
All right, why don't counsel approach, please? Okay, the objection is overruled, but Mr. Brockler, you must proceed as indicated here at the bench, okay?
Yes, sir, thank you. Sir, the skin graft I want to get you to is the one that they did to fix your arm, okay?
Correct.
To do that, I have to ask you if you have or had a tattoo on your back.
Yes, I do have a tattoo on the back of my left shoulder. It was a birthday present from my mother on my 18th birthday of my high school nickname.
Which was what?
Bird.
And what go ahead.
Representing after Larry Bird, the basketball player.
Okay. Tell us what it was, a tattoo of what kind of bird?
It was just a bald eagle with my nickname printed.
Now look back at that last exhibit we were talking about. And again, what was the number?
4582.
What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of the tattoo removal of the back of my left shoulder.
So that is not how the tattoo looked before July the 20th, 2012 at the theater?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with one more exhibit?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what has been previously marked as People's Exhibit 2593. Would you take a look at that and tell us if you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is a picture of my right arm after the surgeries.
Now, each of those pictures that we just described, the one of your back post-surgery and the one of your arm post-surgery, do those accurately reflect what they looked like post-surgery?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, oh, forgive me, on that picture that I had you circle where you were seated on that theater thing, can you just write your name on that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Brockler, I don't believe he circled anything on the diagram. If you're referring to 1198, I think he was pointing at it with the pointer, but not, I don't believe he marked anything on the pen.
Your
Is that
Honor,
what you're asking him about?
Your Honor, during that time, I went ahead and made a circle of the diagram.
All right, he's done it now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to, forgive me, can I grab those from you so I can read the numbers rather than?
Follow them?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to at this time move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1198, 2593, 2582, 4574, and 2592 into evidence.
You said 2582, and I think you may have meant 4582, is that right? Is it 4582?
It is 4582.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, any objection to those exhibits?
Judge,
You wanna see- yeah,
these
sure.
exhibits, I'm a little confused about the numbers.
Yeah.
I have noticed that page, no objection to 4582, and I have no objection to 593. My recollection was, the witness said that 4574 and 592 did not accurately July 20th.
I'll let you follow up on those two. I think he gave answers that indicated what Mr. King just said, and I'm not sure that it was clarified, so I'll let you ask further clarification.
Other than those two, Your Honor, are 4582, 2593, and 1198 admitted?
They are. They're admitted without objection, and they may be published unless you want to see clarification first of the other two photos.
I would, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, sir, on 4574, take a look at that. That is which part of your body?
This is a picture of my right forearm.
You've indicated that it looked far worse than that on July the 20th. Fair?
Correct.
Other than that, is that a fair representation of the injury after July the 20th as it was being treated?
Yes.
Is there any other better representation that you're aware of the injury that you suffered in the theater in a picture?
Objection calls for speculation.
As far as you know, he's asking if you know.
That no, from in the theater, my injuries looked far worse than what I've seen here in the picture.
Is this as good as it's going to
This
get
is
for us?
the good as it's going to get, I believe. Yes.
I'm going to ask you then if I could give you 2592, sir. Same questions. Are you aware of any other photograph that gives us even close to an indication of the injury you suffered on July the 20th, 2012, other than that photo?
This would be
Objection lacks foundation as to what this witness knows about what photographs they have.
Within your knowledge, sir, as far as you know, all you can do is testify within your knowledge and not speculate.
yes. This is the best picture of my injury from that night.
Here, I'm going to move for the admission of those two exhibits into evidence.
Given that additional record, any other objection, Mr. King, with respect to those two?
No additional objection.
All right, since there's no additional objection and the witness has now clarified the testimony, both are now admitted, 592 and 4574, and all 5 of them may be published.
What I'd like to ask of the court in light of what's in those pictures is that we not do it through the automated system, the digital system, if the court would allow, and at the conclusion of his testimony, publish them the old school way.
I think I ruled on that, didn't I? I mean, I thought aren't we all on the same page now as to how we're gonna try, these graphic images?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's do them the way my order says we're gonna do them.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor, Mr. Orman's clarified for me. They're not deceased people. They're only graphic in terms of the injuries that they show.
I've ruled. If you want to publish him, publish him.
Okay, Your Honor. Oh, Amber, good to see you. May I retrieve them, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you publish for us, ma'am, People's Exhibit 2592? Which part of your body is this?
This is a picture of my left calf.
Ma'am, would you please publish People's Exhibit 4574? What's that, sir?
This is a picture of my right forearm.
Ma'am, 4582, please. Tell us what this is, sir.
This is a picture after the surgery of them removing the tattoo on the back of my left shoulder.
Okay, thank you. With the court's permission, Your Honor, can you put up 2593, ma'am. What's that?
This is a picture of after the surgery of them removing the tattoo on the back of my left shoulder that's now on my right forearm. On top and below are, it's a skin flap and then 2 skin grafts on the top and below of the tattoo.
If I had you roll up your sleeve right now, is that how your arm looks, sir?
Yes.
Is it going to get any better?
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruckler. You can put him down there. Mr. King, do you know if you're going to have some questions?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and it doesn't look like the jury has questions. All right, give us just a second, sir. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted some questions, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I find that they are appropriate. One of them, I find it's appropriate with a modification, and so I'm going to ask it as modified by me. The first question is, when the shooter seemed to be looking around, did you say he was only looking down to the ground around him, or was any movement to the upper areas at that time? Or was the view too small to be sure of that?
The view was definitely too small to be sure of that. The figure looked like he was having the barrel up to his shoulder and actually looking for people on the ground.
All right, the next question is, did the shooter seem to move as if in a hurry or methodically, carefully?
He was definitely moving slowly, actually, to the point to he was actually trying to search people in the rows.
I'm going to object as to speculating about what the state of mind of the. I have no objection to descriptions of what the individual was doing in the theater, but to infer what the state of mind was is beyond this.
All right, I think he's answered the question anyhow. Any follow-up questions, Mr. Brockler?
None, sir.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you very much. May he be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brockler?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, sir, thank you very much. All right, folks, we are long overdue for a break, and I appreciate your patience. Please keep all my admonishments in mind during the break, but enjoy the break. We'll take 20 minutes, okay? Thank you. Okay, the record should reflect that the jury has now left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time, Mr. Brockler? Anything from you?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense, Mr. King? All right, thank you. Enjoy the break. I'll see you in 20.
All right, we are back live on the denverchannel.com now, just 10 minutes before 11 on this Wednesday, day 3 of testimony. This morning we knew we were going to hear some very intense accounts of what happened that evening, and we certainly have. We have heard from police officers. We've also heard from people who were in the theater that night, survived, some of them wounded. Perhaps, though, the most memorable testimony of the morning is from Sergeant Gerald Jonsgaard. He was stationed near the University of Colorado Hospital. That's where his substation is, so to speak. He was one of the first officers on the scene. He is also possibly the first officer who came in contact with 6-year-old Veronica Sullivan, the youngest victim who died in the theater shooting. He talks about not only about what it was like to be in the theater that night, but to come across this little girl who obviously still has an emotional connection with him today. In fact, at times he was struggling to talk about what happened that evening. And this is a man who has been with the police department for more than 20 years. Let's take a listen now to Sergeant Jonsgaard about that evening and his interaction with little 6-year-old Veronica.
One of my trips back into the theater, following a trip outside for triage, someone had brought Veronica Mosier down to the front of the theater from farther up while they were treating other people. She was just inside the door when I walked in. I bent down, felt for a pulse. There was no pulse. The only wound I could see was a wound in the abdomen on the right-hand side. At that point, I saw Sergeant Hawkins, who was an officer at the time, coming down the stairs. I got his attention, said I want her triaged, I want her out of here. He picked her up and carried her out. He felt for a pulse. Later had mentioned that he thought he felt one, but he hadn't because his own pulse or something to that line. But
even though, when you first saw her, did you feel that she was still alive?
No.
Given that, why did you choose to not leave her in the theater?
Her age. I wasn't keeping a child in my crime scene. You know, if there was any possibility she needed to go. I didn't want my officer stepping over her. I didn't want her at the scene.
We knew there was confusion, we knew there was chaos that early morning just after midnight in Aurora, Colorado. But now these accounts from the police officers really affirm what we've been reporting. They were the first responders, the people on the front lines. In fact, we heard from another officer, as well as Sergeant Jonsgaard, about the fact that there was so much gas, so much smoke, it was difficult to enter the theater. Sergeant Jonsgaard, based off of his experience, knew that the type of gas that was used wouldn't disable him, so he was able to enter. But we heard from other officers who said the smoke was just too thick. It was impossible to enter, and many had to return with gas masks. Sergeant Jonsgaard also, it's worth noting, was one of the first officers to come in contact with the movie theater shooter. In fact, he said when he first saw him, he thought he was a member of the SWAT team based off of what he was wearing, the fact that he was wearing a vest, the fact that he had a helmet, the fact that he had on heavy body armor. In fact, he saw him next to his white car, the gunman's white car, which was parked behind the movie theater on purpose, part of what the prosecution will argue was a very deliberate, well-calculated crime. Another chilling account from Sergeant Jonsgaard was when he went back into the movie theater after a majority of the people had been cleared. I believe that one of the assistant district attorneys asked, what was the sound? What was it like? In fact, the only thing that he heard was the sound of cell phones left behind. That too is worth hearing again. Let's listen again to Sergeant Jonsgaard.
At some point when you were in the theater, was the movie turned off?
At some point it was, yes. I know an officer had been yelling to get it turned off, and finally in one of my trips it was, and the lights were on.
Were the alarms still going?
Strobes were still flashing. There wasn't the audible sound anymore.
Once the alarm sound was off, could you hear anything else in the theater?
Cell phones. All the cell phones that were left were laying on the ground, were ringing. That kept going on all night long.
I have to be honest with you, it's very difficult to hear all of this. I was at the scene that night, many of my colleagues were at the scene that night, but to hear this from people who were really on the front line, this is it's chilling. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's very chilling to hear. And again, these are very graphic accounts. None of the details are being spared. And again, that's important to stress that is on purpose. These early days are important for prosecutors to set the tone as this trial moves forward, because they will be hearing basically 3 months more worth of testimony, at least 3 more months, possibly even 4 months more worth of testimony. And it's important that this emotional scene be part of the guiding post for the prosecutors as this case moves forward. Again, we heard from several people in law enforcement today who all described the horror at the scene. One of them was Officer Annette Brooke. She has been with the Aurora Police Department as an officer, I believe, for more than 20 years, often working the overnight shift. She has seen a lot in her career, but what happened that evening is certainly memorable for so many unfortunate reasons. In fact, she was one of the officers who told the jury that when she first arrived, there was so much smoke, there was no way she could enter the theater, and she and many of her colleagues, again, had to get gas masks to enter inside. But she also made some observations about what she saw, and I'll just be frank with you. She talked about all of the bloodshed that she saw inside the theater. When she walked in, she immediately thought that everyone had been shot just based on the nature of their wounds and the nature of blood loss she was witnessing. Again, this is graphic, but this is part of the prosecution's tactic, and there's no way to dispute that what happened there was as bloody as Officer Brooke saw. Let's listen to her now talk about her first moments inside the movie theater.
There was blood on the seats, blood on the wall, blood on the emergency exit door, pools of blood on the floor. Like I say, there were rifle casings in that main area where I first showed you that I went in. In the hallway that leads out to the lobby was a couple rifle magazines that were still loaded.
Did you notice any other, you said you saw rifle magazines on the ground. Did you notice any evidence that firearms had been discharged inside the theater?
The casings, yes. I'm probably referring to things wrong. The rifle casings, spent rounds.
So one thing which was very clear, hearing from Officer Brooke and hearing from Sergeant Jonsgaard, is that initially police officers weren't sure if there was more than one gunman. In fact, at first they thought the gunman himself was a member of the SWAT team, based off of the clothing, based off of his appearance. And so that contributed to the confusion. We also heard about how officers themselves had to take people to the hospital in their patrol cars. Typically you want to leave that kind of work up to the professionals, such as paramedics. Police officers certainly are trained in this, but paramedics have ambulances. They have the tools at their disposal to make this a little bit easier to facilitate. But obviously that was not the case. Many officers drove people to the hospital in their own cars. In fact, there was so much worry that there were additional accomplices that when officers arrived, they told people who were able to leave the theater to sit down on the sidewalk. Some people complied, other people were so shocked and so scared they just ran away. But in addition to treating the victims, they also had to establish some kind of order because it just was so confusing at the time. In fact, when at least one or two officers first arrived, which again was about a 2-minute response time, the movie was still playing. So that added to the confusion inside that cinema. We also heard from a man by the name of Josh Nowlan. He is an electronical engineer. He worked for a company that basically helped movie theaters with some of the technology that they need to put on their different shows. He lived nearby that movie theater, had been there many times, and along with his friends who recently were married, they chose to go to the movie that night as well. He also had time in the military working on board an aircraft carrier, and he was very familiar with the sound of guns. At first, like so many people there, he thought perhaps what was going on was a prank and tried to concentrate just on the movie. But his instincts, his military training told him that obviously what was happening was so much more, so real for that matter. He, along with his friend who had just been married, shielded the wife of his friend, basically pushing her to the ground. They try to get as low to the ground as possible. In fact, Josh Nowlan, as you will hear, was concerned that the gunman was going to go row by row to see if anyone had survived, perhaps looking for more victims. His wounds were very serious. In fact, it took him a moment to realize just how seriously hurt he was after being shot in the leg and in the arm. Let's listen to Josh Nowlan, who it's worth pointing out was the first person to be questioned by the district attorney, the first witness that the district attorney, George Brockler, actually questioned himself.
I tried to ignore the pain and try to stay in the same position that I was in, but then the pain got too unbearable. And I look down in my leg and I see this big gaping hole in my calf.
When you describe the pain, what words would you use?
The sensation was beyond actually explaining. Just a hot, burning sensation, and it felt like as if somebody was taking a rusted railroad nail and jamming it into my leg.
You look down, you see a big hole in your leg.
Yes.
Are you bleeding?
Profusely, yes.
What else did you notice about yourself?
I noticed my right arm had a similar big gaping hole as well. Almost believed that my arm was completely blown off. Once I saw the gunshots, I continued to move onto my back, and I told Brandon and Denise that I was shot.
Now, while you're doing this, and I presume this is all in just rapid succession, are you still hearing gunshots?
Yes.
Still hearing screaming?
Yes.
You're not able to prop yourself up anymore on your arm?
No, sir.
Did Brandon or Denise try to tend to your wounds while you hunkered behind those seats?
Yes. Once I got onto my back, Brandon grabs the shirt off Denise and tried to begin to make a tourniquet around my right arm as it was bleeding a ton And I thought at first that my arm was dangling by a thread, but I was able to move my first two fingers, and so I knew somehow it was attached, but I couldn't tell.
Again, that is Josh Nowlan, who was seriously injured in this crime. It's important to note that this is the first time District Attorney George Brockler actually questioned a witness, and today we really were able to see his skill as a lawyer, as a prosecutor. When he was questioning Josh Nowlan, he did two things that really caught my attention. One, he was asking the witness to describe the frequency of the gunfire, and instead of making time estimates, he had Josh Nowlan basically slap the desk, slap the witness stand, so jurors could basically hear for themselves the pace of which bullets were flying. Very dramatic, certainly left an impression with me, and I'm sure that the prosecutor is hoping, or at least counting on, that leaves an impression with the jury. The other thing that George Brockler did, was have Mr. Nowlan stand up, walk with his cane because of his injuries, near that model of the movie theater inside the cinema. He had Mr. Nowlan basically use his cane as a weapon, showing the different motions that the gunman was making, showing how he was standing, showing how he was holding his weapon, how he was pointing to people. Again, very dramatic, something very necessary for a prosecutor to do when you are prosecuting a murder case of this size, of this magnanimity. But again, it's important to point out that that shows the skill of the district attorney trying to make these marks in the jurors' minds. All right, again, we are about 14 minutes into this break. It's been a long morning for the jury. I think that the judge is very concerned about their well-being. It's a lot to digest. It's a lot to watch it from here, but imagine if you are just feet away from these witnesses, from the attorneys themselves, the intensity is just so much more. So the judge does want to make an effort for these jurors to take a break, clear their minds at least for a moment, go to the facilities, things that we all need to do, because again, the intensity of this testimony is going to be frequent in the hours ahead. In fact, my colleague Marshall Zellinger this morning sent a tweet indicating that we will possibly hear the first 911 call from the scene. Again, the testimony from the survivors is compelling, but also from these officers, many of them veterans, who for the first time are seeing some of the worst scenes of their entire careers, including Officer Annette Brooke. She talks about the chaos that was inside the movie theater, in fact, how difficult it was to see, and how difficult it was to actually make some determinations of exactly what she and her colleagues were dealing with. Let's take another listen now to Officer Annette Brooke.
They tore the screen down finally, so we couldn't see it, but we could still hear it. And eventually, I think somebody did get it to turn off.
Okay, that was Officer Annette Brooke talking about how the movie screen was down. It was very difficult to see. Officers were also asked to tell the jury about exactly what they saw as far as the location of evidence, the different weapons that were used, the different canisters that were thrown into the movie theater. Again, this is important in establishing a timeline and also in explaining the motive, at least from the prosecution standpoint, that the gunman was sane at the time, that he was methodical, and that he knew exactly what he was doing as opposed to some kind of spontaneous rage. So that's why these evidence locations are so important. Also, one of the officers was asked when the gunman himself was taken into custody, was there a struggle and did he say anything? And the answer to both of those questions was no. It seemed like the gunman, as we have heard from accounts from the beginning, cooperated. We also are getting a lot of questions from the jurors themselves. They have been asking the different witnesses about whether the lights were on, were they off, did you make eye contact with the gunman? Where exactly was he pointing? Again, the jury in this case, it's very clear, is taking their responsibilities very seriously. And it's also worth noting that there are a total of 24 jurors, 12 of whom are alternates. Of course, you need a pool of 12 for the jury to render a decision. in many cases, even slightly high-profile cases, there are 1 or 2 alternates, but in this case, there are 12 because testimony, again, expected to last for months. So that is the reason why we have such a large number of alternates. All right, approaching the 20-minute mark of this break, court's still out of session, just looking into the monitor from our view into the courtroom. Another dramatic moment is when Sergeant Jonsgaard, who again was one of the first on the scene, who was able to witness Mr. Holmes next to his car, also witnessing his apprehension. He was asked by the district attorney to describe the gunman's appearance change since he was first there. He talked about how initially he had bright red hair, now he has changed, in fact, gaining more weight. Okay, court is back in session, now 11:10. We will go to it right now, and we will talk to you during the lunch break.
22. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. Before we bring the jury in, let me just address the last set of photographs that were published. Part of the concern I had with the People's Motion P-118 is that it included some graphic images but not others, and I made that concern clear in my order. The motion seemed to want some graphic images, those related to deceased individuals, to be treated one way, but then graphic images related to surviving individuals treated a different way. I don't mind if there's no objection. If you folks want me to treat additional graphic images in the same way, I don't mind doing that. So if you want to publish graphic images, even if they were not the subject of Motion P-118 and Order P-118B, but you want to publish them in the same fashion, in other words, not on the large screen that's picked up by the CCTV camera, but by the other 2 screens, we can do that if there's no objection. And all you have to do is indicate that before you publish it. If there's an objection, then the defense should make the objection at that time. But if there's no objection, I don't have an issue doing that, okay? All right. Are you ready for the jury, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring him in. Okay, the record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Everyone may be seated, please. Mr. Orman, call your next witness, please.
Officer T.J. Campagna, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
My full name is Thomas Joseph Campagna, spelled Thomas, T-O-M-A-S, Campagna, C-A-M-P-A-G-N-A.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Who do you work for?
City of Aurora Police Department,
How long have you been a police officer with Aurora?
12 years.
How about before that? Were you a police officer with any other agency?
I was not.
I want to ask you questions about the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012. What was your duty assignment at the time? In other words, where were you assigned with the police department?
Was assigned to the summer task force.
What was the summer task force?
It's basically a complement to patrol.
What shift were you working?
A swing shift.
Tell us what that is, when the hours are.
It's 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And were you one of the responding officers to the shootings at the Aurora Century 16 Theater?
Yes.
What time did you first hear about something going on at the theater?
Radio transmission was 0:39 hours, I believe.
What does that mean in real people time?
It's midnight, just after midnight, 39 minutes after midnight.
So would 0:39 be 12:39 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. If you give us any more times, could you just talk in like regular time and not police time?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when you first got the call?
I was at the city jail on an unrelated arrest.
How far is the city jail from the theater?
I'd say less than a quarter of a mile.
Now, were you actually like deep inside the jail, or were you at the front of the jail?
In the booking area of the jail, so deep.
And what were you actually doing? I don't need you to tell us about this other guy, but what were you doing there?
Booking a prisoner in on a warrant.
When you heard the call, were you able to leave right away?
No, we weren't. The person that we were booking in was in on a drug charge. Person needed to be searched and cleared by the jail before they let us go. And actually held us there what seemed like a period of time just because of what was going on the radio, but I'm sure it ended up being seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds that they wouldn't actually let us leave and unlock the door for us to get out.
Would it be fair to say you expedited that booking process?
Yes, as much as we could.
Tell me then about getting from the jail to your car and into the theater. How did that work?
Exit the jail, into the police car, lights and sirens. Whoever drove, I don't forget who drove, but whoever drove turned on the lights and sirens, and we responded to the jail, West Alameda, southbound Sable.
You say you don't remember who drove. Were you with a fellow officer?
Yes, a fellow officer, Officer Luke Mossberg.
Can you spell that last name?
Mossburgh.
If we could please, I believe, Your Honor, 4741 is admitted, and if I'm correct about that, I'd like to publish that at this time.
Let me check. Do you show 47, 41 admitted? Yes, we both do. My staff and I both do. So yes, it is admitted.
Can we put that up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Why don't you take a look around, and once you're done pouring your water, at this image here. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Just so the jury knows, where would the jail be in relation to this picture?
And if you need to stand up and point, there's a pointer to your right and there's a handheld microphone behind you that you can use, or you can keep your voice up.
Okay. I'll keep my voice up.
Okay.
So, the city jail would be, it's off the picture actually. This is a bus depot, and then to the north and east, so up here, would be the jail and the District 2 headquarters.
And that street that's running north and south to the right of the photograph, what street is that?
This is Sable Boulevard.
Can you describe, using this picture, when you first get onto this, the route that the police car you were in took and where you ended up stopping?
The police car, we drove from the city jail up here, westbound Alameda to southbound Sable.
How'd you get into the theater complex?
It became congested once we got to this area. This road has a median in it.
And just for the record, you're gesturing to a...
Center Point Drive.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Once we arrived in this vicinity, we noticed, Officer Mossberg and I noticed that there was no way to get any further in. We both elected at the same time, almost simultaneously, let's just park here. So we parked at would be northeast corner, or southwest corner of Sable and Center Point.
Did you actually park in the street?
I think we kind of jimmied it up on the sidewalk a little bit.
All right, why don't you take a seat again? We can take that down. Now, did you receive any information on the way to the theater that made you think you needed to get your gas mask?
Yes, officers were inside at that point, radioing that they needed gas masks. One sergeant used an expletive gas mask, so it was very stuck out in our heads that we needed them.
When the car got parked, did you try to get your gas mask out?
I did.
Why don't you tell us what happened when you did that?
Once the car was parked, I went to the trunk where we keep our equipment. Tried to get it out of the trunk, and through the evening's activity, it must have shifted. Things must have shifted on top of it. It was difficult to get out. In order to get there quickly, I felt that it wasn't important enough to get the gas mask from the trunk. It was just too hard, and I felt like I was wasting time, so I left it. I didn't bring it with me.
What did Officer Mossberg do?
He was gone already. He had took off.
How long do you think you took trying to get your gas mask?
10 seconds.
Then tell me about where you went from the car parked at Centerpoint and Sable after you tried to get the gas mask to get towards the theater. Tell me what you did.
From that corner, I went south and west. There's a berm up to the theater parking lot. From there, I kept going south and west. I used to work at the theater, and I knew where 9 was, so I went to the east side of the theater.
Actually, could we put up 4741 again, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Why don't you demonstrate what you're talking about?
Okay. So parked here, spent time trying to get the gas mask out and left it. This kind of, I don't know if you can see it, but it's kind of a dirt berm right here and grass. And the quickest way there was just to go up it. And I ran through this parking lot to the rear or east of the theater.
Okay. And if we could, Your Honor, I believe it's already been admitted, if we could please put up 4739.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, why don't you use the microphone here? There's a handheld microphone right there. Do you see it right over here?
Yes.
And if you would speak into it, please, when you're away from the microphone right there.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. You need to turn it on. There's a button on there. There you go.
Is it on? Yep.
Okay. This is a little closer view. Why don't you demonstrate the route you took and where you went?
Okay. So this is basically, we were parked up here now. So being parked up here, I ran straight this way to the rear of the theater.
So sort of down that area with the parking stripes and where it curves around towards the, where that dumpster area is behind the theater?
Yes.
And if you can, you see that sort of sidewalk out there with the parking stripes that's directly attached to the theater?
Yes, on the east side here.
Actually, go a little farther down.
Right here?
There, yeah, well, up there a little bit. There you go. Did you see any injured people there when you were approached?
There were injured people standing here, from here, to here.
Okay, so all the way sort of from that emergency exit door to Theater 9 from the corner of the theater?
This entire piece of sidewalk.
Okay. Why don't you sit down? I might ask you a couple more questions about this picture, so we can just leave that up for a minute. Tell me now about what you saw, the injured people that you saw as you were approaching the door to the Theater 9.
There were, I didn't take account, there were several people, it seemed, from that corner where I pointed to that spot ending outside the theater, several people wounded. Wounds ranging from scratch to holes to not able to walk because of the holes to, it was quite the scene.
Were other officers or anyone else present assisting those people?
Yes, other officers were.
Did you start participating in that?
I did.
Tell us what you did.
Basically, visual assessment to the best of my ability, whether or not they needed help. Did they need to be taken to a transport vehicle? Did they need to be basically seeing who needed what at what point? Kind of triage, but it wasn't triage because I'm not medically trained, but almost visually who might have needed more help over another.
If you saw someone that looked like they needed a lot of help, what'd you do?
Stopped and motioned, hey, help this guy, let's get this person some help, please. Kind of yelling and motioning to the person.
Did you help any of them get into any type of vehicle?
Later on, yes, I did.
All right, was this before or after you went into the theater?
I went inside the theater.
All right, let me stop you there for a second. When you helped people, was that before or after you went into the theater?
Intermittently, I was in and out.
All right, so I want to break this down then.
Okay.
The first time where you're outside and you first start helping assess people, at that point in time, did you help anybody into vehicles?
No.
Okay. How long would you say you spent out there assessing people and seeing if they needed help?
Not long. It was in passing. I felt needed inside the theater. They did not say they were done with checks for other assailants. They didn't say they were done helping people inside. It seemed as if that was this portion of the scene that needed the most attention at that point.
So we can take that down. Thank you. Tell me then about going into the theater, and I want you to sort of describe going into that little walkway that goes into the emergency exit, what you might have seen, and then entering the theater, what you've seen and experienced.
There's a range of emotion and sight, sound, smell. It smelled very, very bad. It smelled like fecal matter mixed with urine, mixed with blood, mixed with sweat. It's hard to explain unless you've smelled it. It's a horrible smell.
Where was that? Where did you smell that horrible smell?
From running from my car to the sidewalk, the smell got stronger and stronger as I went toward the rear entry to the theater, the actual Theater 9.
How about once you went inside?
It was overwhelming, along with tear gas that had been some sort of gas that was making my eyes tear, my nose start to run. A lot of saliva in my mouth from it.
While you were going into the theater and getting in there, did you notice anything unusual on the ground?
Yes. In going in, actually inside the theater, I saw a AR-15 style rifle on the ground, along with a pink flip-flop, like a shoe, next to it. Underneath those it was coated. It looked like the sidewalk was painted red.
With what?
With what appeared to be blood, what smelled like blood, what looked like blood.
All right, you saw the AR on the ground as you were walking in. What did you see on the ground as you walked in?
As I walked in, it's a vestibule as you enter, and you have to turn right. And as you made the turn right and came in, the ground, I could feel the ground sliding beneath my feet. It was shiny, coated with liquid, probably fecal matter, blood, and urine. Along with it were cartridges, .223 cartridges, so full of the bullet and the casing. Several scattered all over the entry ground area, and as you went into the theater, they were more prevalent. Empty casings of .223 cartridge rifles, or rifle rounds, excuse me. 40 caliber pistol rounds, shotgun shells, both spent and not spent. There was a shotgun. It looked to what be a Remington 870, which is our patrol shotgun, so it's a familiar sight.
Well, where was the shotgun?
Shotgun was inside as you walked in.
How far from that emergency exit would you say?
10 feet.
And did you see any shotgun rounds on the ground near the shotgun? or shells?
In that general area of it is where all the shells that I had mentioned and cartridges that I had mentioned were mixed, intermingled, were the 223 casings, the pistol casings, and the shotgun shells.
Sort of all in the same area?
Yes.
Normally, when you approach a crime scene of this nature, or of any nature, and you see things like shells on the ground, guns on the ground, do you take measures not to interfere with that evidence?
It's obvious evidence, or obviously something that's a portion of that crime scene that we don't try not to touch it, if at all possible, to even watch our steps so that we don't disturb the location in which they lay.
Was that possible here?
It wasn't possible to avoid every casing, no. It was definitely possible to be aware of the shotgun and the rifle and the flip-flop, that you could make a conscious effort to step around those items.
How about the casings?
It was an impossibility. It was coated. The floor was coated with casings and cartridges and.
So do you think you and other officers may have kicked him around a little bit?
Yes.
How about the fleeing people?
I'm sure.
All right, so you've described what you saw on the ground as you were walking in and as you came in. I'd like you now to describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the lighting and the ambiance of lighting was like in the theater and the noise that you might have heard. Tell us about that.
The noises were varying. At that point, the smoke alarm had gone off, or the fire alarm had gone off, and in a building like that, they've got audio, like audible alarms that were so heavy that it hurts your ears. It actually physically hurts your ears when they go off. Not to mention the flashing, it's like a fluorescent blue light that's emitted from each alarm as well. So it's blinking lights, and the movie was actually still running as well.
Did you hear any screams from people or anything like that?
No, just officers.
When you went into the theater, did you see any other officers?
Yes.
How many would you say?
Several.
How about injured people? Did you see injured people?
Yes.
Did you take any efforts to help any of the injured people?
I did.
Tell us about that.
It was the same type of responses outside the theater. There were several unresponsive people inside the theater when I got in there. It almost seemed as if they were done taking out people that were responsive, and now people were focusing more on unresponsive parties.
Did you help carry anybody out?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
At one point, I found myself outside the theater again to check progress everywhere. So I was outside, standing on the sidewalk that I had indicated before. There were officers. There was a set of officers carrying a woman out, and the woman was almost to the point of unconsciousness. I could hear her groaning, but there were officers on each of her limbs, is to say that each of them were holding a limb to carry her out. She was unable to do it herself. She was unable to ambulate or crawl, or however she may have gotten out on her own. She couldn't do it. Those officers were struggling to keep her in their grasp because she was covered in blood and sweat, so much so that her skin basically became lubricated from it. And they were struggling to get her out, and I was fearful that one looked rather fatigued in getting her out, that I took his place basically, and the only way to keep her in my grasp was to concentrate on holding her at the wrist. I took one of her arms, just concentrate holding her at the wrist so that my hand could keep shut on that area so that it wouldn't get bigger to lose her hand. And that was about 50 feet or so from, maybe less, from a patrol car waiting to take her to the hospital.
So did the other officers actually already have her out of the theater at this point?
She was out. So this happened outside the theater, yes.
And where did you and the other officers take her?
We worked to get her into the patrol car. It was rather hard. She couldn't help herself get in. So another officer went around to the other side of the car got in the back seat, and as we were kind of getting her close, that other officer grabbed her and kind of pulled her into the car.
And then what happened?
The door was shut, and they took off for one of the hospitals that everybody was going to.
Do you know who that was, that victim?
I don't remember her name. At this point, I wouldn't try to speculate it.
Could you describe what she looked like and what injuries you saw, other than the blood?
It was hard to tell her injuries, other than they were severe enough to make her lose consciousness or be close to losing consciousness. She was a larger woman. She had on what I think were black kind of sweatpant material and a t-shirt. She might have had like a black cardigan on over that.
After you helped get this woman into the vehicle and they took her away, what did you do?
She was gone, and I returned back to the people waiting outside the theater, or the people waiting to be taken, victims waiting to be taken outside the theater.
Did you see anyone in particular that you tried to assist?
It was one young lady, really slight young woman, very small, had a bullet wound to one of her legs, and I forget which one it was, I'm sorry. The bullet wound was it seemed to be causing her a lot of not only pain but anxiety. Her jugular and her neck was pulsating so rapidly that, I mean, it was odd to see such a little neck have such a big pulse in it. It looked different. It looked odd, and she was breathing rather rapidly. Her chest was rising and falling in big breaths, up and down and up and down and up, and I mean, never giving herself one rest of breath at all. It concerned me that she was going to put herself either into shock, was in shock, was going to pass out. She looked worried. I sat next to her and tried to get her to focus on my eyes, my voice, to try to calm her into at least some other state that she wasn't so anxious before we got her into a car to leave.
Do you know who this was?
Her name was Jasmine Kennedy.
Did you manage to calm Miss Kennedy down?
I think somewhat. Honestly, I don't know what effect I had on her, other than just to sit and talk to her for a second. Just, reassure her that she was alive, she was okay, in the sense that she hadn't passed away yet. So it was a conversation I don't remember most of the details of, but it seemed to take effect for her. And then as we were talking, I got word that more vehicles were available for transport. So
did you get her into a vehicle?
Did. I picked her up like a child, and it was actually kind of the path I took responding into the parking lot was the same path I ran to. It was actually Sergeant Yorchek's police expedition that was waiting at the northern end of that side of the parking lot.
Can we put up 4739 again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why don't you show us on this where you first saw Ms. Kennedy and then where you took her to into Sergeant Yorchek's car?
Okay. So back here in this vicinity.
Okay, and that's
closer to the theater exit.
Okay. That's along that
That's along that piece of sidewalk we discussed.
Where'd you take her?
Sergeant Yorchek was waiting near this portion of the parking lot right here.
And tell us what you did then there.
Just ran her from this location to that location, put her in the front passenger seat of the expedition, and we had spoken about her mother and how worried she was going to be, or how
you can sit down again.
She expressed a need to call her mother at the point that we were sitting together on the sidewalk. So I said, "Get your phone out, call your mom, let her know that you're going to the hospital." yelled at Sergeant Yorchek and said, "Sir, where are you taking her?" He said I think Children's, if I remember correctly. And so she called or was in the process of calling as they left.
Now, was Jasmine Kennedy a kid, or was she a small adult? Because you said she was a small person.
I've forgotten her age, sir, but I seem to remember that she said she was a teenage age of some sort.
After you got Miss Kennedy into the car up in that corner area, where'd the car go? Did you see it leave?
The police car?
Yes.
Yes, out of the parking lot.
Did it drive over that grass area or up the parking lot?
I don't remember. He left. I remember focusing on her. Last thing I remember her seeing was raising the phone to her ear, and I turned around and went back to this area right here, behind the theater.
Into the grassy area or back to the theater?
This area right here, where I had contacted Miss Kennedy before.
Okay, you can sit down again. Thank you. We can take that down. So when you went back there to that area, what did you do?
It seemed that everything was kind of subsiding at that point. Meeting of officers to decide who was going to secure the inside of the theater.
Who was that going to be?
It was myself and Officer Jeremy Stenerson.
And where'd you go to do that?
We went back inside the theater and actually sat in the front row.
Now, at some point, were you involved in taking the movie screen down?
I was.
When did that happen?
And that's what I have trouble with, the chronology when that happened. I want to say that it was before I had left to come out and contact Miss Kennedy. It probably was before I had contacted the woman that we had to carry out, before officers to her one person. We were concerned with people inside, other people, whether they be victims or other assailants, and it was decided that the theater screen needed to come down to properly make sure.
Now, I guess most of the time when you go into a movie theater, you may not realize that there's something behind that screen, but you said you used to work in that theater. Is there a space behind the screen?
It's a void, yep. It's a void, and I'd say it's a decent void. It's a void almost as wide as the jury box.
So maybe 10, 15 feet?
I'd say 10's fair.
Tell us then, you said you were concerned you might have somebody behind that screen. What did you do to get that screen down? Tell us about that.
The screens are attached by springs. It's almost like it's a fabric that's attached by spring. The springs look like little trampoline springs. It's the only thing I could liken it to make sense. But once you kind of opened it from the whatever it was attached to, I felt it just give rather easily. And I thought, this whole thing will come down if we pull on it. So I did. I started to pull it. Other officers aided in doing so, and it came down, and halfway it came down under its own weight. It was heavy enough to just break the springs itself.
Did you find anybody behind the screen?
There wasn't anybody else back there.
I want to go back to the point now you said that you and your fellow officer were going to be sort of standing guard in the theater. Where were you when that happened? Where did you stand guard?
We stood guard inside and also sat in the front row of the theater seats.
Did you see any deceased people?
I did.
Where were they?
Throughout the theater. There were, I'm sorry, I'm working out direction in my head. I'm just going to use right and left, if that's all right.
Well, fair to say they were up in the stadium area.
They were up in the stadium area. There were 3, 2 together, laying in there's kind of a portion where you walk in and it's separated by an aisle.
We have this model here. Do you think it would be helpful?
It would.
May we, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we're gonna do this twice, but why don't you talk about this area where you saw the 3 bodies?
Okay. Excuse me.
You want to stand to the side so the jury can see.
So the jury can see.
Yeah.
The 3 bodies there were 2 in this area right here.
So sort of up
like
here.
in front of these seats here.
Let me do this. Yeah.
describe where you saw the bodies.
Okay. Turn.
Okay. We're going to do this twice so the other side can see it.
Okay. So there was a man here.
And that's sort of in the first row of the stadium seating?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So just under, at the foot of these seats, there's a man here, and I forget gender on the person laying. They were laying head to head. This person, I recall, was laid almost as if they fell to their knees and fell backward.
Okay.
So their feet were up under, his feet were up under his rear end.
And that would be sort of to the right as you're looking at the screen in that first row of stadium seating?
That's correct. So if this was the screen right here, it's to the right. That's correct.
And where were the other ones you saw in that row?
In this row, there was another person here, and then coming down the stairs, there was a gentleman who was laying across these stairs.
So that first row of stairs on the left?
That's correct, up to the stadium portion.
And then were the other bodies above this in the stadium area?
Yes.
All right, let's shift this. And I need you to do that again.
Okay.
If you can show us where those bodies were in that first row and off to the side.
Okay. So again, here, the one gentleman I had mentioned, the pointer's kind of going out. Let's use my fingers.
Okay.
Here was, one man was laying, the one I had described, it looked like he was kneeling when he fell. And then another person here and another man right here along these stairs, laying head first. I forget on his back or stomach, I don't remember, but laying this way, kind of across these stairs, head pointing downward to the floor.
And in this flat area here at the bottom, did you see any dead people?
I don't recall that area, if I saw dead people here or not.
And how about up here in the remainder?
Yes, there were. There was a...
Why don't you sit down?
Okay.
Do you remember how many total you saw?
10.
I'm sorry.
10.
Where were you when you were standing guard?
We'd spent most of our time in the front seats, the actual seats between the void of the front of the theater and the screen and the first row of seating. We sat in the front.
How long were you there?
Till 4:40 in the morning, 4:40-ish in the morning.
At some point, did they turn the movie off?
It was turned off during the initial evac of the people. At some point, it just went off.
At some point, do you remember if they turned the house lights on?
It did.
When was that?
I don't really remember. Sorry.
At some point, do you remember if they turned that fire alarm off?
Yes, they did.
When do you think that happened?
Pretty quick. Once the theater was cleared, it seemed as if when we went back inside to secure it, that they were off at that point.
I want to ask you about the time that you were guarding the theater or sitting in the front of it to make sure that it was secure. Were you allowing like the public or just anybody to come in there?
Nobody was allowed in there.
How about other police?
Other police were allowed.
And did other police come in and out to work?
Yes.
Do you remember who?
I saw, and forgive me, we weren't close enough to actually, that particular theater has an entry into the theater from the top of the stadium seating. And a canine handler from another agency in a green uniform brought his canine through at one point.
And a canine would be a or a bomb sniffing dog?
Yes, a police service dog of some sort, yes.
I want to ask you about the time that you were seated there. Was the tear gas still in the air?
It had dissipated by then. It was, my face was still affected a little bit. I still had tears that I remember wiping out, and some snot in my nose that was still kind of there, but I didn't need a tissue or anything at that point, so.
Did you have a phone with you?
I had my cell phone, yes I did.
And is that a smartphone?
Yeah.
At some point while you were sitting there up until 4 a.m., did you check to see if news about what had happened in the theater had hit the news?
Yes.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, it's going to put the next events in time, because the next events he's going to talk about are relevant. I can approach if you want.
I'll trust that you'll do that. If there's another objection, Mr. King, make it right away. I'll give you some leeway.
Thank you. Did you check to see if it hit the news?
Yes,
Did it?
yes.
After that happened, did you hear or see anything occur inside the theater while you were watching it?
Yes, we did.
What was that?
I did. There were several cell phones on the floor of the theater, in the stadium seating, near us, far away from us. There was a lot of cell phones in there. One by one, you could hear either a vibrate or a ring, like a ringtone, or songs that people had set for their ringtones that were ringing.
How long did that go on?
Intermittent.
Overruled? And with that additional record that has been made, the prior objection is overruled as well. Go ahead.
How long did that go on?
Intermittently throughout the period of time that I spent inside.
And you said you left around 4 in the morning?
Yes,
Was it still going on?
yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Mr. King, do you have any questions?
Questions, Your Honor.
All right. Let's see if the jury has any questions. Give us just a moment, okay?
Yes, Judge.
It doesn't appear that they do. All right. May this officer be released from his subpoena, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection, Mr. King? No. All right, sir. Thank you.
Good day.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, people call Christina Blache. District Attorney calls us. Oh, excuse me. I was going to ask the field coach to address when she referred this witness.
Oh, okay. solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
My name is Christina Angelique Blache.
Can you spell your first, middle, and last name? Sorry, you were probably going to do that.
You're fine. So it's Christina. Angelique is Angelique. Blache, Blache.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
Afternoon, morning.
Do you recall going to the Century 16 movie theater?
I do.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th?
It did.
Now tell us about July 9th. What do you remember about that day?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Sure. What do you remember
Nervous.
about the day of July prior to going to the movie?
I had to work.
You're soft-spoken.
Oh, sorry.
So I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone. We just had a witness who had a very low voice and could be heard easily, but you're soft-spoken, so I'll ask you to speak right into the mic, okay?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Tisch-McGuire, ask the question again, please.
What do you recall about July 19th prior to going to that day?
I had to work. I previously worked at Red Robin. I was a manager.
And
Yes, ma'am.
were you managing that day?
I was.
Who do you work with that would have gone to the movie theater?
Okay. I went with Sully. He's the original reason that I went. And then Farah, Heather, Tony, Bryson, Maria. If I spoke too fast, please let me know and I will repeat.
Probably slower for the corner.
Okay, so I went with Farah, Maria, Sully, Heather, Bryson, and Edgar. Sully was a mid-manager as well as a very good friend outside of work.
And do you know his full name?
Alex Sullivan. We were going, I didn't know at the time why we were going, but it was his 27th birthday.
How did you get tickets for
We bought them once we arrived. Sully, Bryson, Tony, a few of them had already had tickets, so they ended up switching theaters to be in the theater with us.
What time did you get off of work?
An exact time I can't give you, I can approximate. Approximately about 4 p.m.
And what'd you do between?
We went and sat at the team member table. That's how I ended up finding out that they were going to the movie that night. Sully came in and he was super pumped about going to the movie. And he was just chatting it up and like, oh my God, we're gonna go to the Batman movie. And I asked if there was any room for me to go, because at the time I did not drive. So I would need a ride. So he said, sure, of course. I was like, well, can we swing by so I don't smell like burgers and fries? He said, yes, of course. And so we swung by my house and then we headed to the theater.
And you said that
It's just a table where we go when we sit on break. So it's just a generalized table where only team members can sit, so that way we're not affecting other restaurant goers.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, is your microphone on? No.
It is now, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much. Apologize.
Okay, there you go.
Now, so this is at Red Robin, a team
Yes,
member
ma'am.
table at Red Robin. Okay. So you're sitting around. Sully's telling you super excited about going to the movie theater, and then how do you end up getting to the theater that night?
Sully drove. So we stopped by my house and then we went to the theater.
Right. Now, do you recall where you guys parked when you got to the theater?
Right in front.
Right in front. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes as 4739. All right. This is an aerial diagram of the theater. And just to kind of orient you, this is the front of the movie theater, back of the movie theater. Does that seem correct to you from what you remember the movie theater you went to on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell me where you parked when you got there?
Well, Sully parked.
Well, thank
Sully
you.
parked. And then we parked right out here.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Now, what did you do after you parked in the parking lot?
We went in to buy tickets.
And were you able to get tickets?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what theater number you got tickets for?
We got tickets for Theater 9, and then Sully and myself realized that they were in a different theater because the lady said their theater was full. So at that point, we discussed, it was probably about a 5-10 minute conversation trying to figure out what we were going to do, if we were going to split up or if we were going to go in the same theater. We decided that they would switch their tickets to come into the theater because that was the only way we could all sit together. And we are all a very close-knit group.
Now, when you're saying they, who's they?
The other team members. So Farah, Heather, Maria, Bryson, Tony. So everybody else that was going with us from Red Robin.
So they had to do a process to switch their tickets from a different theater to get into your theater, theater number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
So now what else did you do when you arrived at the theater that night while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
Well, we arrived really early.
Like that?
5:30.
You wanted really good seats.
Sully wanted really good tickets.
Okay.
And really good seats. So we went into the theater, got the tickets, and went and sat in line. They had a thing up against the wall right before you go into Theater 9. So we all sat right there, and we played cards. We went to the concession stand. We had snacks. Just the usual hangout with your friends.
And was the usual hangout on the floor of a movie theater for 5 hours?
For us, yes. For us, yes.
Now, were you actually inside the theater when you're talking about inside Theater 9, or were you outside the physical building?
We are not inside the theater at this point. At this point, we are up against the wall outside of Theater 9.
And what sorts of things are you doing, other than just chatting while you're out there?
We played some cards. I brought another board game. We went to the concession stand. We grabbed popcorn, some snacks. So.
Now, at what point in time were you able to go into the theater to get your seats?
An exact time, I'm going to have to approximate probably about 7:30 p.m.
And were you able to find seats at 7:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And where were you able to find some seats?
We tried to sit as close to center as possible. This was Sully's idea again. Wanted to be directly in the middle of the screen to be able to have the best view of the movie.
And were you able to get those seats?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you say it was approximately in the middle of the movie theater at that point?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
And do you recall where your actual seats were and where Sully's actual seats were?
Yes.
And where were those?
Row 12 and 13-ish.
And is that up in the stadium seating part?
Stadium seating, yes, ma'am.
And where your actual seats were you guys more towards the center, you and Sully, or were you towards a right aisle or a left aisle?
I was one seat away from Sully. He was dead center.
Okay. And were you to the right of him or to the left of him, if that's the movie theater screen right there?
To the left. Okay. To the left.
And what'd you do once you got into the theater at 7:30 while you had all this time before the movie to begin?
Again, it was a friend hangout session. Multiple seat changes, people going and talking to the other people as they were arriving, because originally not everybody was able to show up right at 5:30 in the afternoon. So it was a steady flow of people showing up and talking and hanging out.
Now, can you tell me who actually came with you? When you arrived with Sully, was there anyone else directly with you at that point in time?
Sully and I arrived, and then Edgar and Jasmine as well.
Okay, and do you know Edgar and Jasmine's last names?
Edgar Nava and Jasmine Kennedy.
And then who do you remember arriving next?
That gets a little fuzzy because they kind of trickled in, so I'm not going to go and even try to guesstimate.
And that's
I apologize.
fine. If you could, for us, since we didn't know their last names before, if you could tell us the last names then of people who started to arrive after that.
So it's Heather Snyder, Tony Bilipondo, Bryson Bilipondo, Maria Carbonell, Annalise, and she goes by either Padillo or Carbonell, and then Armando, Padillo, or Carbonell as well.
So that's your whole group at that point in time?
Farah Sudani, and then she had 2 people with her as well.
And do you know the names of those people?
I just know as Mike. I don't know last name.
And was one of them named Mike, or were both of them named Mike that were with her?
I don't know the second person's name. I just know one of them was named Mike.
So your friends start to arrive. all different times. Do you remember anything particularly unusual happening before the movie began?
Before the movie started, I noticed a couple of the theater workers going up towards the front right-hand side of the theater to mess with a 3D glasses stand, and they moved it from one area to underneath where the projector screen is.
Anything other than movie theater workers doing their tasks in the movie theater?
No, ma'am.
And at some point in time, do previews actually begin for your movie?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about the previews of that particular movie?
So my friend Sully stood up in the middle of multiple of the previews, but the one that I distinctly remember was the one we were talking about on the way to the theater, which was Superman. We had discussed, again, going to a midnight premiere of a superhero movie. He stands up and he's like, yeah, and like waves his hands in the air above his head and just hoots and hollers. And of course, everybody else starts joining in because, again, they're at Batman, they're going to be at Superman. So, again, if they're going to be at Batman, they're probably going to be at Superman. So a bunch of people joined in, hooting and hollering. So
Anything else you remember particularly about the previews?
nope, that was it.
And then at some point in time, does Batman: The Dark Knight Rises begin?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was it into your movie before something happened?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
And do you have a particular memory of what scene was playing in the movie when that happened?
It was a fight scene between Batman and the Catwoman where she's trying to steal the jewels.
And when that scene was happening, what happened?
So the first thing I remember at this point is a sound like it goes "Poof," and it went up and over, and at first I thought it was antics. I thought it was like, because I've been to other midnight premieres and I've seen people dress up in costumes, I've seen them do little skits in the front, I've seen them throw t-shirts. So I just thought it was antics. I thought maybe it was like bats flying over, but I've heard that sound before, and I knew I'd heard it, but I ignored it. I continued watching the movie, and next thing I hear is metal clinks. It goes clink, rolling, clink. And you know when like metal rolls across like grit or dirt, or I heard it roll, and I knew that I'd heard that sound before. And so I hear it roll, clink again, roll, and clink again. And it shot up and over and landed like a couple rows ahead of me.
So when you just described it shooting up and over, if you were staring at the movie theater screen, again, pretend this is the movie theater screen, what direction does it come from?
From the right-hand side.
And
Right-hand side, sorry.
And what direction does it go towards?
Towards the left-hand side, right about a couple rows in front of me, so probably where she's sitting.
Now, you just told the jury that you knew you had heard that sound before.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, could you place where you had heard that sound before?
Not at the time. Not at the time.
Today, as you stand here today, do you know what that sound is from?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
That was a canister being shot.
And what kind of canister are you talking about?
A gas canister.
So after you hear that clinking, what's the next thing you remember?
Next thing I remember is starting to see muzzle flashes. And by muzzle flashes, I mean the thing you see when a gun fires. You see kind of, and it'll be described as fireworks too by people who have never seen this before. But you'll see a flash, and it's like a burst of light that comes from the end of the gun when it's being fired.
Now, muzzle flashes is a kind of particular term. Do you have particular experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of experience with firearms do you have?
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Okay, thank you. I went to Baghdad and have been in gunfire. I have seen it myself.
Why did you go to Baghdad?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I was in the military.
What branch of the military were you in?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Air Force.
And what sort of training and experience did the Air Force give you with firearms?
You have to qualify, and you have to make a certain amount of rounds into a target in a certain area in order to even go over to Baghdad. So you have to be proficient in weaponry.
And what type of weaponry did you have to be proficient in to go to Baghdad?
M16A2.
And did you meet your proficiency tests?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times did you have to qualify?
Sustained.
So your experience with weapons in the Air Force, was what you had known to be muzzle flashes in the Air Force consistent with what you saw in the theater that night?
Yes, ma'am.
So you see these muzzle flashes, and how would you describe the light of muzzle flashes?
The best way I can describe it so everyone could understand is when a camera flashes. That's the best way I can describe it. Just quick, just flash.
And where in the theater do you see those muzzle flashes coming from?
The right-hand side of the screen.
And closer to the front of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens after you see those muzzle flashes?
Once I realized it was gunfire, I ducked down behind my seat, or behind the seats that were in front of me.
Now, did you physically get out of your chair and get down onto the ground?
Somewhat, yes. It was hard because everybody else was doing the same thing in my row. So I kind of went to the side and down.
So if that's the movie theater screen, is your head more towards the right?
I went to the left.
The left?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is your body positioned on the floor?
Well, I didn't get to the floor before I was hit. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. So describe for the jury what happened.
So I went to the left to get down, and I was using the seat in front of me. And as I was going down, I just kind of felt like this heat sensation in my leg. And so as soon as I felt it, it was my right leg. As soon as I felt the heat sensation go into my right leg, I took my hand down to feel. I felt, because I saw the blood come up in front of my face as I was going down. So I felt my leg. I saw blood. So I just continued falling to the ground and got down. Everybody's screaming. There's I've heard people, I'm getting shot. I've been hit. Stuff that I've heard before, but I hadn't been hit before. So it was just, sorry, go ahead.
Where had you heard that before? That means you can answer the question.
Iraq.
So can you ascertain what's going on with your friends who are on your left and your right at this point?
After I got onto the ground, yes, I started trying to look and see what had happened. And at one point I noticed Sully. And so I reached over on my right and tried to reach. I noticed he had a blood spot on his head. So I reached up to see, but I couldn't quite reach him. So I didn't know what was going on with him. Edgar was laying next to me. Jasmine was on the other side. And at this point, Bryson, Tony, Maria, Annalise, and Armando were trying to get out of the theater. As far as the time span, I'm not even sure. It felt like an eternity, but I couldn't. It could probably be 30 seconds that all this happened.
So while you're looking at your friends and seeing what's happened to them or if they're okay, what are you hearing still during this time?
Well, there's gunfire a lot of the time, and then at one point it just went silent as far as gunfire goes, and that's when Maria, Tony, Bryson, Annalise, and Armando ran out of the theater.
Are you hearing anything else? Just gunfire at that point in time?
Yeah, just gunfire.
Are you still hearing screaming in the theater?
Yeah. Well, yes. Sorry. Yes, they're screaming the entire time.
And so they're trying to flee the theater at that
Yes,
point in
ma'am.
time. And what are you doing?
When they go to flee, they're like, come on, Crispy. So I turned.
Stop here for a second.
Sorry.
Crispy? What?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a nickname I was given by everybody that I was there with. It's what I went by in the restaurant industry. It was given to me by Tony. So knowing that I'd been hit in the leg, I was still going to try to get out and try to go with them but so I had to figure out a way to get up. So I turned around to the seat that was behind me. I used the back of the seat to get up, and I got up to that part, and then I got up to the back seat, and as I was standing up, I just felt a snap in my left leg. At this point, I realized that I had been hit in my left leg too.
So what happened when you heard the
So I
snap?
fell back to the ground. Edgar actually broke my fall. And he let me know that I was laying on his arm. And so I got off his arm, we repositioned, and I laid back down and started trying to figure out, and it was like bam, 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 quick. So I looked down at my injury on my right leg and just a mess. So my jeans were shredded at this time. So I took my jeans and just started twisting to try to create a tourniquet to make sure that I wouldn't bleed to death. But it just twisted and twisted and twisted and just shoved it into the wound to stop the bleeding and wait for help.
What are you thinking during this time?
To be honest, at this point, I wasn't thinking anything, because at this point is when Jasmine started screaming, "I need to call my mom, I need to call my mom." And so at this point is I realized Jasmine is still there with me. And I know Edgar's on the other side of me, but Jasmine was there, and she's only 16. She's young, I'm her boss. I go into help mode. So I told her, "You need to call your mom. Go ahead and call your mom." And I reach up and I hold her hand. And so she starts calling her mom, and
Now, are you able to see what's happening with Sully at this time?
no, ma'am.
Did you see where he was located? Could you see anything?
He's still on the other side of Edgar at this point.
And was he in his chair still? Was he on the ground?
He's on the ground, face down towards us, towards the left-hand side.
So you tell Jasmine to call her mom. What do you remember doing after that?
After that, the alarms are still going off. There's still screams. Officers start coming in to take people out. They're trying to assess the situation. One cop comes up the stairs and starts talking to Jasmine. Then he starts asking me if I can walk. He's like, "If you can walk, you need to get up." Couldn't walk, I already tried. So I was like, "I need help." So he realized that both of my legs were hit and called for more help to get me out.
I want to ask you something about the shots that were being heard in the theater.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to differentiate at all between different types of shots in the theater?
They sound differently, yes.
Okay, what did the shots sound like to you in the theater that night?
There were some that were very rapid, is the best way to describe it, and then there are some that sound short and just like a boom. That's the best way I could describe it too.
And just so we can
everyday.
try to have the jury describe it, could you kind of speak into the microphone with the different booms that it sounded like?
So some of them, the more rapid fire would be like boom, 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 and then the other ones would be more of a boom, boom, boom. So it'd be like shorter, like longer is the best way that I could describe it to you.
Based on your training and experience with firearms, were you able to ascertain what sort of weapons you think were being fired in the theater?
Sustained.
Based just on your regular experience with firearms, what did you think you had heard in the theater that night?
I definitely know that, like, as far as my experience goes, that it was a similar weapon to what I've shot in the military.
And what weapon was that?
The M16A2.
So the police officers are there to take you. What happens next?
So two officers start trying to carry me out, and then they realized that the injuries on my legs, they needed one more officer, so they called for another officer. They started carrying me down the stairs, and we get to right where that main aisle, right where it goes to stadium seating. We get to that, and they drop me on somebody. The person is not moving, not breathing, not doing anything. They just drop me on him.
Was that on purpose?
No, by no means. They're tired, they were exhausted. You could hear them panting, like really hard breathing. And then, so they reestablished like their grips, picked me back up and took me all the way out the back of the theater. And the front, right exit towards the front of the theater.
So through the main lobby or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So out to the right of the screen, if I was facing it, it's to the right, out the front exit.
So that goes out till actually behind the theater?
So behind the theater, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens when they take you out behind the theater?
There's absolute, just, at least from my opinion, chaos out there. Just injured people everywhere. And so they set me down next to Jasmine on the ground. And as soon as they set me down, I start holding her hand again. And they start assessing and triaging. And I just remember the cop sitting down next to me and going, "You need to go, you need to go." And I'm like, "No, I'm not leaving until she's gone." So they got her and took her. And then
Be clear, who's her?
Jasmine Kennedy. I told them I wouldn't go until she was gone. She was my responsibility. So they took her, then I was willing to go.
Now, were you able to see and observe Jasmine's injuries at that time?
Objection.
Overruled.
I was not.
Okay. Were you able to see your own injuries yet at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What could you tell had happened?
I could tell that my right leg was injured really badly. My left leg, I couldn't see any injuries at that time. I just knew that there was a hole.
And could you describe for the jury where these injuries are on your legs?
My right femur and my left knee area.
And what do you see when you look down at your legs?
My shredded jeans, blood. That's good enough. Sorry.
Are you in pain at this time?
Yes.
And what sort of pain were you in?
There was heat sensations the entire time. I was groaning because they had picked me up by the leg, and they had to go underneath my right femur area, which is where the injury was. So when they picked me up, I was groaning, moaning, every once in a while crying out in pain from just the adrenaline.
How long were you out on the sidewalk before someone came to get you?
That I don't know. I know it was quite a long time because they didn't have enough cop cars, ambulances, fire department. They had so many victims. They had to wait for a car.
At some point in time, does someone come for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what happened?
They picked me back up and put me into the back of a cop car. When they got me into the cop car, I just hear "Crispy" from the front seat, and it was Heather Snyder. She was sitting in the front seat.
Could you tell if Heather was injured at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
What were Heather's injuries?
Overruled.
Heather was holding her hand to her chest, to the right side of her chest, and she was just holding it.
Could you tell what had happened?
I couldn't tell fully what was going on. I just knew that her hand had been injured.
Now, is there anyone else that gets into this police car with you too?
Yes, the firefighter that helped carry me jumped in. He's like, "I'm going with her," and jumps in the back seat with me.
Right. So how does he position himself in the back of the patrol car?
So if I'm laying across the witness stand right here, he was like this over me, and just riding like that.
Now, how are you positioned in the back of the patrol car?
I'm laying directly out on the seats, just straight across.
Is your head closer to the driver's side or the passenger side?
Passenger side.
And then this firefighter's
just hovering over me. Yes, making sure I'm okay.
Then you have Heather Snyder in the front, and then someone driving the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us about that ride in that patrol car.
So when they went to take off, there was so much blocking the parking lot and the way out that the cops goes, "I've got to figure out a way to get out of here." And he jumps the curb and goes to go up to the ambulance area.
What happens when you get to the ambulance area?
They pulled me out of the back seat, off of one side. I got hooked on the seat belts, and so they were just yanking, trying to get me out. And then they realized that I was caught, so they helped me get uncaught, pulled me out of the back seat, put me onto a stretcher, and then put me into the ambulance.
Do you remember if there was anyone else in the ambulance when you got into the ambulance?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
There was a gentleman laying there screaming in pain.
And do you have any description of what this gentleman looked like?
Objection, relevance, and court.
Overruled?
The gentleman that was laying there was heavier set, had black hair, covered in blood in his leg.
It appeared to you that his leg was injured.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else in the ambulance that you remember?
EMTs?
And did they take you somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
We got on the road and they started talking about the hospitals being...
Sustained.
All right, so can you just tell me about without talking about what anyone said in your ambulance ride, if you could just talk about what you remember about the ambulance ride?
They decided to go to Swedish.
All right. And how long did it take you to get to Swedish?
It felt like seconds. It was quick.
What do you remember about getting to the hospital?
The ambulance, or not the ambulance, the EMT kept talking to me. He's like, you gotta talk to me. You gotta talk to me. You're scaring me. And I remember thinking to myself, and I can't remember if I said it out loud, but what do you want me to talk to you about? The weather? So, but.
And what happens when you get to the hospital?
They take me into the emergency room and started procedures.
What sort of procedures did they do for you?
Surgery on my legs.
How long were you at the hospital before they started surgery?
Objection.
Overruled?
Minutes, like.
And what sort of surgery did you have?
I don't know exactly what they did in the first surgeries.
Okay. And the first surgery, so how many surgeries did you have total?
I ended up having approximately 5 surgeries.
And did you know the extent of your injuries?
At that time, no.
Did you eventually learn what had happened to you?
I eventually learned what happened to me, yes.
And what was that?
I had been shot through one leg and out through the other, and then shot a second time through the leg as well.
And so could you tell Jerry about which leg was which?
So the right leg I had been shot through twice, and the left leg I had been shot through once.
Did you have any broken bones or fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you have?
My femur, I am missing 2 inches. It shattered my femur on my right leg. And then the left leg, there was a bullet that had gone in and just caused miscellaneous damage.
How long were you at Swedish Hospital?
A month and a day.
And after you were released from Swedish Hospital, did you have to have any follow-up medical care?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled?
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of medical care did you have to have?
Physical therapy, and then I still have to do physical therapy.
Did you have to have any other follow-up surgeries after you left Swedish Hospital?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you have to have subsequent surgeries after you were discharged from the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the next surgery that you had to have after you were discharged from the hospital?
After I was discharged, I had to have the plate and screws removed and replaced with a rod that is in my leg.
Was that the only other surgery you had to have, or did you have to have one after that as well?
I had 5 total, so they all kind of run together. But
Do you know today if you still need any additional medical care?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled?
currently, I do not know.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
With what has been marked as, oh, sorry, Catherine. Oh, and I just need one
Ms. Tish McGuire, I don't want to rush you, but we're going to need to take a break in about 5 minutes or so. Are you going to wrap up, you think, within about 5 or 10 minutes?
I think so, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you may proceed.
Thank you. All right. Approach the witness with what's been marked as 4668. Sorry. 4667, 2663, 2662.
Okay.
Ms. Blache, if you could look at that packet of photographs and see if you can identify the person in that in those photographs.
Well, the first photograph, which is Exhibit 2662, is me in the hospital. And then Exhibit 2663, 4668, and 4667 are pictures of my legs.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict your condition after the shooting of July 20th, 2012, and the several days and weeks and months to come?
Over the span of all of my injuries, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission of those exhibits.
Any objection?
I have no objection to 2662. I do object to the other photographs. We are not contesting or challenging the injuries that this witness described, and therefore I'd object as cumulative and under relevance as well.
All right, is that the same issue that I've already ruled on, or something new?
Something new, cumulative as well as relevance.
Right, relevant, I've ruled on.
Then I am cumulative as well, Your Honor.
Cumulative of what?
Cumulative of her testimony.
Okay, the objection to cumulative is overruled. The other objection remains overruled because I've already ruled on that, so. All right, those are admitted. That's People's Exhibits 4668, 4667, 2663, and 2662. All of those are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Do you need the numbers? All right, so can you tell the jury who that is?
That is me.
All right, and if we could have the next exhibit, please. All right, and could you describe for the jury what this is a photograph of?
This is a photograph after one of my surgeries where they placed an external fixator to stabilize the femur on my right leg.
Great, we can have the next photograph, please. Great, and what does this picture depict?
This is a picture after one of my surgeries where they had to fix the plate and screws and replace it with a rod.
If we could have the next photograph, please. All right, and what is this a picture of?
This is similar. These are similar. It's from the surgery for replacing the plate with the rod.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1112. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right, and what is that?
This is when I came to see you, we went over where I was sitting and where the cops took me and who was with me and what I could remember of who was where.
All right, and does it fairly and accurately represent where you believe you were seated in the theater and where you were exited, from the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
And on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Into July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, 1112 is admitted.
It may be published, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, now Ms. Blache, behind you there is a pointer on the stand and there is a cordless microphone. If you could please grab the pointer and make sure that microphone is on.
Is it good?
Yep, you're good. All right, now if you could please show for the jury where you were seated.
All right, the C is where I was sitting.
Okay, and what do the other letters stand for?
So J is Jasmine, E is Edgar, and S is for Sully.
Okay, and could you also show the jury what, you notated something on there that, is that where you were dropped, when you said that you were dropped on that body?
Yeah, it says dropped here on a guy.
And that's the body you had previously described as when you were dropped, you didn't think that person had any life left in them.
Overruled? The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you described where you entered the theater, perhaps, on your diagram?
Yes, it says we entered the theater here, and we came up and entered our seats.
Okay. And then does it describe your exit path as well?
Yes. So I drawn a line from our seats down the left-hand aisle, all the way down and around, and out the right-hand exit door.
All right.
At the front of the theater.
And then when you were brought out from that exit door, which direction did you go? Out to the back of the theater?
They went, I don't want to, no, I don't know.
You're okay. All right, and you can have a seat now. Thank you. Your Honor, if I approach with Exhibit 4678.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize person in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that person?
Sully. Alex Sullivan.
Now, when you were at the theater on July 19th of 2012, was Alex Sullivan alive?
Yes.
Have you seen Alex Sullivan alive since then?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. Oh, Your Honor, if I move for admission of that exhibit, please and publish.
4678. Is there any objection to 4678? No? Okay, without objection, Exhibit 4678 is admitted. All right, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, it's being published now. Thank you. Do you have any questions, Ms. Spengler? All right, thank you. The jury appears to have a question, so give us just a moment, please. All right, would counsel please approach? Some questions, and I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that they are appropriate, and so I'm going to ask you these questions now. The first question is, when the canister was thrown, was the entire movie theater filled with patrons?
Yes.
The next question is, were there any vacant seats that you saw?
In the beginning, when I first arrived, yes. Later during the night, no.
Next question is, did you see the shooter at all? And if so, what was he doing? And if you saw him, was he walking in the theater? And so the first question is, did you see the shooter at all?
The shooter himself, no.
Okay. The next question then is, were the different guns used at the same time?
Not to my recollection.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Mr. Schmaguire? Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Spengler? All right, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to Ms. Blache being released from her subpoena? All right, Ms. Blache, thank you. All right, folks, it's time to take our lunch break. And so I'm gonna ask you to please make sure you follow all the admonishments that I have been giving you throughout during the lunch break. Is everybody okay taking a little shorter than an hour and a half and meeting back here at 2? Okay, anybody have a problem with that? Raise your hand. No? Great. Okay, I'll see you back here at 2 o'clock then. Thank you, folks. The record should reflect that the jury has left the courtroom now. All right, folks, enjoy your break. I'll see you back here at 2, okay? The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Live on the denverchannel.com just now, 1:45 o'clock Mountain Time on this Wednesday, day 3 of testimony in the Aurora movie theater shooting. This morning we heard from both victims, survivors, and from people who were the first responders on the scene. A lot of the testimony this morning, very emotional, very heavy duty, but that was on purpose because, as we have been discussing, it's important for prosecutors in these early days of the trial to basically establish just how horrible of a crime this was, but also to leave a lasting impression because, as we will soon discover, we are dealing with months and months of evidence. Are we going to go with our 7 News legal analyst, Phil? Okay. Joining us now live from his office in Denver is 7 News legal analyst Dan Reck. Dan, thanks for joining us. Let me first start by asking you, this witness who was just on the stand, one of the survivors, ended with jurors asking her questions. Is that a big deal in a trial?
Well, it is very interesting to me. Early in my career and up until just a few years ago, jurors could not ask questions of the witnesses. They were a passive part of the trial. The law changed in Colorado not too long ago, and now you have what you saw, and that is the jurors can ask their own questions, and in fact, that's exactly what happened.
Well, and it's interesting, Dan, because this is not the first time a juror has asked questions, or the jury has asked questions. I mean, I think we've had probably about 13, 14 witnesses so far, and I think in about half of those cases, the jury has asked questions, pretty much, though, about timeline and about specifically what that witness saw. So for that reason, I believe the judge feels that that's appropriate.
Well, the judge is going to allow any question that he would allow the lawyers to ask. And so what we're seeing is a very active jury. This isn't always the case. Sometimes they're passive juries that, even though they can ask questions, don't. But clearly this jury likes to ask questions, and my guess is they're going to do that throughout the trial. One interesting thing from the lawyer's perspective is you can't anticipate, of course, what questions the jury will ask. And so, you might have your cross-examination perfectly thought out, but you don't know if the question from the juror is going to put a wrinkle in your strategy.
And Dan, as we talked yesterday, the point of these opening phases of trial is for the prosecutors to really describe the horror of the crime and hope that they keep that in the back of their minds as they hear much more scientific, much more medical testimony. Is the prosecution doing an effective job from what you have seen and heard so far?
I think they are. I mean, clearly this was thought out and staged in a, I hate to use the term, but it's true, like a theatrical way. They want this jury to be impacted emotionally by their first several witnesses, and that's exactly what they've done. This won't go on for day after day and week after week. Eventually, and probably not too long from now, that jury is not going to be hearing that kind of emotional testimony and instead hearing drier scientific evidence and stuff that isn't as emotionally laden.
Dan, one thing which I'm curious about, obviously the prosecution is painting a very intense picture of what things were like in the movie theater that evening. At the same time, could the evidence, could the 911 calls, or could the photos of the different victims in a way also help the public defender in the sense that it will paint a picture of someone who was clearly not in control, who was clearly not sane at the time? Because it seems like this evidence really could work to both sides to their advantage.
Yeah, you know, from a purely proof perspective, it probably even helps the defense more. It shows just how crazy this was, how insane, how out of the ordinary he was acting, absolutely. On the other hand, what the prosecution wants is to the jury to be emotionally impacted by this and feel much less inclined to bring back a not guilty by reason of insanity verdict because they are so overwhelmed with how horrific this was. So it cuts both ways. I agree with you.
And Dan, we have viewers not only here in Colorado, but really across the country, and a lot of them have been responding with us through emails, through our coverage. One question that keeps coming up over and over again is the fact that no one from the defense team has questioned any of these witnesses during cross-examination. Is that unusual in a trial like this, or is this really kind of legal 101?
It's not unusual because remember, in the opening statement, and frankly for the last 2 years, the defense attorneys have said, we do not dispute that James Holmes did this. He was the shooter. He's the one that committed these horrific acts. And so the defense has very little cross-examination based on that. They admit all of this. They admitted it in their opening. And they want to be able to say in their closing argument months from now, you'll recall, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't even object or even have any question of any of those witnesses because we've admitted it from the beginning. The point is, was he sane or insane, not whether he did it. This is not a whodunit case.
And Dan, before we let you go, I know you have a busy afternoon ahead. I want to ask you about the fact that today, for the first time, we saw District Attorney George Brockler question one of the witnesses. It's the first time that that has occurred during this trial. Many of the assistant district attorneys have taken over those duties. Is there any significance to the fact that he has only done this once before? Does it play more favorably to the jurors to see district attorneys of different genders, different backgrounds, or are we just reading too much into this?
No, I think there's an advantage to the prosecution, and the jury likes hearing from different prosecutors. You know, this is an unusual case in that most every jury trial that occurs in that courthouse and across the country has one lawyer per side, maybe two. It is only in a very big case like this where there's so many lawyers involved and so many lawyers sitting at counsel table. And it was unusual and has been unusual from the beginning that the elected DA is even trying a case. To have the elected DA do the opening statement like George Brockler did on Monday is highly unusual in a high publicity murder case.
Dan, court resumes, I believe, at 2 or 2:30. We say at 2 o'clock. It's been a busy afternoon, but Real quickly, as far as this afternoon, what do you think that we will hear and see? I see more graphic testimony from witnesses.
Yeah, I don't think the prosecution's done yet putting on their emotionally laden testimony. You're going to hear more of that today. And then at some point in the future, and like I said, I have no idea when, they're going to get more into their technical, less emotional evidence.
All right, Dan Recht, I know you spend a lot of time in the courtroom, but it's interesting to get your perspective kind of looking in from the outside in. This is an unprecedented trial in many ways for this area. So we appreciate your perspective on this, and I know we'll talk to you in the days, the weeks, the months ahead.
Good to talk to you.
All right, take care, Dan. Thanks so much. A lot of the testimony, again, this morning, well, exclusively has been from people who were at the movie theater the night of the shooting. We have heard from several survivors. We have heard from people who have been dealing with some very severe injuries. We have heard from people who have lost loved ones, but we are also hearing from law enforcement, the people on the front lines, some of the first responders. Many of these officers have more than a decade worth of service to the Aurora Police Department. They've seen many crime scenes during their careers, but they have also really emotionally been struck about what they saw that night in July. Among those, Officer Thomas Campagna. He arrived in his patrol car, after getting the call, and eventually was able to get closer to the scene. He talks about, in very graphic detail, I do want to warn people that what you are about to hear is very graphic, it's very disturbing, but it is an illustration of the chaos and really the grisly scene that these veteran officers came face to face with. So let's take a listen now to Officer Thomas Campagna of the Aurora Police Department.
The range of emotion and sight, sound, smell it smelled very, very bad. It smelled like fecal matter mixed with urine, mixed with blood, mixed with sweat. It's hard to explain unless you've smelled it. It's a horrible smell.
Where was that? Where'd you smell that horrible smell?
From running from my car to the sidewalk, the smell got stronger and stronger as I went toward the rear entry to the theater, the actual Theater 9.
How about once you went inside?
It was overwhelming, along with tear gas that had been some sort of gas that was making my eyes tear, my nose start to run, a lot of saliva in my mouth from it.
While you were going into the theater and getting in there, did you notice anything unusual on the ground?
Yes. In going in, actually inside the theater, I saw a AR-15 style rifle on the ground, along with a pink flip-flop, like a shoe, next to it. Underneath those it was coated. It looked like the sidewalk was painted red.
With what?
With what appeared to be blood, what smelled like blood, what looked like blood.
Okay, that was Officer Thomas Campagna from the Aurora Police Department. I have to tell you, I've now been listening to the evidence as you have for the last 3 days, and that was one of the more difficult exchanges to hear, and obviously what he saw speaks as to the reasons why. I want to talk real briefly about some of the prosecutors, the people that you have been seeing questioning the witnesses, and we have some slides to show you. First, let's talk about Deputy District Attorney George Brockler. It's not that often that a district attorney himself will prosecute a case, but that is the case today. He has a very accomplished legal record. He's a CU alum. He also teaches at the University of Denver's Sturm College of Law. But he also brings the interesting perspective that he has served in the military, a lieutenant colonel, serving as what's known as a JAG, a Judge Advocate General. So he's spent time in the courtroom a lot dealing with military matters. And again, he was elected district attorney in 2012 after the movie theater shooting, but has obviously done a quick study of this and is now prosecuting the case himself. Very accomplished in the courtroom, and for the first time today, we saw him question a witness. He's able to be stern at one point, but also sympathetic. Also want to tell you about Richard Orman. I think we saw him for the first time today, actually question a witness. I believe that today was the first time we saw him. He too has strong ties to Colorado. He grew up at Aspen, went to CU, but then heading to the East Coast to a Georgetown Law School. He's been with the office since 2001, so he's certainly familiar about the political landscape of Colorado, especially Arapahoe County, and the diversity of the jury pool. And then Karen Pearson. We have seen her as well question witnesses. I think yesterday afternoon is the first time we actually saw her approach the witness stand. She too has very strong ties to Colorado, grew up in Aurora, went to CSU, and then to law school at the University of Denver at the Sturm College of Law. She's a volunteer. She's also worked for the district attorney's office in Arapahoe County since 1996, so close to 20 years of service. So it's interesting to note that the people who are prosecuting this case all have very strong ties to Colorado, all understand the community very well and the jury pool. Many of them likely in Colorado, perhaps during some other tragedies experienced by the state, like Columbine, that really brought the issue of guns and violence into the forefront. So it's no surprise that we have 3 seasoned veterans, among others, leading the prosecution of this case. You know, in many ways, you are known by the community you live in, and they really bring that unique perspective. So the district attorneys have had some very difficult questions to ask these witnesses who saw some pretty horrible things. And among them is Joshua Nowlan. He is a former military man. He works in IT and technology right now. He actually helps movie theaters with some of the audio, visual, technical aspects that they need to operate. So he was very familiar with the movie theater in Aurora. He was there that July night with a friend of his and his friend's wife, newlyweds from Florida. They were in the theater when the shooting occurred, and he too found himself injured, shot in the leg. In fact, he was walking with a cane today in court, which itself makes a very dramatic statement that the wounds from this crime are lingering. Let's take a listen now to some of the testimony today of survivor Joshua Nowlan.
I got onto my back. We got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back of into the aisle, but towards the seating.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. You can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16?
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate. I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion that looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear?
Yes.
Joshua Nowlan telling the jury he was scared, he feared for his life. And this is a young man who at one point served in the military working on an aircraft carrier. Yet he also had enough military training to know what he was hearing. He knew the sound of gunfire. In fact, he was able to describe, in fact, the exact type of weapon that was used and perhaps even the type of ammunition. In fact, at one point, he was asked by the district attorney to use his hands to slap on the witness stand the frequency, the tempo of the bullets as they were coming out of the various weapons used by the shooter. We have been following Mr. Nowlan ever since the shooting occurred. He's been kind enough to share a lot of his story, a lot of his experience with us. My colleague, 7 News reporter Jacqueline Allen, has talked to him in the past, has profiled him in the past, and I want to share with you a piece that she reported on not too long ago.
The bullet went straight through.
One bullet hit Joshua Nowlan's arm.
So I was extremely lucky. Actually hit the bone, otherwise it would have completely blown off my entire right arm.
Another bullet hit his leg, an everyday reminder of what happened 1 year ago.
Was the tattoo there before?
No, this is the skin flap that they removed from the back of my shoulder. So my original tattoo is back here in my shoulder, and they removed a big chunk of it and they put it right here. It's definitely a wonderful conversation starter for a lot of first dates.
Joshua says his previous military training prepared him to face the grueling physical recovery of the last 12 months. But after 6 surgeries in 1 year, there were days it was tough, even for him, especially when he had to ask for help.
I couldn't bear even lifting up a fork so I can eat because the pain was too hard on my arm. I couldn't even walk down the street with my kids because I couldn't even stand up straight, and I was going to fall right down.
These days, while he still can't run, he rides, and he feels like himself again.
It still hurts a lot, going through that physical pain, but the pain tells me I'm still alive, but I can still push through it.
As part of the healing process, a few months ago, Josh walked into Theater 9 at the Aurora movie theater for the first time since the shooting.
And I did exactly what I planned originally before I got out of the hospital, was to go back into that seat, stand up, and say, I made it. You did not take my life. You did not, I survived. And that was my biggest accomplishment emotionally to get through that.
Through it all, there have been family, friends, and famous visitors lifting his spirits and providing support.
It really shows of the human kindness that really comes out when a tragedy happens. It really shows how, especially how this country is built on, so we take care of each other.
If anything has changed in the last year for Joshua Nowlan, it's a new appreciation for every single day. He thinks about the 12 people who died 1 year ago, and he promises to fight the pain, to ask for help, and to appreciate his family and friends. After all this, he'll never take life for granted again.
If I sit there and become afraid every single day of what's happened to me, then Holmes wins. And I'm never going to let him win.
Some strong reporting from Jacqueline Allen, and as you can see, Mr. Nowlan is doing better. He's now able to walk. He's able to ride his bike, and as he recovers physically, he also emotionally seems to be on a much better level than after when that tragedy occurred. In fact, I remember during testimony today, he was talking about the fact that when he arrived at the hospital, he was telling people he was hurt, he was in pain, and one of the healthcare workers told him that he wasn't even the worst of the bunch and that he had to wait in the triage like everyone else. Not in a negative sense, but just to give him some perspective that this was a very serious ordeal that he lived through. So Joshua Nowlan certainly making a mark in his testimony today. Also should point out that you can see he's walking with a cane. And at one point today, District Attorney George Brockler had him walk up to that mock-up, that model of the movie theater, and demonstrate where the gunman was pointing the gun, what his actions were, kind of mimicking his movements. So that too was very powerful. So as he recovers and has gone through a long rehabilitative process, so has a young woman by the name of Christina Blache. She was with a group of friends from work, basically. They all had worked in restaurants together. And they went to the movies, getting there as early as 5:30 in the afternoon. Their friend Alex Sullivan wanted to get the perfect seats for that movie. This debut was a big deal for him. So they all got to the movie theater early. In fact, at one point, the large group of friends were separated. Some were in one theater, others were in another theater, and they all again eventually moved into Theater 9 so they could sit together and to have those prime seats. Sadly, Alex Sullivan, one of Christina's friends, did pass away in the shooting. But she too was injured severely. And like so many people in that movie theater, she also had experience in the military. She served in Iraq. She knew exactly the sound of the gunfire, what a lot of people described as fireworks. She knew that was ammunition being fired from a rifle. So she was very aware of what occurred. She also, though, had some very serious injuries to both of her legs. And despite her experience in the military, it's clear that she had been through gunfire before, but she said this was the first time she was hit. And she has been through some very significant war zones, and she talks about her injuries. Let's take a listen now to Christina.
So the first thing I remember at this point is a sound, like it goes poof, and it went up and over. And at first I thought it was antics. I thought it was like, because I've been to other midnight premieres and I've seen people dress up in costumes. I've seen them do little skits in the front. I've seen them throw T-shirts. So I just thought it was antics. I thought maybe it was like bats flying over, but I've heard that sound before, and I knew I had heard it, but I ignored it. I continued watching the movie, and next thing I hear is metal clinks. It goes clink, rolling, clink. And, you know, when like metal rolls across like grit or dirt, or I heard it roll, and I knew that I'd heard that sound before. And so I hear it roll, clink again, roll and clink again. And it shot up and over and landed like a couple rows ahead of me.
So when you just described it shooting up and over, if you were staring at the movie theater screen, again, pretend this is the movie theater screen, what direction does it come from?
From the right-hand side.
And
Right-hand side, sorry.
And what direction does it go towards?
Towards the left-hand side, right about a couple rows in front of me, so probably where she's sitting.
Now, you just told the jury that you knew you had heard that sound before.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, could you place where you had heard that sound before?
Not at the time. Not at the time.
Today, as you stand here today, do you know what that sound is from?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
That was a canister being shot.
And what kind of canister are you talking about?
A gas canister.
So after you hear that clinking, what's the next thing you remember?
Next thing I remember is starting to see muzzle flashes. And by muzzle flashes, I mean the thing you see when a gun fires. You see kind of, and it'll be described as fireworks too by people who have never seen this before. But you'll see a flash, and it's like a burst of light that comes from the end of a gun when it's being fired.
Now, muzzle flashes is a kind of particular term. Do you have particular experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of experience with firearms do you have?
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Okay, thank you. I went to Baghdad and have been in gunfire. I have seen it myself.
Why did you go to Baghdad?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I was in the military.
What branch of the military were you in?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Air Force.
And what sort of training and experience did the Air Force give you with firearms?
You have to qualify, and you have to make a certain amount of rounds into a target in a certain area in order to even go over to Baghdad. So you have to be proficient in weaponry.
And what type of weaponry did you have to be proficient in to go to Baghdad?
M16A2.
And did you meet your proficiency tests?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you have to qualify?
Sustained.
So your experience with weapons in the Air Force, was what you had known to be muzzle flashes in the Air Force consistent with what you saw in the theater that night?
Yes, ma'am.
So you see these muzzle flashes, and how would you describe the light of muzzle flashes?
The best way I can describe it so everyone could understand is when a camera flashes. That's the best way I can describe it. Just quick, just flash.
And where in the theater do you see those muzzle flashes coming from?
The right-hand side of the screen.
And closer to the front of the screen? of the
Yes,
movie theater?
ma'am.
So what happens after you see those muzzle flashes?
Once I realized it was gunfire, I ducked down behind my seat, or behind the seats that were in front of me.
Now, did you physically get out of your chair and get down onto the ground?
Somewhat, yes. It was hard because everybody else was doing the same thing in my row. So I kind of went to the side and down.
So if that's the movie theater screen, is your head more towards the right?
I went to the left.
The left?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is your body positioned on the floor?
Well, I didn't get to the floor before I was hit. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. So describe for the jury what happened.
So I went to the left to get down, and I was using the seat in front of me. And as I was going down, I just kind of felt like this heat sensation in my leg. And so as soon as I felt it, it was my right leg. As soon as I felt the heat sensation go into my right leg, I took my hand down to feel. I felt, because I saw the blood come up in front of my face as I was going down. So I felt my leg. I saw blood. So I just continued falling to the ground and got down. Everybody's screaming. There's I've heard people, I'm getting shot. I've been hit. Stuff that I've heard before, but I hadn't been hit before. So it was just, sorry, go ahead.
Where had you heard that before? That means you can answer the question.
Iraq.
So can you ascertain what's going on with your friends who are on your left and your right at this point?
After I got onto the ground, yes, I started trying to look and see what had happened. And at one point I noticed Sully. And so I reached over on my right and tried to reach. I noticed he had a blood spot on his head. So I reached up to see, but I couldn't quite reach him. So I didn't know what was going on with him. Edgar was laying next to me. Jasmine was on the other side. And at this point, Bryson, Tony, Maria, Annalise, and Armando were trying to get out of the theater. As far as a time span, I'm not even sure. It felt like an eternity, but I couldn't. It could probably be 30 seconds that all this happened.
So while you're looking at your friends and seeing what's happened to them or if they're okay, what are you hearing still during this time?
Well, there's gunfire a lot of the time, and then at one point it just went silent as far as gunfire goes, and that's when Maria, Tony, Bryson, Annalise, and Armando ran out of the theater.
And are you hearing anything else? Just gunfire at that point in time?
Yeah, just gunfire.
Are you still hearing screaming in the theater?
Yeah. Well, yes. Sorry. Yes, they're screaming the entire time.
And so they're trying to flee the theater at that
Yes,
point in
ma'am.
time. And what are you doing?
When they go to flee, they're like, come on, Crispy. So I turn.
Stop here for a second.
Sorry.
Crispy? What?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a nickname I was given by everybody that I was there with. It's what I went by in the restaurant industry. It was given to me by Tony. So knowing that I'd been hit in the leg, I was still going to try to get out and try to go with them. But so I had to figure out a way to get up. So I turned around to the seat that was behind me. I used the back of the seat to get up. And I got up to that part, and then I got up to the back seat, and as I was standing up, I just felt a snap in my left leg. At this point, I realized that I had been hit in my left leg too.
So what happened when you heard
So I
this?
fell back to the ground. Edgar actually broke my fall. And he let me know that I was laying on his arm, and so I got off his arm, we repositioned, and I laid back down and started trying to figure out, and it was like bam, 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 quick. So I looked down at my injury on my right leg and just a mess. So my jeans were shredded at this time. So I took my jeans and just started twisting to try to create a tourniquet to make sure that I wouldn't bleed to death. But it just twisted and twisted and twisted and just shoved it into the wound to stop the bleeding and wait for help.
What are you thinking during this time?
To be honest, at this point, I wasn't thinking anything, because at this point is when Jasmine started screaming, "I need to call my mom, I need to call my mom." And so at this point is I realized Jasmine is still there with me. And I know Edgar's on the other side of me, but Jasmine was there, and she's only 16. She's young, I'm her boss. I go into help mode. So I told her, "You need to call your mom. Go ahead and call your mom." And I reach up and I hold her hand. And so she starts calling her mom, and
Now, are you able to see what's happening with Sully at this time?
No.
Could you see where he was located? Could you see anything?
he's still on the other side of Edgar at this point.
And was he in his chair still? Was he on the ground?
He's on the ground, face down towards us, towards the left-hand side.
So you tell Jasmine to call her mom. What do you remember doing after that?
After that, the alarms are still going off. There's still screams. Officers start coming in to take people out. They're trying to assess the situation. One cop comes up the stairs and starts talking to Jasmine. Then he starts asking me if I can walk. He's like, "If you can walk, you need to get up." Couldn't walk, I already tried. So I was like, "I need help." So he realized that both of my legs were hit and called for more help to get me out.
I want to ask you something about the shots that were being heard in the theater.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to differentiate at all between different types of shots in the theater?
They sound differently, yes.
Okay, what did the shots sound like to you in the theater that night?
There were some that were very rapid, is the best way to describe it, and then there are some that sound short and just like a boom. That's the best way I could describe it too.
And just so
And
we
every
can
day.
try to have the jury describe it, could you kind of speak into the microphone with the different booms that it sounded like?
So some of them, the more rapid fire would be like boom, 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 and then the other ones would be more of a boom, boom, boom. So it'd be like shorter, like longer is the best way that I could describe it to you.
Based on your training and experience with firearms, were you able to ascertain what sort of weapons you think were being fired in the theater?
Sustained.
Based just on your regular experience with firearms, what did you think you had heard in the theater that night?
I definitely know that, like, as far as my experience goes, that it was a similar weapon to what I've shot in the military.
And what weapon was that?
The M16A2.
So the police officers are there to take you. What happens next?
So two officers start trying to carry me out, and then they realized that the injuries on my legs, they needed one more officer, so they called for another officer. They started carrying me down the stairs, and we get to right where that main aisle, right where it goes to stadium seating. We get to that, and they drop me on somebody. the person is not not moving, not breathing, not doing anything. They just dropped me on him.
Was that on purpose?
No, by no means. They're tired. They were exhausted. You could hear them panting, like really hard breathing. And then so they reestablished like their grips, picked me back up, and took me all the way out the back of the theater, and the front right exit towards the front of the theater.
So through the main lobby, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So out to the right of the screen, if I was facing it, it's to the right, out the front exit.
So that goes out till actually behind the theater?
So behind the theater, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens when they take you out behind the theater?
There's absolute, just, at least from my opinion, chaos out there. Just injured people everywhere. And so they set me down next to Jasmine on the ground. And as soon as they set me down, I start holding her hand again. And they start assessing and triaging. And I just remember the cop sitting down next to me and going, "You need to go, you need to go." And I'm like, "No, I'm not leaving until she's gone." So they got her and took her. And then
Be clear, who's her?
Jasmine Kennedy. I told them I wouldn't go until she was gone. She was my responsibility. So they took her, then I was willing to go.
Now, were you able to see and observe Jasmine's injuries at that time?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I was not.
Okay. Were you able to see your own injuries yet at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What could you tell had happened?
I could tell that my right leg was injured really badly. My left leg, I couldn't see any injuries at that time. I just knew that there was a hole.
And could you describe for the jury where these injuries are on your legs?
My right femur and my left knee area.
And what do you see when you look down at your legs?
My shredded jeans, blood. That's good enough. Sorry.
Are you in pain at this time?
Yes.
And what sort of pain were you in?
There was heat sensations the entire time. I was groaning because they had picked me up by the leg, and they had to go underneath my right femur area, which is where the injury was. So when they picked me up, I was groaning, moaning, every once in a while crying out in pain from just the adrenaline.
How long were you out on the sidewalk before someone came to get you?
That I don't know. I know it was quite a long time because they didn't have enough cop cars, ambulances, fire department. They had so many victims. They had to wait for a car.
At some point in time, does someone come for you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
They picked me back up and put me into the back of a cop car. When they got me into the cop car, I just hear "Crispy" from the front seat, and it was Heather Snyder. She was sitting in the front seat.
Could you tell if Heather was injured at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
What were Heather's injuries?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Heather was holding her hand to her chest, to the right side of her chest, and she was just holding it.
Could you tell what had happened?
I couldn't tell fully what was going on. I just knew that her hand had been injured.
Now, is there anyone else that gets into this police car with you too?
Yes, the firefighter that helped carry me jumped in. He's like, "I'm going with her," and jumps in the back seat with me.
Right. So how does he position himself in the back of the patrol car?
So if I'm laying across the witness stand right here, he was like this over me, and just riding like that.
Now, how are you positioned in the back of the patrol car?
I'm laying directly out on the seats, just straight across.
Is your head closer to the driver's side or the passenger side?
Passenger side.
And then this firefighter's
just hovering over me. Yes, making sure I'm okay.
Then you have Heather Snyder in the front, and then someone driving the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us about that ride in that patrol car.
So when they went to take off, there was so much brush blocking the parking lot and the way out that the cops goes, I've got to figure out a way to get out of here. And he jumps the curb and goes to go up to the ambulance area.
What happens when you get to the ambulance area?
They pull me out of the back seat. Off of one side, I got hooked on the seat belts, and so they were just yanking, trying to get me out. And then they realized that I was caught, so they helped me get uncaught, pulled me out of the back seat, put me onto a stretcher, and then put me into the ambulance.
And as you can hear, nothing was easy that night as far as emergency responders were concerned. They had so many obstacles. First, the police arriving, not knowing if there was another gunman, another assailant inside that movie theater. Then they had to go through and systematically find out who was injured, what kind of condition they were in, telling some people to sit on the sidewalk, other people unable to get out, and then police and other emergency responders having to deal with the thick smoke and the gas that was in the air of the movie theater. I mean, so many challenges in addition to the actual crime itself. And then, as we just heard from Christina, our last witness who testified, she talked about the fact that she and several other people had to go into police cars, lay on the bench in the back. They were caught by seatbelts trying to get out of the vehicle. Many times police cars, we heard this from several witnesses, had to jump curbs just to be able to get to a road to drive to a hospital for help. So as you can see, it was very intense. Among those who we heard from today, again, a young man by the name of Joshua Nowlan. He is a military veteran serving on an aircraft carrier, well aware of the weapons that were being used. We're going to hear from him in just a minute, but I do want to talk real briefly about the defense team, who thus far has been pretty silent. These are two of the public defenders, Daniel King and Tamara Brady. We have seen Mr. King, perhaps one of the more visible so far in this trial, primarily objecting to evidence. Things such as 911 calls, statements from witnesses, as well as photos. Again, his concern is that what we've seen is emotionally inflammatory, not so much fact-based. But as you heard from our legal analyst and as we heard from the judge, from a precedent standpoint, the legal precedent has been set. So that type of evidence is permitted. And again, he has been a public defender now for about 20 years, serving since 1995. And Tamara Brady, also well known, very well known, especially when it comes to jury selection. So we haven't heard from her really at all in this trial, mainly from Catherine Spangler. She is the one who gave the opening statements. She, like the prosecutors, has many strong ties to Colorado, a law graduate of CU. She's on the faculty at the law school at CU and most recently defended Austin Sigg. He is the teenager who pleaded guilty to killing Jessica Ridgway several years ago in Westminster. So again, the public defense team, very well known in the courtroom as well. And again, as you heard, many of these public defenders, defense attorneys, having a very strong ties to Colorado. We certainly will hear a lot more from them as the trial proceeds forward, but at this point, really, the prosecution is taking center stage. Okay, back to the witness who we heard from, survivor Joshua Nowlan. We saw him walk into the courtroom using a cane, and once again, that cane, because of severe injuries to his legs, was being used almost in a symbolic way by the prosecutors. It was used as a prop to demonstrate the firearm that the gunman was using. Today we saw District Attorney George Brockler himself questioning Mr. Nowlan, asking him to describe exactly what he saw using his cane as a prop to sort of mimic the gunman. Let's take a listen now to Mr. Nowlan.
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir, first. Two things. And we're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
So, Brandon,
You're good.
So the best of my recollection is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest part of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. Sir, would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here, closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Thank you. Go ahead and grab it. Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would object.
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I can see him with the gun holstered up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, that's pretty gripping testimony from Joshua Nowlan. In fact, at one point, the district attorney had him slap the witness stand to kind of let the jurors know the frequency and the intensity of the gunfire he heard as well. So we've heard from survivors, many who have done a yeoman's job of staying strong during what can arguably one of the most difficult moments of their life, having to recount it in a very public forum. But we also are hearing some pretty emotional testimony from some of the first responders on the scene. I mean, we have seen veteran officers at times struggle to keep it together as they talk about what they saw that night. And one of those is Sergeant Gerald, Gerald Jonsgaard. Thank you. Jonsgaard, thank you. He was at the movie theater. He is one of the first people who went inside the movie theater and came across 6-year-old Veronica Moser Sullivan. And what he saw that day required him to pause many times during his testimony because it was just that intense. It's a memory that he will deal with for perhaps the rest of his life. But it's important that you see what everyone experienced. And so we're going to go listen to the sergeant now, who I might add is a 27-year veteran from the Aurora Police Department.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last names?
Certainly, Sergeant Specialist Gerald Jonsgaard, and that's Gerd. Spelling the last name is Jon, S as in Sam, Gaard.
Sergeant Jonsgaard, could you pull the microphone up to you a little better?
How's that?
I think we'll see once you start to talk.
Very good.
Could you please tell us how you're employed?
I'm a specialist sergeant with the city of Aurora. I work District 1 graveyard shift.
And City of Aurora, the police department?
Correct.
Where is District 1?
District 1 is located on the Fitzsimmons campus. It encompasses everything from 225 to the west to the Denver city limits.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
With Aurora for 36 years in July.
Did you work in law enforcement prior to that as well?
Military police for 3 years.
Were you working on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
What did your duties consist of at that time?
At that time and at the present, I was a specialist sergeant, once again assigned to District 1. I run a training team for new recruit officers.
Now, you said you were working graveyards.
Yes.
What hours was that?
10 at night till 8 in the morning.
And that's what you're currently working?
Correct.
Did you hear a call come out on July 20th at about 12:39 a.m. To respond to the Century 16 Theater.
Yes, it was a shots fired call that came out.
Were you asked specifically to respond?
It was a broadcast that was aired to the whole districts, all the districts involved. Shots fired calls are usually toned and then aired out.
Where is the Century 16 Theater located?
14300 block, East Alameda Avenue or Drive, located in the city of Aurora, county of Arapahoe, state of Colorado.
Where were you coming from?
The 200 block of South Potomac, which is about 10 blocks away as the crow flies.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the theater?
To the theater, probably less than a minute.
How fast were you driving?
Probably not over 70.
How did you approach the theater?
Initially, I intended to come in off of Sable, which would be on the east side of the theater. But they were doing road construction, gravel trucks. I was blocked from going in at the first entrance, so I went up to the next entrance farther to the south.
Are you familiar with that area?
Somewhat.
When you entered to park, where did you park?
I ended up parking just to the southeast of the theater complex. I noted when I got back there that it was high ground. There was a retaining wall. You could see the entire back of the theater.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 4740. Do you recognize this?
That's an aerial view of the theater itself and the adjacent parking lot.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the area on July 20th of 2012?
It does, with the exception of a dumpster that was located in the rear
Your Honor,
of
I
the theater.
would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 4740.
Any objection? Thank you. Yeah, without objection, it is admitted.
Now, if you could explain on this, and you still need to keep your microphone with you, or?
I'll figure it out.
Okay. If you could explain, where is the theater on this map?
This is the theater itself. This is the front of the theater. The rear of the theater, which pretty much, this is eastbound. This is Sable Avenue. The entrance I intended to come in was farther to the north on Sable, but it was blocked. So I came all the way up and turned into an entrance somewhere in here to the right-hand side.
For perspective, where would Interstate 225 be?
Directly this way, angled a bit.
Over on this direction?
More or less,
And
yes.
how about Alameda?
Alameda would be this way, to the north.
So now you indicated you came in from the south.
I was headed north to south. I came in, made a turn, blacked out, ended up coming into this area right here, blacked out, which commands a view. This is a flat picture, but this wall here is approximately 1 story high, commanding view of the back of the theaters.
So you could see everything that was going on in the back of the theater.
Right, the parking lot was lit up. I knew I was probably one of the first cars, especially in the back, so I thought I'd take control of that.
When you first got to the back, so that you can get closer to the microphone, when you first got to the back, what could you see?
The first thing I saw were some construction workers located right in this area. I'm not sure what they were doing, if they were water workers or what.
On the west side of the theater?
This is more of the
south?
south side of the theater. I could see their orange and yellow vests, that type of thing. They were staring at the theater itself. As soon as I got out, they saw me and were yelling about something was going on. I deployed my rifle, told them to take cover, and moved immediately to the railing area.
Now, when you say deployed your rifle, what do you mean?
I took out my AR-15, chambered around, turned on the optics, and came to the wall, overlooking the rear of the theater,
And turning on the optics.
turning my red light, or my red dot sight on.
So you have your rifle out, you have the sight on, and what are you seeing?
At this point, nothing. There's no activity for the most part in the back of the theater. There's a white car located in the first spot behind the theater. They were airing information about shooting in Theater 9. I had no idea which Theater 9 was at this point. I didn't know if it backed up to this, if it was on the sides. I'm not really familiar with this theater.
What did you see next?
Noted the car, noted 2 other cars parked in the parking lot. There's a dumpster right here. I'm not sure what they were doing, some construction obviously, but it didn't block much of any of the parking lot. I with the exception of the alcove right in this area. I stayed at that area, rifle deployed. In about a minute to two, the construction workers started yelling that they believed someone had been shot, that there was a female shot, something along those lines. I took my sights off the back of the lot, told them to have that party take cover, apply first aid, just stay down.
At the point that they were telling you that they'd seen somebody was shot, had you seen any people come outside of the theater?
No, the back lot was completely empty. I could see officers cutting across from Sable on foot, coming into the the north end of the lot, working their way towards me to the south.
What did you see next?
When I came back on sight view, I noticed that there was a person standing next to this white car. The door was open, and I believed it was a SWAT officer.
Why did you think that?
Due to his appearance, the gas mask, helmet, black outfit. Didn't see any weapon per se, but I thought, how did the SWAT guy get here so quick?
That seems strange to you?
Very.
What were the lighting conditions like behind the theater?
Oh, very bright. All lit up. You could see everything. There are lights back there for the back of the theater, like most businesses, security lighting and parking lot lights.
Now, at the point that you saw a person standing next to a white car, was there anybody else behind the theater?
Two officers were located the other side of the vehicle. Two officers that had moved up from the north end of the parking lot were obviously checking the back of the business also.
And we're saying they're coming from the north end. So you pointed out on the map where the vehicle was, and then where were the officers in relationship to that?
Directly to the north of that vehicle, maybe 20 to 30 yards at most. They were approaching the vehicle. They'd obviously seen this person.
How were they approaching?
Guns drawn. They were giving commands, I believe, although from my distance I couldn't hear what they were. I then noted that the party threw his arms up in the air.
And the party, which party are you talking about?
The gentleman in the black SWAT outfit, or what I thought was a SWAT outfit, who was standing by the open door of the white car.
When you saw that, what did you think?
I thought that's our suspect. As a matter of fact, I tried to get on the air, asked him to hold the air, and asked the officers, is that our suspect?
What do you mean by hold the air?
A lot of chatter going on. We're tied into one or two channels. Cars are responding, active information. A lot of people are talking, trying to get their information out. So when I request to hold the air, everybody be quiet, something important.
Did that occur?
For a short time span, yes.
What did you say on the air when you got the air cleared so that you could talk?
I asked officers, is that the suspect by the white car? Something along those lines. They said, yes, it is. We have a gas mask, a rifle, et cetera, et cetera. I said, hold him. I'm coming down.
So how did you get down from where you were to the back of the theater?
Moved to the west, down a little hill, back around to the side of the theater. This would be the south side of the theater, around the corner, over to the east side of the theater.
And do we have a photo of 4740? If we pull that up, that might be helpful. And a photograph should be coming up that will be the same as the poster that you've already seen. Or perhaps not. You indicated that you were coming up on that you had to come down, you had to get down from where you were, because you said that you are essentially a story above where
Correct.
Where the back of the theater is. So how did you get down there?
What I did is I just moved to my left, which would be to the west, crossed into the grassy area, and then took a small hill down to the parking lot.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the back of the theater?
Maybe 10 to 15 seconds tops.
When you got to the back of the theater, what did you see?
I saw that they were stripping items off a gentleman who was on the ground, that they'd pulled off a helmet, were pulling off a vest, and had him proned out, cuffing him out.
Where was he in relation to the white car that you'd seen?
Directly to the south of the white car, about 10 to 15 feet.
So he was no longer right at the driver's side door?
No.
Do you recall, was the driver's side door open?
Still open.
And you recalled seeing a helmet and what else?
Gas mask, helmet, some type of vest. I'm not sure if it was ballistic or not. Some type of chaps, black pants, maybe something along those lines.
Do you know who the two officers were who were with him at
Yes.
that time? Who were they?
It would be Officer Oviatt and Officer Sweeney.
Were there other officers on scene yet?
Starting to. I could see at least 1 to 2 more officers coming in from the north, moving towards the south.
Are they coming in with guns drawn?
Yes.
Had you seen any people exit the theater yet?
No one had come out of the theater yet. At this point, I'm holding on the door to what appears to be the back of a theater. I noted at this door, I didn't know if it was Theater 9 or not, still, at this door on the ground was a rifle. It looked like an AR rifle laying on the ground.
So a large rifle?
Yes.
What else did you see on the ground?
That was pretty much it. I saw the rifle there. No one had exited the door. I'm trying to cover this door, cover the officers who are moving in from the north.
What did you think about the fact that there's a rifle on the ground? Did you think it was a law enforcement rifle?
At this point, I'm thinking, no cop would have left that there. So I'm thinking that may be the weapon involved. Maybe, I don't know at this point. Later on, I was able to determine that it was not one of our rifles, just due to the optics on the rifle.
We talked about the optics. What are you talking about?
You'd call it a scope. We carry EOTech scopes, which are low-profile hologram-type sights. I think that at the time, that was all that was authorized. This was called an aim point scope, which is more of a scope like you'd see on a hunting rifle, something more similar to that, not something that APD would be carrying.
Did you notice anything else near or about the door?
About the door itself, not at this point. Later on, I noted that the door itself wasn't shut, and wasn't shutting because there was a plastic tab, I guess you'd call it, holding it from shutting all the way.
What color was the plastic tab?
I want to say green. I also noted that that green sort of tab, which is a strange-looking thing, was also laying near the property of the defendant who was on the ground being cuffed.
And at this point, the defendant, where was he in relation to his car?
Probably 10 to 15 feet to the south of the vehicle, proned out on the pavement, head facing to the north. He would be about 10 feet to my right as I'm watching the open doorway, or the doorway area to my left.
Did you get a chance to look at him, to see his face?
Yes,
Do you believe you'd recognize him again if you saw him?
most certainly.
Is he in this courtroom today?
Seated at the defendant's table, a white shirt with blue squares, wearing glasses, small beard, didn't have a beard then.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Does he look different now than he did then?
Yes.
How?
Heavier, his hair was pretty much bright orange that night, much longer, clean shaven for the most part.
Now, you're seeing the defendant laying on the ground near some distance away from the car, and those officers on scene. You said other officers were arriving.
Correct.
At that point, what else is starting to happen behind the theater?
About this time, a female came busting out the rear door, the one I was covering, startled me. Door smacks open, she comes running out, starts running towards me. I tell her to move to her left, which would be my right. I've got her at gunpoint, I'm not sure who she is. I'm telling her to move to the north, just move down a few steps. She keeps running. She's on her way out of there. About this time, a gentleman comes out. His pants are flapping, obviously bloody. He's got a pretty good leg wound. He's also headed to the north now. So I go after them, telling them to stop. An officer is coming in from the north. He too is telling them to stop. We travel about 30 to 40 feet. They stop. She's screaming. She's hysterical. She says that there's somebody shooting. We got to get away. We got to get away. Something to that effect. I tell her, and by now there's another third gentleman who's shown up, who's come out the theater. They're all right there in close proximity. I say, sit down. They all immediately drop to the ground.
Why did you tell them to sit down?
So we could control them and figure out what's going on. I guess I was a little stunned that they just dropped.
We can now see the picture up on the screen, and if we have a pointer that up here, oh, this is, okay. And I don't know if it'll work or not, so if you can give it a shot and see if it does. But if it, does it work on the screen?
There, you can barely see it.
We did.
All right.
Please keep your voice up because you're looking away from the microphone, okay?
Will do, sir.
Or you can pull the mics in with you too, I think. If
All right.
you could point out where the exit door was that you saw people coming from on that.
The exit door itself would be in the alcove. Picture's a little grainy, but right in here for the most part. This is a locked trash bin. There's a gate on the front, and the exit door alcove goes straight in here.
And when you first saw police officers coming up towards, where was the white car on this map?
White car would be in the first parking spot, right there.
When you first saw police officers coming up towards the person by the right car, where were they coming from?
I noticed them first coming in, out in the parking lot. My thought process was they were too exposed, but of course I can't get on the air to say anything. They were coming in from, like I said, north to the south, and they're probably somewhere in this area when they gunpoint the defendant at his car here.
And you're pointing near to where the car was parked in that first space.
Correct. They were just to the west and then north of the vehicle.
Now, the people who came out of the theater and started to run, where did they run towards?
They made it, she came out originally right towards me. I directed her to go to her right, hand motions, move that way. And she got to about right here, and then the officer who was coming up, another officer, not the two who had already contacted the defendant, stopped her. So she's there, the gentleman who was bleeding from the leg wound is here, and a third gentleman behind him are there.
And were you able to stop them in that vicinity?
Yes,
not
I
too
ran over
far?
to them also, told them to sit down, that we take care of them, because she was pretty hysterical, she wanted to go. She wanted to run, I think that was her quote, we need to run away.
And you can have a seat again.
Thank you.
Were there police cars in the back of the theater at this time?
No. No cars had made it to the back of the theater at this point.
Do you know why that is?
I believe most of them had been blocked in on the north side, blocked in from the entrance in the front. The parking lot filled up fairly quick with people trying to leave, people trying to come in. I know the majority of officers seem to have gone to the front of the theater.
Were officers arriving at the back of the theater on foot?
On foot, yes.
Did you know whether or not there were officers inside the theater at this time?
No. I know they'd been asking for officers to get gas masks so they could make entry, but I hadn't heard that anyone had gone inside yet.
Now, you said that you also found a rifle right next to the exit door. Did you have anyone stand by that rifle?
About the time that we'd secured the people who had run out the door, myself and at least 2 to 4 other officers were now at the back door. We could see that it was blocked open, so we said we're going to go in, cut right, cut left, and I grabbed one officer and said, watch the rifle, don't let anybody pick it up or kick it.
Did you enter the theater?
Yes.
When you first walked into the theater through that exit door, what did you see?
There's an alcove there. It dead ends about 5 feet to the left and then opens up to the theater about 2 feet, 3 feet on the right. As soon as you opened the door and walked in, pandemonium. There was gas in the air, CN or tear gas, you might call it, hit you immediately. Teared up, mucus formed, burned your face, burned your skin. But you could tell fairly quick what it was, or I could tell fairly quick what it was, and I knew it wasn't going to be incapacitating. It was just really uncomfortable. It was dark. The movie was playing. There was a siren going off intermittently and white strobe lights. As soon as you made entry into the theater room itself, you could see to the left and off to your right, there were people up and down, some in the seats, some screaming, some pointing. The noise was such that you could not hear much of anything except for the sirens, the claxtons.
Had you been in a circumstance like this before in your career as a police officer?
Sustained.
How would you describe then your ability to respond in the theater given all these things that were going on?
I guess I could only refer it back to some training we'd had, and noise confusion was part of that training. I'm sure that helped. If I wanted someone to do someone, I had to grab them and tell them, yell at them, scream at them, take that exit, cover that side, go down this hallway. I should note that once we made it into the theater, once I came in the door, I saw officers to my left on the stairway starting to go up into the crowd area. So officers had made it in.
Was it possible to be heard in the theater, to talk to a person?
To talk, no. I could scream at people and they could figure out what I was saying, like cover, clear, that type of thing, but you had to yell and they had to be in front of you to be heard.
Could you tell how many people, patrons, were in the theater at that time?
With the darkness and the strobes, I'd say probably at least 30 plus, and that's a guess. My world is limited to a short area around me and then objects far away. I saw an exit that I wanted covered. I noticed that one hallway probably led to another exit, and then a hallway on the far side, I didn't know at this time, probably led to another exit. So I wanted those covered, cleared.
Do you have any idea how many officers were in the theater at that point?
There were more coming in behind me, I could tell you that, and more coming down the hallway. Probably at least 6 to 10, and that's a guess.
All right, more testimony now from Aurora Sergeant, from an Aurora Police Sergeant, 27-year veteran, Gerald Jonsgaard, testifying about his initial arrival at the scene, what he saw, and the challenges he had to deal with. Okay, it's about 1:58 now here in Denver. We are waiting for court to resume again at 2 o'clock in Arapahoe County in Centennial, about 12 miles south of where we are located in our studios in downtown. Court again resuming at 2 o'clock, jurors on a lunch break. So far, since this trial has started, according to Marshall Zellinger, who is, I'm going to call the math wizard here, he has compiled a total of 15 witnesses thus far, 5 just this morning. So as far as what the afternoon plan is like, I think that we will hear more from survivors, people who were injured, as well as some of the first law enforcement to arrive in the scene. I'm curious to know if we are going to hear from anyone in the different emergency rooms across the city. I know that what had happened has been a big learning tool for hospitals across the country. In fact, I did a story about how at the University of Colorado in Aurora, the emergency room team there has been talking to other hospitals. I think papers have been written about their response to this mass casualty incident, because this really happened in the middle of the night. And of course, there is strong staffing overnight, but this is not within the realm of what to normally expect. So it'll be interesting to see if we hear from anyone. We still see the seal from the Colorado court, so I guess that lunch is still continuing. The judge, Carlos Zamor, has been very on time during this trial. He is committed to keeping a orderly courtroom, and for the most part, this has been a very on schedule event. Is that Erica live, or is that? Oh, okay, all right. I just want to. Okay, that's the seal that we are looking at. It's interesting also to note that for the first time today, prosecutor, District Attorney George Brockler actually questioned a witness. He questioned Joshua Nowlan, who we had heard testimony from earlier today. He was shot in the arm and the leg, but it's interesting because for the first time today, we actually saw the district attorney do some of the questioning as opposed to some of the assistant district attorneys. We talked about that fact with Dan Recht, our 7 News legal analyst, who's a defense attorney in private practice, and he was talking about the fact that it is important that you have different faces approach the jury and execute some of these opening witness interviews, so to speak. All right, court is back in session, 2:01 to be on the record, and if our presumptions are correct, we will hear more witnesses from the prosecution. So let's take a listen in to the court in Arapahoe County.
The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. Before we bring the jury in Just a couple of housekeeping matters. The first is that I realize that I skipped number 8 in terms of the juror questions. And so, just so that the record is clear, that's not an indication that that question is lost or that question form is lost. I just skipped a number in numbering the question forms. I went from 7 to 9. So, there's a motion filed by the media petitioners, and I don't know whether the parties have received it or not, but it is requesting access to all non-graphic image exhibits that have been admitted into evidence and displayed in open court whose contents are not visible to the public outside courtroom 201. And as far as I can tell, it refers to the diagrams that have been admitted, which are not visible on the camera, on the closed-circuit TV camera. So I think it's a fair request, but I wanted to run it by counsel first. What I would be inclined to do is to simply scan those and provide them to the media through our public relations representative, Mr. McCollum. But I wanted to run it by the parties first to see if the parties had any position on that. I don't know whether you've had a chance to review the motion yet or not. Mr. Orman, do the people have a position on that? Yes. Okay. Does the defense have any position on that? Yes, and for the record, it's exhibits 1129, 1145, 1147, 1154, 1167, and 1168, and they're all diagrams. Is that correct, Ms. Gerlings? Yeah, I think they're all diagrams. If they're not, I'll let you folks know, but if they are, I don't have any concerns about providing them, scanned copies of them to the media petitioners. Mr. King?
I just had a chance to very briefly read the pleading, and I thought it was wider in scope than what the court is describing. So, could we have until tomorrow morning to really read it and get the position?
That's fine. And to the extent that it's wider in scope than that, I'm not inclined to provide anything beyond that. I think it's fair to ask for exhibits that have been admitted that are not clearly visible on camera. But I think beyond that, for example, to the extent that it seeks exhibits that were used in opening statements, those are not admitted yet, and I am not inclined to provide those.
And that was where my question came from, because it appeared in the photographs that were attached that it was the opening statement exhibits that were being shown. It was during Mr. Brockler's opening statement, if I recall correctly, and there were some of his PowerPoint slides that you could see on the screen, but you couldn't read them.
That may be, but the motion itself, the title is, it's a motion for access to non-graphic image exhibits that have been admitted into evidence and displayed in open court. So if that's the request, I think it's a fair request, and I don't have any concerns over it. But if you still want until tomorrow morning to think about it, I will allow that.
Yes, please.
Okay, that request is granted. Just a couple of other things. I know that there have been quite a few objections to questions related to injuries. I have overruled most of them because I think that the extent, character, and nature of the injuries is relevant. I think that's probative of the injuries that were suffered by the named victims, allegedly suffered by the named victims as a result of the shooting that took place. And so I think that the people are entitled to present evidence of the character, the nature, and the extent of the injuries suffered. That includes if someone had to have surgery. That includes if somebody needed to have a recovery period. Of course, it has to be within reason. I mean, it can't go too far beyond that, and I think I've been pretty good about making sure that it doesn't go beyond that, and I don't think that the people have attempted to go too far beyond that. I think they've introduced evidence in terms of wounds and injuries and surgeries and medical treatment that was necessary as a result of those injuries, and so that's why I have overruled those objections. When Mr. Nowlan was testifying, there was an objection during one of the juror questions by Mr. King related to an inference that he drew from his observations. And the witness had made that statement, I think in response to the previous question from the jury. There was no objection at that point, but then there was an objection when he mentioned it again the second time, again in response to questions from the jury. And at that point, all I said was, well, the witness has answered the question. Let me now clarify the record. I think it is a reasonable inference for an observer to draw, given all the circumstances present and given all the circumstances that he testified about. I think it's reasonable for him to make that inference. I think it may well be the most reasonable inference for somebody to make, given what he said. And given the observations he made, which he testified about, and in addition demonstrated here in court, we're talking about someone who observed that an individual came into a dark theater, and he testified that the individual was shooting people who were sitting in the theater while in the dark, and that he himself was hit during the shooting a couple of times. And he was able to see the shooter at one point, and what he observed was that the shooter had what appeared to be a rifle in his hands, and that he appeared to be looking for more victims. And then he demonstrated what he meant by that. He demonstrated what observations he made. I think that given all the circumstances and observations, that's a reasonable inference. And so I don't need to take any further action in terms of the testimony because he answered the question anyway, and I didn't rule one way or another on the objection. But I wanted to make that record clear. At the bench, I did agree with Mr. King that part of the second question from the jury with respect to that witness should be modified. And I think that question included something like whether the witness thought that the defendant was trying to maximize the number of victims. And there was something about the word maximize, or the term maximize the number of victims that bothered me. And so I modified the question. I took that part of the question out. And I think there's a difference between allowing somebody to say whether the shooter was trying to maximize the number of victims versus allowing somebody to say whether he thought, based on his observations, that the shooter was trying to find more victims. And so I think the latter is fine. The former, I think an argument can be made that calls for speculation, and so that's why I ended up modifying the question. So I wanted to explain that to you, okay? All right, are you ready for the jury, Ms. Nelson?
Your Honor, I do have two brief matters to.
Yes.
The first pertains to the first record that the court made with respect to testimony of victims about the nature and extent of their injuries and subsequent medical treatment. And before over the lunch hour, the defense reached the conclusion that we feel it's necessary to make a formal oral motion in limine to exclude testimony about subsequent medical procedures and care that the victims have received. Detailed and lengthy testimony about the nature and extent of their injuries. We understand that brief testimony about the may be relevant to the attempted murder counts. Serious bodily injury, as the court knows, is not an element of attempted murder. Descriptions of their subsequent medical treatment and so forth is therefore not relevant to the charges in this case and is not relevant to any stage issue at any stage of these proceedings. any minor probative, our position is that any minor probative value that this evidence may have is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Or anything about these. Or 3, as well as Mr. Holmes's right under the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments of the United States. Find any authority over the lunch hour from Colorado in support of this argument. However, I think distinction between the nature of the injuries, ongoing treatment, and condition of present condition of victim. State versus Hatch at 425 Northwest 2nd, 27, and the pin site, the portion of the case in which this is pages 30 to 32, and that's a
Okay, thank you. I haven't read that case yet. Do the people want to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, first of all, the prosecution would contest that it's not an issue, that we still have to prove that there are 140 counts of attempted murder in this case. There's no stipulation in place. We are still responsible for proving each and every element of this case beyond a reasonable doubt to this jury, which we spent extensive time for 3 months explaining to all of these jurors during individual voir dire. Additionally, Your Honor, the people do have authority for the court. People v. Medina, which is 51 P. 3rd 1006, it's a Colorado appellate case from 2001, which basically it says not only are, descriptions of injuries admissible in cases like this, but also photographs of those injuries. Further, Hinton, and that's Hinton v. People, which is 458 P. 2nd 611, and that's a Colorado Supreme Court case from 1969. And also Martinez v. People, 235 P. 2nd 810, which is a Colorado Supreme Court case from 1951. And I also have additional authority from some federal district court cases, Alabama and North Carolina, which the court probably doesn't want at this time, but I have that as well if the court would be interested.
Sure, why don't you give them to me?
Thank you. It's James v. Culliver, that's Culliver. That's a 2014 United States District Court case from the United States District of North Dakota, the Northern District of Alabama, 2014. And then Scroggin, which is Scroggin v. State, which is 529 South 2nd, 1025, which is an Alabama criminal appellate court case from 1988. And then also State v. Siriana, which is Syriani, 428 Southeast 2nd, 118, which is a North Carolina case from 1993. And I have an outline of those cases if the court would like a copy. Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the site for the James case?
I have a Lexis citation, Your Honor, for that, which is 139696, since it's such a recent case. And I can provide the court with a Westlaw site tomorrow, Your Honor, on that, or perhaps on a break.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on just a second. It sounds to me like there is no disagreement that evidence related to the nature, the character, and extent of the injuries is admissible. And the only question is how far that goes. The defense, I think, is arguing that some testimony related to that brief testimony is admissible, but if you go too far, then the prejudicial effect of that evidence can outweigh the probative value. I have been making rulings based on the understanding that the probative value of the evidence was not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And so what Ms. Nelson specifically was arguing is that evidence related to current condition and things to that effect, whether some was a current, what else did you say in addition to current condition?
Subsequent medical treatment as well, Your Honor.
Subsequent medical treatment, those two items, that goes too far or goes beyond what is allowed by law.
And Your Honor, I would say that the defendant is alleged to be the proximate cause of all of those injuries. There's no intervening causes whatsoever. And I frankly think it's offensive that if people are paralyzed as a result of their injuries, that they need constant daily care up until this point. And I think that the people should be able to discuss this extent of those injuries to the jury. This is a case where we've charged extreme indifference, attempted murder, and I think there were many instances because of subsequent surgeries where those victims were still in danger of dying. And I think it's appropriate. And, if those were the facts with just one attempted murder victim, certainly the court would permit, that evidence. And, I think the people will try to be reasonable and prudent regarding the evidence we present. But it's what the court said. When you have a crime of this magnitude, there's going to be information that's prejudicial to the defendant's case, but it's not unfairly prejudicial.
And many of the counts are attempted murder after deliberation and with intent. In other words, that the defendant attempted to commit the crime of first-degree murder after deliberation and with intent to cause the death of another person. That's what that crime alleges, and that crime is charged with respect to numerous victims in this case. And so, again, I think the extent of the injuries and the nature and character of the injuries doesn't just go to the result of the alleged shooting, but it goes to elements of the offenses charged. And I don't think it's fair to say, well, you can ask the person what they felt that in the moment or what they observed in the moment of the shooting. I think that the extent of the injury encompasses what was necessary in terms of medical intervention to address that injury. I think that goes directly to the extent of the injury. It's one thing to say, well, I looked at my arm and my arm had appeared to have a blood on it and blood was coming out of my arm. It's another thing to say, I looked at my arm and it had blood on it, and then I was taken to the hospital, and it turned out that I had a broken bone and I had to have surgery. In fact, I had to have 5 surgeries. And they had to insert a rod in there, a plate first, and then after they took out the plate, and then they inserted a rod after that. And even now, I have limited mobility in my arm, or even now, I still have to do physical therapy. That all goes to the extent of the injury, and that's why I have allowed the questions that I have allowed, even if there have been some objections. As Ms. Tisch-McGuire said, though, the people have to be prudent and careful in how they proceed so that they don't go too far. And what the law worries about is that you are presenting evidence to get the jury's sympathy as opposed to for a proper purpose. And that you are, that the evidence, even if that's not your intent, will be so prejudicial that whatever probative value the evidence has will be substantially outweighed by that danger of unfair prejudice. And so far, I haven't seen that with respect to any of the questions that have been asked that I have overruled objections on. But the people have to be careful how they proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Nelson, you say you had 2 things. What's the second thing?
The second is an oral motion in limine to preclude going forward questions. We've seen this now several times posed to victims concerning their military service and experience and how that relates to their ability to recognize the sounds of gunfire and the types of weapons that were fired in the theater. Your Honor, at this point, it's been established that firearms were fired in the theater that night. Several witnesses have described this in detail, and again, there's no dispute about whether firearms were discharged in the theater or which firearms were discharged in the theater. At this point, the probative value of continuing to ask victims about this is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and is also cumulative. And our concern is that it's improperly bolstering the character and credibility of the witnesses and is an attempt to be ingratiating in some respect to the jury. And again, I would cite Colorado Rule of Evidence 401, 403, Mr. Holmes' rights to due process, his right to a fair trial and reliable sentencing proceeding, as well as the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Sections 16, 20, 23, and 25.
Any response?
I don't know what it means that they're not disputing anything. If they don't want to dispute, they can plead guilty. Otherwise, everything is in dispute, and we've got to plead everything. This thing that they're not disputing everything, I've never heard of a case discussing this. I've never heard of a legal doctrine in jurisprudence that ever I've read since law school that talks about this. We have to prove our case. And we have to prove our case the way we think it is appropriate, not the way that defendants' attorneys think is appropriate. So I don't even know what that means. But, Your Honor, first of all, it's proper lay opinion to talk about the types of gunshots you hear. And the background of a witness is an essential fact for the jury to have in determining credibility. I'm sure the defendant would like it if we put up witnesses and just said, tell us what you saw, where the jury would have no idea what the witness's background is, or what their education is, or what their job is. We've heard objections to what their job is. But I would ask the court to consider the instruction that we give jurors on credibility. What the jurors are supposed to consider on credibility, to consider a witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, manner while on the stand, means of knowledge, ability to observe, and so forth. The background of a witness, what their job is, how old they are, what their education is, where they're from, all of this should go into the juror's determination of credibility. If they're in the military, that is, or formerly in the military, if they're a police officer, formerly a police officer, if they've heard guns go off before and know what it sounds like, that's all something jurors should be able to take into consideration. I do have a few cases that I would like to cite to the court on this point. There's a Colorado case that is not exactly on point, and it's really old, Your Honor. I'm almost embarrassed citing this, but it's what I could find in Colorado. It's from 1903. But we were still the state of Colorado back then. It's not a territorial case. United Oil versus Miller, 73 Pacific, not second or third, Pacific, 627, Court of Appeals, 1903. I would also cite to the court some out-of-state cases. One is McDaniel versus the Commonwealth, 415 Southwest 3rd, 643, and the pinpoint site is 654, and that's from Kentucky, 2013. That's actually about a physician, Your Honor, and in that case, the criminal defendant argued that because the physician was testifying as a lay witness, the prosecution should not have been allowed to ask the physician about his qualifications. And rejecting that argument, the Kentucky Supreme Court said, quote, appellant does not cite any cases holding that a lay witness may not answer questions about his background. Obviously, background information is relevant to jurors in that it aids in assessing the credibility of fact witnesses and determining the weight to give their testimony. Questions within the unique province of the jury. I would also cite to Lamb, like a little lamb, versus York, 247 Northeast 2nd, 197. Pinpoint site is 202 from Indiana in 1969 for a similar holding, Your Honor. So I think that the argument from counsel for the defendant is completely without merit and should be rejected.
All right. Ms. Nelson?
And Your Honor, I would just ask for an opportunity. Obviously, I've not had the chance to review the cases that were just cited by the prosecution. So first, I'd just like an opportunity to review them, and if there's anything I need to respond to, I'd ask for an opportunity to do that in the morning. And secondly, I do think it is relevant that we are not disputing some of these issues when the court conducts its 401, 403 analysis, and whether this evidence is cumulative or whether the probative value is substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect. I think that's a relevant thing for the court to consider when making the 403, 401 analysis.
I agree. I have to rule now because we have witnesses who are going to testify here in just a moment. And so the motion is denied. I agree with Mr. Orman. The prosecution has the burden of proof in this case. It is the only party with the burden of proof. And even if the defense is willing to stipulate to certain aspects of the charges, the prosecution is not required to accept that offer. The prosecution is entitled to present its case however it wants, as long as it follows the rules of evidence. And there is nothing improper about asking the types of questions that are the subject of the motion in limine. I have allowed brief background questions, very brief, and I've allowed them especially when they go to a reason or an aspect of the story. For example, to explain why someone went to the theater that night, or to explain why someone went with a particular individual to the theater that night. And I don't think there's anything wrong with asking a witness not only to state their name, but to say, what do you do for a living? I do think that that goes to credibility. That doesn't mean that it's bolstering credibility. It's general information about the background of the witness, and the jury is entitled to consider that information in making credibility determinations. I haven't allowed extensive questioning about that. My recollection is that I've allowed a one question type of proposition, one or two, with respect to some witnesses. And with respect to most of those witnesses, the questions have had something to do with the story or something to do with their testimony. In other words, why they ended up at the theater that night, why they ended up going to the theater with the people that they went to the theater with. In terms of military background, I disagree that that's so prejudicial that it substantially outweighs any probative value of the evidence. Number one, to the extent I've allowed it, I believe I've allowed it for the most part because it goes to part of the testimony. Some of the witnesses who have testified have talked about how, as they were making observations during the shooting and they were listening to the sounds, they could tell certain things. Well, the question is, how could you tell that? Why were you thinking that at the time? Why were you experiencing that at the time that the shooting was unfolding? Well, the answer is because I have military background, and in the military, I learned the sound of weapons, or I learned the sound of this particular weapon, or I learned about the smell of shotgun or shotgun fire. Those are relevant. They have to be allowed to explain to the jury what they experienced. And in explaining what they experienced, that includes what they saw, what they heard, what they smelled, what actions they took, what actions they didn't take, and why. And the why goes to their background. And to the extent that anyone has testified about military background, I believe that it's been connected to their experience during the shooting, their observations during the shooting. So, but even if someone, just by way of background, says that that's what they do for a living, I don't see that as inadmissible or improper in any way. It's not prejudicial, much less so prejudicial that it substantially outweighs the probative value of the answer, which goes to credibility. So for all those reasons, the motion in limine, the second motion in limine, like the first motion in limine, is denied. I will follow up and read these cases anyway, and if I change my mind, I'll let you know. And then, Ms. Nelson, you can read the cases as well, and if you want to supplement the record at any time, of course, I'll give you an opportunity to do that. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a good lunch. Thank you for your patience. I've mentioned before that sometimes I have to have discussions with the lawyers outside your presence about administrative things or legal things that the law requires us to talk about without you being here and without you hearing us. But I very much appreciate your patience. Let's have the prosecution call their next witness at this time, please. Mr. Brockler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bert Herrera, please.
Right here. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Bert Andrew Herrera. First name Bert, B-E-R-T. Last name H-E-R-R-E-R-A.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you, and look, I know you're in a uniform and you have a badge, but I see no gun and I see no handcuffs. What do you do for a living?
I'm a fire medic for the city of Aurora.
How long have you been doing that?
For the city of Aurora for 9 years.
Did you provide emergency medical treatment and services back on July the 20th, 2012?
Yes, I did.
So if we're going to talk about that, I want to ask you, before you became a firefighter for Aurora, do you have any other emergency medical experience?
Yes, I was an EMT prior to that. I worked as a health and safety officer for a water well drilling company, which is my ex-father-in-law. So I was a medic out in the field, as well as wrote the health and safety plans. And then I worked for Unical and Parachute as an underground miner, and I was on the rescue team for them as well.
The rescue team for the miners?
Yes.
Okay. You have a specific kind of schedule as a firefighter, yes?
Correct.
Now, my understanding is it's like 1 day on, 1 week off.
4-hour shifts. So we work 72 hours a week. We work 24 on, then we're off the following day, 24 on, we're off the following day, 24 on, and then we're off for 4 days.
What time of day does the shift stop and start?
8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
So did you then start on 8 a.m. the 19th of July?
Correct.
All right, now tell us, just prior to the call that you received out to the Century 16 or Cinemark theaters, what were you doing?
Well, we were very busy that day. We were out running calls. We heard the dispatch come out and dispatched Engine 8. It came in just as a general shooting. They only thought there was a few victims. And then as they found more, PD was requesting more fire, more rescue. And as they found more people, they were dispatching more units, and I was dispatched on the second alarm.
So you say it was a call out to a shooting. In the 9 years that you've been in Aurora, have you been dispatched to a shooting before?
Many.
Always in Adams County, though?
Yes.
I'm kidding. How many shootings do you think you have been out to provide emergency medical training or services?
I can't even count. There's been many, many.
Now, the way the fire department is set up, you're not stationed like right next to the theater. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell us how you guys are dispersed out and how you ended up getting summoned to a place that's not right next door to you.
Well, Engine 8 is the first new engine there, so they're the closest to that location. It's all based on the number of households, the number of fire hydrants, how spread out the fire departments are, the firehouses. They basically, per your location, they'll dispatch one engine, which is the first due, and then they'll have second due, third due, and it's all based on our CAD system, which is a computer-aided system. And as the request comes out, the computer generates that for the dispatchers, and then they'll send out rigs.
Based on the location of where the Century 16 theater is, where are you in that call?
Second due. So they dispatched us as well as Engine 5 basically at the same time. They are a little further. the same distance north from the theaters.
Now, you said you have been dispatched out to shootings, sadly, not infrequently in Aurora. Was there anything unusual about this particular call-out that sticks out in your mind?
There's a lot. I mean, PD kept requesting, we just kept hearing them repeat, we need rescue, we need rescue. And, we can only get there as fast as we can get there because they kept finding more and more victims. So we were hurrying as fast as we could, license sirens as usual. But upon arrival, there's just police everywhere. It's hard to get into the scene. We were having to weave back and forth through the parking lot. We came in on the north side. There were so many police cars actually that my officer told the engineer to push them out of the way if need be. We didn't go that far. We wove in as far as we could. We grabbed our gear and we were assigned to Engine 8, which was stationed on the north side of the theater, and I was assigned patient care.
A couple things to back up. First off, when you get the call out, are you hearing the police call out for... Now, in a typical shooting situation, what's the tone of voice of those guys?
Unless there's something very, very serious going on, if there's multiple parties, they may get a little more excited. That night, they were obviously excited. I mean, their voices were high. They were basically screaming in their radios too. I guess they were frustrated because they weren't getting enough rigs there quicker than what we could get there.
Does that affect you in the way that you guys feel and the way you go about doing the thing?
Yeah, it does, because, we want to be there to help. They want us to be there. But like I say, we're limited time we can get there by going by truck.
If I put a picture up of that overview area of the theater and the mall, would that help you to be able to tell the jury where you went and what you did?
Yes.
I'm going to ask with the court's permission to publish 4740.
It's been previously admitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you may do so.
How about 47?
That one's been previously admitted as well, right, Mr. Brockler?
Yes, I'm seeing smart people nod. How about 4741? And that one has been admitted as well. All right, sir, if you could, with the court's permission, there is this Phil Donahue microphone thing we have going on there.
Right there. Okay.
And can you use our PowerPoint 83 right there to...
Did you say Phil Donahue? That's so 1990s.
I know that dates me, but...
Sorry.
Sir, would you please stand up and make sure that microphone's on? Okay, and would you talk us through how and forgive me, I should ask this before, were you in a fire truck?
Yes.
And where do you sit in the fire truck, and what's your assigned duty on it?
I sit backwards. I sit right behind the engineer, so it'd be, the driver of the engine, and I'm the primary medic on the engine.
Okay, so talk us through where you guys went to when you first got on scene.
Okay, like I say, we came in from the north side. So here's the mall here. The entrance that we came through was right here. We wove our way down through this road here. And like I say, it was just littered with police cars because they had just parked wherever they could. They said there was an active shooter, so they were everywhere. We came in this way. We stopped actually about a little past the Center Point Drive here. We got out of the rig. We walked down this far, and then there's an island right here, and Engine 8 was parked right here. And I was assigned patient care from that point on. There was a lot of shooting victims that were seated there, and we're just waiting for someone to come and assist them.
Now, and is the theater this thing on the...
This is the theater here.
Okay. Let me just describe what I think you've pointed to, and you correct me if I'm wrong, just for the record, okay? You came in at the upper right-hand corner area of this exhibit 4741 and came around the right side of what looks to be the giant mall there, and you worked your way down to sort of the northwestish corner of the theater. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us what happened then.
So from this point on, we brought our bags over. Our crew split, my officer and the other EMT that was on the rig with me. They went around to the opposite side of the building. We stayed here for patient care. From that point, I started treating and getting people loaded up into ambulances and going. I treated approximately 7 people. The first one was an Asian male. He had 2 gunshot wounds, one to his knee, one to his buttock. I got him an IV established, gave him some oxygen, put him on a backboard, and as soon as we could get ambulances into the area, we started loading and getting them going, because ultimately they needed hospital care versus us treating them in the field. Again, the hard part was with all the police cars, we were unable to get ambulances there, and as soon as they figured that out, we had them coming in pretty regular, and we were just getting people loaded and going.
How would you describe the situation?
The situation was kind of eerie, in my opinion. On a scenario like this, you would expect people to be screaming, yelling, just, a chaotic scene. Everybody seemed to be in shock. They were walking towards us kind of zombie-like. It was actually very amazing, because there were people that were shot that were not wanting treatment. They were saying, this person here is worse off than I am, treat them first. In that situation, I can't dedicate all my time to one person anyway. Like I say, the best thing to do is get them loaded into the ambulance and go into the hospital. So basically, that's what as crew members, that's what we were doing. We were getting them bandaged up as quick as we could, IVs established if they lost blood, and shipped out to the hospital as quick as we could.
Before I have you sit down, sir, I want to ask you, did you move your location and the treatment that you provided from this area that you've already indicated with our stick?
We stayed here the entire time. After I had treated 5 of the patients, they were going to have us go in and pronounce those that were in the theater.
Pronounce them what?
Pronounce them dead. But the officer off the truck, as well as the medic there, had already been inside, and they assured the chief on scene that they had already assessed them and that they were indeed dead. So then they stood us down. They told us there was a possibility of explosives. They stayed just on the north side of the engine there. So we basically used the engine as a shield until they determined that there weren't any explosives. And at that point, we got everybody out of there within 40 minutes, which is pretty amazing for the number of people that we had. And they released us, and we went back in service.
Since we're not going to use this anymore, you can do me a favor and turn off the... Yes, thank you, sir. And thank you. Now, is the level of treatment and care that you provide tied in some way to the, I guess, the number of victims that you have to care for at any given scene?
Yeah, as I stated earlier, when we have that many victims, the best we can do is treat and triage and get going the patients that we have. If it's an individual, if it's a 1 or 2 patient scene that have been shot, I can dedicate more time to them, making sure that, they're assessed better. I do more of a detailed head-to-toe treatment. I make sure that they have IVs established, because inevitably when you get to the hospital, they have to give them blood. So, I try to get all that going, but since we were so close to the hospitals, I basically loaded them and got them going to the hospital.
And when you say loaded them, onto what?
To prams, which are the beds that the ambulances have.
Okay. You had said that there was, the call as you were getting there was that there was still an active shooter.
That's what we were told.
Did that affect where you went and the treatment that you gave?
No. When we arrived on scene, there was police officers everywhere. And the only thought that went through my mind is, hopefully, they'll get them before they get us.
Right. At the time that you're there, is it your practice to try to, in a different situation, to document who you've treated and how you've treated them and their injuries?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to do that here?
No.
Is that
No,
just a function of the volume?
Yeah. When we have a mass casualty incident like this, again, our first priority is get them to the hospital, get them taken care of. When it's more of an individual type call, I get all their history, all that stuff, and I write a report on it. And basically on this, all I did is document what I did for different patients. Couldn't get their names, any of that stuff. I just basically loaded them and got them going to the ER.
Is it fair to say that to this day you don't know the identities of the people that you ended up helping?
That's correct.
Look, you said you saw 7 total, is that right?
That's correct.
Did each of them have what you consider to be life-threatening injuries?
It's hard to tell. Anytime you're shot,
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to object at this point. And for injuries without kind of being able to relate it to any specific people, and specific people are going to talk about that.
Or the rule?
Go ahead, sir.
whenever there's a gunshot wound, it's hard to tell whether it's life-threatening or not, because you don't know the direction that the bullet takes, whether it ricochets off a bone. You just never know. So anytime we do have gunshot victims, we always use the highest level of care. We always take them in emergent to the hospital because the doctors are the ones that are going to figure that out.
As best you can recall, sir, would you talk us through what injuries you recall for the 7 cases that you had, even if they're not in order?
Yeah, like I say, the first male had a gunshot wound to the buttock as well as his knee. I treated a female that had a gunshot wound to her buttock as well. I treated a male that had a gunshot wound through his right shoulder, and that one had an entry and an exit wound. I treated a gentleman who had looked like a grazing from a bullet on his lower back. Just basically covered that and transported him.
What does that mean in grazing?
Meaning that the bullet did not penetrate his torso. It just rubbed the skin basically and caused an open wound.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Let's see, I transported 2 that had what appeared to be shotgun injuries. They had pellets as well as lumps all over their bodies, their face, their arms. Those 2 walked up to me towards the end. They were still bringing people out of the backside, and they walked up to me in a zombie state, and we transported them.
A couple things about that. When you were describing that, you brought your hands up to your face and flared out your fingers pointing to your face. What were you trying to show when you did that?
Well, when a shotgun is used, you have, pellets that come out, so it's more of a pattern of a spread out pattern where you have multiple injuries all over the face, the arms, torso.
And both of these folks had that?
Yes.
When you say zombie-like, what do you mean by that term?
I mean that they were had blank stares and were just walking towards me, really not making any noise. The final person I treated, the female, she was crying a little bit once I started talking to her and just said that she needed help. Other than that, everybody was pretty quiet. It was pretty eerie.
Any others that you can recall, sir?
Not that I can recollect.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Higgs, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, thank you, sir. I have no questions for you.
Okay.
All right, there appears to be a question from the jury. Could counsel please approach Sir, the jury has submitted a question which, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have found to be appropriate. The question is, where are you stationed?
I'm at Station 2, which is located basically on Hoffman and close to Peoria, on the north end of the city of Aurora.
Any follow-up questions based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions?
No, sir.
All right, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Brockler.
Chris Nieman, please, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
My name is Officer Chris Nieman. It's Chrisneiman.
Mr. Brockler?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, your flashlight may have gone off or something. There's something that was...
Oh, it's good now.
Okay, good. Sir, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the city of Aurora.
How long you been doing that?
12 years.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to those 12 years?
No.
Do you work a particular shift or beat for Aurora?
I work District 1 on the graveyard shift.
That's a very pleasant name. What hours do you keep for that?
I work from 10 p.m. till 8 in the morning.
What was the first time?
10 p.m. till 8 in the morning.
Okay, and it's 24 on, 24 off for you too?
I work 410s.
410s, okay. Were you working on July the 19th and July 20th, 2012?
Yes.
What was your assignment at that time?
I was on patrol in District 1 on graveyards.
Now, District 1, describe what that covers for us.
District 1 is everything in Aurora west of I-225.
Is it routine for you to be called out at an incident that would occur, let's say, at the Century 16 Theater?
Yes.
And you've been there before on different call-outs?
Excuse me, I guess you could ask the question again.
Have you been out there before on call-outs for various things?
Yes.
Have you been called out before in your 12 years on shootings, gunshot victims, that kind of stuff?
Yes.
On this particular early morning hours of 2012, July 20th, 2012, describe for us what kind of call you received.
Dispatch aired that there was a shooting at the Century 16 Theater, and they said that there were multiple gunshot victims.
Was there anything about the tone of voice or the call itself that let you know that this was something special, something different?
Yes, it just didn't seem right.
So what'd you do?
I was on another call with several other officers. We heard the call come out, and we immediately responded, Code 3, emergency response to the theater.
Is that what Code 3 means, emergency response? Reds and blues?
Yes.
Siren as well, audible?
Yes.
Now, when you're in your vehicle getting there, do you ride with another officer or are you by yourself?
I was riding solo that night.
I want to ask you to take a look at People's Exhibit 4740. I'm sorry? 4740? Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I publish that?
Yes, 4740 may be published.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Talk us through where you went with your vehicle when you showed up.
It's actually out of view a little bit.
How about, with the court's permission, 4741?
Okay.
Okay. I came in.
Do me a favor. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Would you grab the microphone and use our special pointer and talk us through where you went? And along the way, I'll ask you what you saw. Okay? Go ahead.
Okay. So I came in from East Alameda Avenue, which is up here. Came on and off of Crystal, I drove along the Ring Road inside the Aurora Mall. This is the Aurora Mall here. I stopped about here on the Ring Road. This is the theater here. And this is where I stopped with my patrol car, approximately right here.
Why'd you stop there?
Because there was people, the front of the movie theater was very chaotic. There was people running everywhere, and cars were trying to leave, and that was as far as I could get to with my patrol car.
When your patrol car got there, where were you in terms of the order of arrival? Were there a lot of emergency vehicles there already, or were you pretty quick?
I was there fairly quick, but I think there's, a lot of units had arrived before I had as well.
When you got there to that part of the theater, did you know what it was you were supposed to do or what you were going to be encountering?
I had no idea what I was going to encounter.
So talk us through that. What did you end up doing?
I immediately got on my patrol car, and several people started yelling at me that there was a male that was shot, and they directed me over to the sidewalk along the Ring Road, approximately probably 20 feet in front of where I parked with my car, and I encountered my first gunshot victim.
All right. Now, when you encountered that gunshot victim, was there anyone with that person at the time?
I don't recall. There were several people that were saying this guy's shot, he needs help. I don't know if anybody was directly with, standing with him or not.
Let me ask you this. In a typical case where you would be called out to a single gunshot victim, would you have spent more time documenting the identity of the person, what they looked like, their injuries, that sort of thing?
Absolutely, I would.
Were you able to do that here this night?
It was almost immediately apparent to me from the traffic on the radio. We had more gunshot victims than I have ever encountered in my career.
So this particular one that I'm going to ask you about, do you to this day know that person's identity?
I know his first name is Kerry.
How do you know that?
Because we asked him what his name was, and he said, "My name's Kerry."
You said we. Who's with you?
Officer Marker.
And did Officer Marker arrive there a different vehicle?
He did.
Now, you get sent over to see this first gunshot victim. Could you tell where the injury was?
Yes.
Where was it?
He had a gunshot wound to the his thigh on his right leg.
I don't want this to sound trite, but how bad was it?
To me, it looked pretty bad. I'm not a physician, but it was bleeding profusely, and it appeared he needed immediate medical attention.
So what did you do?
I first applied pressure to his wound.
Using what?
My hands. I observed somebody had tied a belt around his leg prior to my arrival.
Like a tourniquet?
Yes, and they were trying to use it as a tourniquet. It wasn't on there tight enough. I tried to tighten that up. Kerry was in a lot of pain. I told him, he acted like he wanted to punch me. I said, "Go ahead if you need to, man, I got to do this."
Did he?
No, but he was in a lot of pain.
How long did you work with him outside of your vehicle before you guys decided to transport him?
Not very long. I called for rescue, and like I said, the radio traffic, they were saying there were victims all over the place, and the amount of people coming in vehicles trying to leave, and how chaotic the scene was, I knew that we needed to get him transported on our own. There was no way an ambulance or fire was going to be able to find us in this chaotic mess.
Are there lights and sirens going off all around the theater?
There were.
So what did you and Officer Marker decide to do?
Officer Marker, I said, "Let's get him in my car." So Officer Marker assisted me. We put him in the back of the car. At the time, I didn't know Officer Marker stayed in the back of my car. I just started driving to the hospital, and I heard people talking in the back, and I realized Officer Marker was in the back of my car with the victim, Kerry.
And how is this person you know as Kerry doing back there?
Officer Marker was talking to him, trying to keep him calm, but he was in a lot of pain, and we were just trying to get him to the hospital as quickly as we could.
What hospital?
I drove to the Medical Center of Aurora.
And between this place that you've indicated on 4741 and that hospital, describe for us your driving.
So I was able to get out on the Ring Road down to Exposition to exit the mall. I got on Exposition, went over to Sable, southbound on Sable to Mississippi, westbound on Mississippi to Potomac, and southbound on Potomac to the Medical Center of Aurora.
Fast?
Yes, at a very high rate of speed.
How long did it take you to get there?
I'm approximating 3 to 4 minutes.
How long did it take you once you got to the medical center of Aurora to, for lack of a better term, unload Carrie?
I drove to the rear ambulance bay area where they load people into the hospital. I entered the hospital and said, we have a gunshot victim and expect a lot more from the sounds of what's going on.
When you got there, did you notice, did it seem to you like other gunshot victims had already been there from this incident, or were you the first?
I don't think, from the reaction from the hospital, I was the first to the medical center, or for the medical center of Aurora.
Is that where your evening ended? Was you dropping Carrie off there?
No, it wasn't.
How many more trips did you make to the theater and back with injured victims?
After dropping Carrie off, I made 2 more trips to the hospital with victims.
All right, now, in describing those trips, bless you, in describing those trips, are you going to be describing for us you going any other different directions? And the reason I ask is, if not, I'm going to let you sit down. You tell me.
Yeah, I did go different directions.
Then I'm sorry. Tell us about coming back for trip number 2. Tell us what you did.
Again, I wasn't fully aware at the time what the magnitude of this incident was and how many victims we had. So I kind of went back to the same, approximately the same location where I came last time. I came back on Ring Road, and I saw there was a fire truck about here with an ambulance, and they had several people on the ground that they were, that the fire and ambulance crews were tending to along this little road here, just north and west of the theater.
Where's Marker?
Marker's still with me in the car.
Is he sitting in the front now?
Yeah, he's sitting in the front seat with me now.
What's the back seat look like?
I hadn't looked at the back seat yet.
Are you covered with blood?
At this point in time, I don't know.
How about Marker?
I'm not sure.
What's your focus?
Our focus is just get people to the hospital as quickly as possible.
So tell us what the next thing you did is.
So we contacted the ambulance crew and the fire crew, which was right here. We said, who needs to go? They said these 2 guys need to go. One guy had a apparent gunshot wound to the head. He was wrapped. His head was wrapped with gauze. I'm not sure on the other part. I don't remember.
Were they conscious?
They were conscious and able. We were able to walk them to the our patrol car from where they were on the ground. But there was a lot of blood.
Did you put them in the back seat?
We put them in the back seat.
And then what?
I took the same route back to the medical center of Aurora. So I went out Ring Road, down to Exposition, over to Sable, and down to Mississippi and back to the hospital.
In between that first time you were there and this second time as you're leaving, is the scene different in any remarkable way?
No.
Still chaotic?
Yes.
Okay. Anything that you recall about that trip that you took from this second time at the theater to Aurora Hospital?
No, we just got to the hospital as quickly as we could. Officer Marker, then we both helped escort the 2 male victims into the emergency room at the medical center Aurora, and then we again jumped back in our patrol car and headed back to the theater.
On the trip back to the hospital this second time, what are the 2 victims in the car with you doing or saying, or you're saying to them?
Nothing that I can recall.
Are you getting more dispatch air call over the radio and stuff?
Still trying to listen to the radio, but I didn't know what was going on at the theater at this point still. There was a lot of radio traffic, and I just know it was the officers on scene were just calling more and more victims out. So I didn't know how many people were injured. It didn't sound good, though.
Based on your description, I mean, is a lot of what you're doing here just you're kind of freestyling, your own initiative, trying to get people here, there, and everywhere?
This is like nothing I've ever seen before. Yeah, it was just, we were trying to get people the medical attention they needed.
So you drop off these 2 guys at
Yes.
the hospital. What did you do?
Got back in our patrol car and headed back towards the theater. While en route back to the theater, Sergeant Butler got on the radio and said, we need more cars still at behind the theater, behind auditorium number 9. He goes, we got critical gunshot wound patients that need to get to the hospital.
Before I move to that next group, did you get the names of the two guys, the one with the head wound and the other one?
I never did.
Yeah. So where did you park this third time? Talk us through your
So this third time, so I'm coming up Sable again, and so this is the back of the theater. I ended up, there's a lot of construction going on in Sable at this point in time. Drove across the construction, drove up the grass embankment. It was the quickest way I could find, because I had been to the front. I'd seen how much was blocked in the front of the theater. The best idea I had was to drive up the grass and into the back of the theater over the embankment.
What
That's
did you
how we got
see
there.
back there when you got to the back of the theater?
I saw there was one fire truck parked in the back. And other than that, when I pulled up, Sergeant Butler said, "Stay in your car, don't even get out." And at that point in time,
and he's saying that to you over the radio?
no, he was at this point in time, I was in contact. He came up to my patrol car, and Sergeant Butler said, "Stay in your car. We're going to load your car with some more gunshot victims."
Yeah, I'm going to give you the chance to sit down again if you give the right answer. Is there anything else you need to describe?
Just my exit. Once the victims were loaded in my car, I drove back over the grass embankment and went northbound on Sable, because I was told to go to University Hospital.
Go ahead and have a seat, sir, if you would. Let me ask you about, while you sit down, the Sergeant Butler comes up to your car, tells you, "Stay in there, we're just loading people in." Was Marker still with you in that car?
Marker was still seated in the front seat of my patrol car.
Who got loaded into the back of your car?
A adult female and adult male gunshot victims.
How do you know they're gunshot victims?
They were bleeding very bad.
You remember from where?
To the best of my recollection, I don't remember the male as much. He was on the rear passenger side. The female is who I saw, because I helped get her out of the patrol car at University Hospital. And I honestly don't know where she was shot, but her chest area and arms were completely saturated in blood.
Any conversations with them on the way to the hospital?
No.
Were they making any noises, saying anything?
They were in extreme pain. Every bump in the road, and I was driving at a high rate of speed again. The brakes at this point in my patrol car were very hot, and it was hard to stop at times. But again, I was just trying to get them to the hospital as fast as I could, because I didn't know how critical they were.
That driving that you've been describing to us, you ever done anything quite like that before?
This whole call was something I could say I'd never done before. Making that many trips to the hospital like that, I would say no. I've never driven like that, and I was just trying to get the people the help they needed.
When you got them to the hospital, you said you helped the lady out from behind you. Did Officer Marker or someone else take care of the gentleman behind?
I know Officer Marker and how I helped get the victims out. I wasn't paying so much attention to what Officer Marker was doing, as when we showed up at University Hospital, talk about another chaotic scene. There were patrol cars just packed into behind the emergency room. They had security guards from the hospital bring gurneys out from the hospital, because the hospital staff was just overwhelmed. So the security guards were bringing gurneys out of the emergency room, and we were helping load them onto the hospital beds or gurneys. And
did you get sent back to the theater after that?
Well, I did go back to the theater. So the female victim that I helped out, you're asking about her injuries. I just remember she was in a lot of pain, and I had to get her out of the car. I didn't have anybody else there to assist me to get her out of the car, so she put her arm around my neck. I got her out of the car, and she was screaming in pain. And at that point, the security guard heard her yelling, I think, and came over and helped me get her onto a hospital bed and pushed her in the hospital. But she, like I said, she was in severe pain, and she was bleeding pretty bad, but I don't know exactly from where.
Best guess is you didn't get names of those two folks either?
No.
Don't know who they are to this day?
I still do not know who they are.
What happened next?
Me and Officer Marker went back to the theater.
Any more
And-
victims for you to take care of there?
When we arrived back at the theater this time, about the time we arrived back at, somebody on the radio said, all the critical gunshot wound patients had already been transferred to the hospital. That was the most law enforcement I've ever seen in my life around that theater. Jurisdictions that I didn't even know were close enough to arrive at that theater were there. And we were told we weren't really necessarily needed at the theater anymore, and they asked for more officers to head to University Hospital to provide security at the emergency room.
Is that where you went?
And then I drove, Officer Marker got out and went back to locate his vehicle, and I drove back to the hospital.
If you had to estimate for us the amount of time that elapsed from the time you first contacted that man named Kerry until you got to the hospital the third time with those last two folks, do you have a sense of how long that was, how much time had elapsed?
I hadn't really thought about that before. 20, 25 minutes maybe. That would be my best guess.
I have a moment here.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Brady, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. The jury doesn't seem to have any questions, so may this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brockler?
May, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, please.
All right, people call Marcus Weaver.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
It's Marcus Jerome Weaver, M-A-R-C-U-S, Jerome, W-E-A-V-E-R.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weaver, were you at the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Thinking back to that day of July 19th, 2012, what do you remember about that day before going to the movie theater?
I met a friend by the name of Rebecca Ringo about a month prior, and she was really excited about learning more about Batman, so I brought over a couple movies. Me and her two daughters watched them, and she was very excited about going to the movies. So that morning of the 19th, she reminded me about getting the tickets to go to the midnight premiere because I had the week off for my job. And so around lunchtime, I got another phone call from her. Said, "Did you remember to get the tickets?" And I said, "No." And so I went over to the movie theater at that point, and not only got tickets for the midnight premiere, but I knew I would like it so much, I got tickets for the next day too.
So after you did that, what time did you and Rebecca plan to meet up to go see the movie?
Well, Rebecca just recently got a new job for a medical supply company, and so she got off about 10:30, and just like Rebecca, she gave someone a ride home. So the plan was to meet at the movie theater about 11:45 before the movie started. That way we can get hot dogs and all that kind of stuff. So I went and got the tickets about 6 and then came back, I would say about 10:30 to make sure I could get the best seat I could.
Right, and do you recall where you parked when you got to the movie theater?
Parked my car? I don't really recall where I parked at, but I know I drove to the theater myself.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to the movie theater at 10:30?
It was kind of a madhouse. There was people dressed up in Batman costumes. There was just a lot of kids there because it was in the summertime. Just everybody was in this festive mood. Usually the first thing you notice when you walk into the Aurora Theater is they have some police officers there. They weren't present, so it's just a lot of people everywhere. And so I went into the theater. I went into through the lobby, gave the guy my ticket. It was for Theater 9, and walked through the doors, went up the right side, to the right side, and not the left, and looked over, saw my friend Kaylin Bailey and two of her friends I thought were her friends, and didn't want to say hi to her because I didn't want to embarrass her. And so I ended up getting seats about 2 or 3 rows behind her in the middle, and I thought at the time they were the best seats, so I put down my red Butts Warehouse sweatshirt right there to hold my seat, and then proceeded to go outside and wait for Rebecca's arrival.
Now I want to ask you about a couple things you just said. So one was that it seemed to me that you said you had experience going to this theater.
I've been to the theater plenty of times. It's $5. It's pretty cheap.
Is it in close proximity to where you lived at the time?
At the time, about 2 miles away.
And then you said that you recall there being a lot of children there. Did you ever have an opportunity to see those children in the lobby area, the concession area?
They were pretty much everywhere. A bunch of teenagers, just all different kind of ages, sizes, shapes. Everybody was excited about this movie.
Now, do you remember what theater number you went into?
It was Theater 9.
And then you said once you got in there, how'd you go about choosing your seats?
Well, I wanted to sit somewhere in the middle, so I don't really see that well, and I knew I was going to like the movie, so went up about 5 steps, it seems 5 or 6, and it was a spot right open right in the middle, and so I put my Butts Warehouse sweatshirt, red sweatshirt right there, and it saved both spots. So.
And you said you ran into your friend Kaylin Bailey.
Yeah, she was sitting, I guess about 2 or 3 rows up, and she was having a good time. So I didn't want to bother her or bug her or act like, hey, Kaylin, in front of her friends. So I didn't.
And how did you know her?
I know her from church. I've known her since she was about 10 years old. Her grandmother cooked food at the church in the city, and we all served on the Wednesday night team, and that's where we serve food to the homeless, and we treat them, like a restaurant. And that's also where I met my wife and son Mitchell.
Now, you said she was seated about 3 rows up. Does that mean like 3 rows in front of you in the theater?
3 rows in front of me in the stadium seating.
So after you put your sweatshirt on these seats, what'd you go do?
Just went back in the lobby. I went out back outside. Went out and smoked a cigarette. I smoked then, and I just waited. Probably smoked like 2 or 3 cigarettes waiting. And I kept calling her, and I was like, "Where you at? I was ready to go." So, because I was getting excited about the movies, I get anxious a little bit about seeing Batman. So.
Anxious, excited?
Very excited. Very excited.
And you said you were waiting for her. Was that Rebecca Wingo that you were waiting for?
Yes,
outside?
ma'am.
So did Rebecca show up?
She did show up. Of course, I'm like, "You're always late." And so we laughed about that. And then she said she was hungry. And so we proceeded to go inside the theater. She had parked on the right side. She had a Subaru, so she parked over there. And then we went inside the movie theater, handed over the tickets. I had been out so much, the guy knew who I was, so I didn't need my ticket, and went through the concession line. She wanted a hot dog, and soda, and some popcorn, and I said, of course, She's like, "Well, I'll pay you back when I get paid," and I was like, "No problem." And so we went inside the theater, and we got our seats in anticipation of the movie.
Now, what'd you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
Just had a small chit-chat conversation. I can't remember anything, but she asked me, was I getting sick of her? And I said, "How could I get sick of you? You're pretty cool." And just chit-chat about her kids and, things of that nature. Nothing big about what happened at work and stuff like that. No, nothing major.
Do you remember anything unusual happening at all before the movie began?
It just was a lot of people. It was a lot of just movement. It was a lot of just people everywhere, and so it's just kind of chaotic in that sort of sense. But everybody was just really, 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 really excited. When the previews came on, people were clapping, so that's how festive it was.
Now, at that time, how full would you describe the theater being?
Well, when I set my sweatshirt down, luckily it was probably maybe like 3/4. Well, I would say half to 3/4 full. And so that's why I was really excited about our seats, because I was like, wow, what a score, which I thought at the time. And so it was just starting to get bigger and bigger and bigger. They had started to open up. It got so big, so many people wanted to see the movie that they started to open up other theaters. And so my thought was maybe I should move to another theater, but I didn't.
And so was almost every seat full in your theater?
Yes, ma'am. once the movie started, and we sat back in our seats before it started, you could see that every seat was filled and people were just excited, and we were looking forward to the movie.
Do you recall if there were previews before the movie?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point in time, did Batman begin?
Yeah, Batman began, and everybody started clapping. We were all excited. It started with the part where I guess I forget the main mean character. I forget his name. And he was in an airplane, and that's what started the movie. And then it went further on to where Alfred was talking to Bruce Wayne about not being Batman anymore.
And then what happened?
And then all of a sudden, just from out of the blue, there was as you're looking at the screen, and I was right in the center, and she was on my right side, and I was on the left. And as you look at the screen on the right side, it seemed like there was some type of bomb that was right across the bottom row, and we're sitting here in the fifth row right here. And I just recall I just looked over at Rebecca, and this was one of the last things I said to her. I said, I can't believe someone's lighting off a smoke bomb. Then I had to consider that we had a lot of kids there maybe playing a prank. We didn't have fireworks that year. And so I can understand why someone would do that. And then sometimes you go to a Rocky Horror film and they do pranks and things like that, and people were dressed up. And so, I really thought it was just a joke.
And just to be clear for the record, when you said, about the fifth row up, you're talking about fifth row up in the stadium section of
Yes, ma'am.
the theater. So after you see this, what you think is a smoke bomb going across the theater, what do you remember happening after that?
Well, the smoke came across the movie, so you couldn't see the screen. And everybody was just in a state of just like disbelief that this would happen. And so really didn't know what to do. But the thing that sticks in my mind, and the thing that I'll never forget as long as I live, is a person came out on the right side, and it seemed like there was 2 shots fired at the roof, and the roof came down, and then all of a sudden you just hear this thunderous noise. I mean, it was so loud that like it was hurting your ears and would shake your body. And so you would see just the white silhouette of his gun, and this white flash that was like this wide, and you could see the silhouette of the shooter, and it looked like he had a football helmet on, looked like he had some gear on, but he was doing a motion like this, and the white light just kept moving and moving and moving and moving and moving and moving. And finally, I think after maybe the 10th shot, I got Rebecca down, and myself down on the ground, and the seats that were, that it wasn't that big. And, at the time I didn't have a beach body, so I thought for sure I was going to get hit.
All right. With the court's permission, Your Honor, Mr. Weaver was just demonstrating with his hands, and he was making a motion that with both of his hands outstretched, going from right to left and going back from right to left, and I'd like the record to reflect that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor. Yeah. And so what I would like to do with the court's permission is ask Mr. Weaver to step down to be able to make that motion in an area right here where the jury would be able to see him.
Well, I think the jury can see him from right there. So if you just stand up and do that motion, that's fine. You can do it from right there, okay?
Okay.
Right, so if you could just stand up, Mr. Weaver, where you're seated, and if you could just repeat that motion and describe for the jury what you believe the shooter was doing.
Well, what he did was he walked in.
Here, why don't you grab the microphone right here, this one,
this one?
the handheld, turn it on. There you go.
Check. All right. So what happened was when he walked into the theater on the right-hand side, you could see this big this light, and he just kept firing, but you could see him moving this way and that way and moving this way and that way. And so the light would move with it, but the noise remained the same, just boom, boom, just like thunder. It would shake your body. And so as I was sitting on the ground, I could see through the crack of the seat what was going on and still see a silhouette. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver. And when you did that, the first time you were using 2 hands, and this time you were holding a mic in one hand. And so just for the record to be cleared, what do you recall the shooter having? Do you have 1 hand or do you have 2 hands?
Well, it's hard to say but the gun was so loud, it appeared that it was a large weapon, not a small weapon. So I assumed that shooting and going, I'll use the mic as the gun.
And if the record will reflect that Mr. Weaver is holding the microphone with his right hand in front of his left hand, and he has two hands on the microphone, which he's demonstrating if that were a weapon. Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver. You may have a seat. So what do you, and you had also talked to the jury about the fact that you said it seemed like she had shot up into the ceiling and that the ceiling was coming down. Can you describe what you're talking about when you're seeing the ceiling coming down?
Well, you know, with the smoke going on and movies still going on, it seems as if there was two shots or some shots that were fired at the ceiling, and it looked like some things came down from the ceiling, and it just was all weird. And then all of a sudden, the gunfire started, and then the white light and all that from the corner, and so it was very. At first, it was hard to grasp my head around what was going on, and so once people started screaming and getting hit, it became from a surreal situation to a dangerous situation. So it warranted me to get down on the ground and get Rebecca down on the ground as well.
So is that what you did, in fact? Did you get down on the ground, and did you get Rebecca down on the ground?
Yes, okay. I just sure did.
And could you describe for the jury how you got both of you down on the ground?
I just pushed her down and pushed me down too, and we were just sitting right there, and she wasn't moving, but I could see him through the crack of the seat, and the seat was only this big in front of us. And so my main concern at the time was Rebecca, the fact that she wasn't moving, and, you know, the safety of others around me. I wasn't really concerned about my own safety.
And Mr. Weaver, you had just demonstrated two things, a crack that was in front of you, and then you also said the seat that was, you know, up above you. Mm-hmm. How approximately long or short would you say that crack was in front of that you were looking out of?
I'll say that crack's about this big right here.
Would you estimate that to be an inch, 2 inch? What do you think?
It's hard to say, but maybe an inch to 2 inches.
And you kept trying to peek through that?
That was the only way I could see the shooter. I looked through there, and then as soon as he started shooting, I would put my head down, and then I would see him for a while, and then it would just get so loud that you would just put your head down and hope that like it didn't hit you, but you could hear it hitting objects. You could hear it whizzing by your head. You can hear it, the bullets just, people screaming, people saying, "I've been shot, I'm hurt," you know, and just not being able to do anything because you don't really know where the bullets are, you know, coming from, or that kind of deal from the shooter.
What are you thinking during this time?
You know, like I was thinking about Rebecca and her well-being and seeing if she was okay, but she wasn't moving. Just thinking about everybody around me. I mean, people were, at the time, were coming down the middle and stepping on my back, and, you know, my face is grounded with, you know, nasty sludge from the floor, and still looking through the corner of the seat every time the shooter would fire from that corner. And you could see he had some type of helmet on, some type of gear with the flash. And you could see him pretty clearly, but the only thing you couldn't do is see his face.
And why was that?
Because of the distance. It was really basically from here to that corner over there. I would say that's how far he was away. And so
I'm going to stop you for 1 second, Mr. Weaver. So the record can reflect that Mr. Weaver just pointed to the corner in the room. Are you talking about the far corner? Apologize. Are you talking about the farthest corner in the room?
I would say that farthest corner of the room. If I was sitting in the theater, distance-wise, I would say.
That's about how far you were away from the shooter.
From him. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
So is that about 20 feet? Would you say?
A little bit longer than that. I mean, I'm not it's hard to say, but he was in the corner, and where he came in, we were in the 5th row, and their stadium is about 6 or 7 rows. So I would say maybe 80 to 100 feet.
So you said Rebecca wasn't moving. Had you tried to talk to Rebecca at all? Had you had any communications with her at that point?
Well, at that time, I was just more concerned that she didn't get hit by bullets, or I didn't get hit by bullets, and so I was trying to protect both of us at the same time, but looking at the shooter at the same time, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of all this chaos and all these things that were going on, this voice in my head said that he was going to stop shooting, and when he stopped shooting, you leave the theater. And so at first I was just like, there's no way I'm getting up and I'm going to be able to move. And so I was just sitting there, and then all of a sudden, I would say about 20 to 30 seconds later, he just stopped shooting. And so that was my cue to get up and try to get out of the theater. So I grabbed Rebecca, picked her up. There were people coming down the middle. They were coming down the rows. It seemed like it was time for a max exodus for all the people who were, behind the seats, hiding or had someone injured. And so I tried to pick her up with my left-hand side, and people just knocked me over, and she fell right back into the same seat that she was in. And then I fell over and hurt my knees pretty bad and my foot. But most importantly, I just wanted to get out of the theater. And during this melee of just these people going everywhere, all of a sudden there was a different noise that came up, and it sounded as if it was a different type of gun, not the same gun as the rifle that was firing all the shots.
And what did that gun sound like to you?
It was just more like a boom, boom, as opposed to the thunderous noise. It was just more like boom, boom. It was definitely distinct from the other gun. There was two differences of the gun.
Now, you said that you had fallen pretty bad. Could you describe for the jury how you had fallen?
Well, we're in the fifth row, and so when people start rushing us, she fell right back, and I like kind of crisscrossed over the bottom seats all the way almost to the corner. But once again, he started shooting again once everybody started coming down, and so I was just, the things that I saw and the people that were hurt as I was exiting the other side of the theater, not the right side, but the left side. People was crawling to the exits. Some guy was shot in his hand. It was just a pretty horrific scene, but I figured if I could go out, make it out of the theater, then I could tell a police officer to come in, or maybe the police were on their way. And so that was my mindset at that time.
Now, did you attempt to bring Rebecca out with you, or how did you end up leaving?
I totally attempt to pick her up. Obviously, she was pretty heavy and she wasn't moving at all or lifeless, but as a believer, I just had hope that she might be still alive, or something may happen. But at the same time, I knew I couldn't get her out of the theater because there were bodies coming down. I mean, there was people walking down. There was bodies in the row. It just made it difficult, and being knocked over didn't help it at all either.
And could you describe, were you knocked over into your row, or you knocked over like rows in front of you?
I was knocked over rows in front of me and went this way. And so it was just, once those gunshots started going off again, it just raised a level of anxiety I never felt before, and I just was in a panic and just wanted to get out of that theater and not know if I could make it out of that theater, then I could get Rebecca some help.
So how did you end up exiting the theater?
Well, I obviously got my bearings, and then I went out the left side of the theater door, went and got into the lobby, and once I got in the lobby, there was other movie theaters converging towards the door, towards the front, and so it's this mass exodus. As officers were coming in, we were coming out, and there were people crawling towards the door, people that were hurt, people just didn't know what to do. And as I made it outside, I told a police officer my friend Rebecca was in there and she needed some help. And he said, we'll take care of it. And so I went outside, and I was standing there in the parking lot where, over hundreds of people were sitting out there crying, not knowing what's really going on. And so, the first thing you do as a kid is you call your mom. So I called my mom. Then I called a roommate friend, and they didn't want to come pick me up because they said I shouldn't have been at the movies anyway. And so then I called a coworker, and he didn't answer because it was so early. My mom didn't either because it was so early. And so at that time, this little girl comes up to me and says, your arm's bleeding. And I said, what are you talking about? And I looked over at my arm, and sure enough, it was bleeding all over my shirt. And so I lifted up, and there was little bullet holes right there. And lifted up my shoulder.
Stop you for 1 second. If the record could reflect that Mr. Weaver just pointed to his right shoulder and pointed that there were 2 bullet holes in his right shoulder. Thank you. So after you had noticed that, you pulled up your shirt, you saw 2 bullet holes.
Mm-hmm. And it was just blood just streaming down my arm. And so at that point, I went over to talk to the police officer again and told him that, that I was shot. And he said, well, you need to get to the hospital. We can't tell the wounds came out. But I said, I'm not leaving until I find out what's going on with my friend Rebecca. And they said they promised me that everybody would be evacuated a few times. And so I just went over to one of the ambulances, and they took me to, I think it's Parker Adventist Hospital. And so that's what basically happened after that.
Your Honor, if I may approach Mr. Weaver with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1177.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's a diagram of Theater 9.
All right, and do you recognize the handwriting on that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, whose handwriting is it?
That's mine.
All right, and what does that diagram depict?
It depicts how I entered the theater, how I was in the theater while the movie was going on, and how I exited, and also where Kaylin was sitting and where Rebecca was sitting.
All right, and did you draw everything on that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you believed happened in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
100%. Yes, ma'am.
Now, there's some markers in front of you, Mr. Weaver. If you could please print your name and sign your name and put today's date on that diagram. I believe today is the 29th.
Do I need to put the year?
Please. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of that exhibit.
Any objection to 1177? No. All right, without objection, 1177 is admitted.
Thank you, Your
It
Honor.
may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weaver, I'm going to ask you a favor. I'm going to ask you to get that cordless microphone again, and I'm going to ask you to grab that pointer stick that's behind you, and you're going to see your diagram pop up on the screen here. If you could please show the jury, first of all, how you came into the theater.
Okay. So I was by myself at first, and so when I came in through, let me see, this way right here. And then I went up these steps, and then I saw Kaylin right here. Didn't want to bother her, and then I went up to the rows, and there it was, this dream spot right here. And so I put my coat down there, and then I went back out this way and went outside and waited for Rebecca. And then we both came back in with our food, went back up, excited about the seats. Everybody started cheering.
And
the
who
movie
was seated
started.
where, if you could tell the jury?
Oh, sorry. Rebecca's seat was she was on the right side, and I was on the left.
Okay, thanks. And then what does that diagram also depict where you saw that, like what you said was a smoke bomb earlier? Is that depicted
Sure.
on that diagram?
About 10 minutes into the movie, like I said, when Alfred was talking to Bruce Wayne, there was a zzz type sound, and it seemed like it was a canister, but it was smoke was emanating out of it, and it went all the way over through here, and then hit the wall, and then it seems like the smoke just started coming across. And then that's when I heard it seemed like what I had heard was 2 shots that hit the roof, and there was some stuff that came down from the roof. Then all of a sudden, that's when the gunman opened fire with his gun and just was moving right to left from right this angle right here. Yep, it looks like he entered the door there and just started shooting.
Then you also have notated on there some white flashes. Is that where the area where you saw the white
Yes,
flashes?
it was all right here. It was like he was positioned here, so there was no way that you can actually get to him. It was almost he barricaded himself.
What's the objection? All right, you're talking about your observations only, okay? So do not speculate about anything. All right, so ask the question again, Ms. Tish McGuire.
Sure. The area there that you saw the white flashes, do you recall where that is?
It's this area right here.
Okay. And then where's the area where you saw the silhouette of the shooter?
It's right here too, same place.
And where's the area where you had described for the jury about what you saw the shooter kind of going from right to left and left to right?
Same area, because we had sat down in the seat the first wave of bullets that went through, because we just couldn't wrap our heads around that actually someone will be in the movie theater shooting at an unarmed crowd.
And by the way, the objection by Ms. Spengler is sustained. Sorry, I should have said that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Weaver, can you use the pointer to show the jury how it was where you kind of fell over and describe for them how that happened?
Okay, so once he started shooting, we realized that it wasn't a prank. We both got down on the ground right here, and she wasn't moving. And that's when that voice in my head said that, you should, when he stopped shooting, you get up and move to the theater. And then all of a sudden, he stopped for longer than the normal interval, which was about 2 seconds before. And this time it was a little bit longer, so that was my key to get up, grab her. She fell back. A lot of people who were hiding in here came down, knocked me over. A lot of people came down the rows. And so I just did this kind of weird thing where I just falling over, all over. And luckily, I ended up on this side, so I was able to exit the theater, and that's when I saw all this stuff coming through. And as I exit out here into the lobby, people were just converging to the doors, and the police officers were coming in at the same time.
All right, thank you very much. You may have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Weaver. So So I think we were at the place where you had told us that you had gotten to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you could tell us what happened when you got to the hospital.
Well, when I got to the hospital, there wasn't a lot of people there. It was kind of farther out. Park of Venice, it wasn't one of the busier ones. And so they were able to give me some immediate treatment. They took me into the x-ray room to see where the bullets were that were lodged in my arm. And so a detective came and asked me some questions. The TV was on. People were just asking about what happened, and I was getting phone calls from different folks. And so all these things were going on, and the doctor finally told me that the bullets, the pellets that were in my arm, shrapnel, whatever it was, could not come out because they were so deeply embedded into my shoulder that it would take a month or so to move.
Your Honor, if I may approach Mr. Weaver with what's been marked as 2025, 2024, and 2026.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver, if you could please look at that first photograph and tell me if you recognize the person in that photograph.
That would be Marcus Weaver.
All right. And do you, what was the exhibit number on that?
It's Exhibit 2025.
And was that on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you looked like at the hospital on July 20th of 2012?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Right. And if Your Honor, this time I would move for the admittance of a People's Exhibit 2025.
Any objection? All right, without objection, it is admitted.
It may be published.
Yes.
Right. So that was you on July 20th of 2012 at Parker Adventist Hospital.
Yeah, and at the time I'm watching the TV, like I said before, so, yep.
And then if you could tell us about the next photograph? And just tell us the number first, please.
The number is People Exhibit 2024.
And what does that photograph depict?
And it depicts the wounds that I suffered from the shot from the weapon.
All right, and does it fairly and accurately represent your injuries on July 20th of 2012?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 2024.
Any objection? All right, without objection, it is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right, and if you could describe for the jury what they can see there.
Basically, it shows kind of what I talked about when I lifted up my shirt. You can see the blood coming out. It seems like it was, they stopped a little bit, so it didn't bleed as much. It wasn't pouring out like it was before. And that's a tattoo.
And if you could use the pointer and the microphone again, Mr. Weaver, to show where how many wounds there are on that picture, please.
It's right here and right here.
Okay, thank you very much. And then if you could describe or see if you notice what the next picture is about.
It's Exhibit 2026, and it's a picture of my right knee.
And what is that picture of your right knee showing?
When I fell over and when the shooter was shooting with the shotgun, I think it's grazed my knee and didn't go through my knee, but it could have been sustained through an injury. It's hard to tell, but it's definitely scarred. So.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the injuries you sustained to your knee on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 2026.
Any objection? Without objection, it is admitted and may be published.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Weaver, what sort of medical treatment did you have to have for the injuries to your arm?
What happened since the bullets weren't removable at the time, I had to wait about 30 days, and luckily I had insurance through my job, and so I went to go see a Kaiser doctor, and he said that they could do a surgery to take them out whenever I wanted them to be taken out, and so the pellets were taken out, and as soon as they took them out, I was a police officer who took them, so it was kind of surreal, and then my arms continued to get numb over the next 2 years, and so
Is this as a result of the same incident? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, overruled?
Thank you, Your Honor. You can answer the question, Mr. Weaver.
So, after they took the bullets out, my arm would get numb for over 2 years, and so caused me not to bowl, not to do anything, my normal activities, and so obviously I gained a lot of weight and got pretty depressed about it, and so.
Wait, hold on. That's sustained. That's going too far.
All right, sorry, Mr. Weaver, if you could just talk about the additional medical treatment that you needed as a result of what happened to you.
She's asking about the medical treatment only, okay?
Well, 2 years later, they had to do surgery again on my arm. They had to take off a piece of my clavicle bone and my acromion bone to free up a joint, so my arm wouldn't get numb. And that was November of this past year. Last year.
Do you know if you're going to require any additional surgeries?
I don't think so. I went through physical therapy, and I'm starting to feel better about my arm, so I don't think I will need further treatment.
Your Honor, if I may approach Mr. Weaver with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4729.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Weaver, do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that person?
Just Rebecca Ann Wingo.
Did you ever see Miss Wingo alive again after you left the theater on July 20th of 2012?
No, ma'am.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Are you moving the admission?
Sorry, Your Honor, I am moving the admission of that exhibit, please.
Any objection? Without objection, 4729 is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Weaver, did you have an opportunity to observe Rebecca's injuries?
It was really chaotic and dark, and she was moving. So when I picked her up, and she fell back into that seat, she was not moving. I didn't notice any blood or anything. She just was not moving and was pretty lifeless, and heavy at the same time. And then all of a sudden, the onslaught of the other folks. So didn't really notice any gunshot wounds or anything like that.
And were you able to determine at the time if she was breathing when you left the theater?
It was hard to say. Like I said, I try to think for the best, but at the same time, she wasn't moving the last time I saw her. So,
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the People's Last Exhibit 4729 be published.
I granted permission already.
Thank you, Your Honor. And could you please tell the jury who that is?
It's Rebecca Ann Wingo.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions, Ms. Spengler? All right, it looks like the jury has some questions, sir, so I'm going to ask you to wait for just a moment. Thank you. It looks like there are multiple questions, and so rather than have you wait while we talk about these questions here, let's take our afternoon break. Please keep all my advisements in mind. All of them continue to apply. I'm going to ask Mr. Weaver to step out so that the lawyers and I can talk about the questions outside his presence, and then when you get back, we'll proceed at that point, okay?
Can I go to the bathroom?
You can stay here for just a moment. All right, enjoy the break, folks. Let's take 20 minutes, okay? The record should reflect that the jurors have now exited the courtroom. Mr. Weaver, I'm gonna ask you to step out, and yes, you can go to the restroom, you can go up right, everybody may be seated. The record should reflect that Mr. Weaver has now exited the courtroom. So we are now outside the presence of the jury and outside the presence of the witness. The jury has submitted multiple questions, and so I'm going to go through these one by one and ask counsel for their position. First, on the question form that I have designated as number 15, the following questions appear. The first one is, did witness say no police in lobby area when I think it says when normally present, I'm not sure. And then underneath it says at time of arriving 10:30 p.m. So did witness say no police in lobby area when normally present at time of arriving 10:30 p.m.? Do the people have a position?
We have no objection.
Any objection? Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, I'll ask that question without objection. The next question is, I guess it's an explanation for why the question is being asked. It says wording a little garbled and softer at the end of the sentence. So that's not a different question, that's just an explanation for why the question is being submitted. Next, I have the question on the form that I have marked as number 16. How long was it from the time the shooting began to when you made it to the lobby? Any objection? Any objection? Without objection, I will ask the question. Next, the question that appears on the form that I have marked as number 17 is as follows. Did you see the shooter move any closer to the victims than by the exit near the screen? Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection from you, Ms. Spengler? No. Okay, without objection, I will ask the question. And finally, on the question form that I have marked as number 18, there appear to be multiple questions, and so I'll go through these one by one. The first question is, after the initial shooting, did you see the shooter walk through the theater? Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection? Ms. Spengler? The second question is, what did you see through the crack? Any objection?
No objection.
Ms. Spengler, any objection?
Yes, there would be an objection.
It has been asked and answered, but the juror may have missed it. So that's one of the, this is one of the reasons the law allows jurors to ask questions. It's possible that the juror missed it, so I'll allow it over objection. The next question is, did the shooter move? And that is on the same line as the last question, so it may be related to the last question. Any objection to that question?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Spengler, any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. As a lines of questions that the court instruct the witness. Answering these, I just worry that with the open.
Well, I think that question is speculating, about him speculating. The questions, these two questions that I just read are not open-ended, or to the extent that they're open-ended, don't concern me that they're gonna lead him to speculate. The one question is, what did you see through the crack? That's specifically asking what he saw. And the next question is, did the shooter move? Now, if he starts going into an area where it sounds like he's speculating, make an objection and I will stop him as I did before. Next is, how long did all of the shooting go on? Any objection? Ms. Spengler?
No objection to that.
Well, we've been through 15. You want me to go back to 15?
Yes, I made a mistake.
Well, you said you had no objection before. I think it is relevant, so even if you have an objection, it is overruled. Next, I have, the question, I think, was how long did the shooting, did all of the shooting go on? And you said you have no objection, is that right, Ms. Spengler? That's right. All right, the next question is, where in the theater did the second series of gunshots come from? Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler? I think that's fair, and I will do that. Finally, the question is, where was the shooter when you ran out of the theater? Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection with the same.
That request is granted. I think that's a fair request, and I will add if you know at the beginning of the question. Okay, those are all the questions I have. We'll go on break. Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in about 15. The court will be in recess.
See you guys.
Okay, court in recess now until about 4:15. The judge going through some jury questions. He said all of them are permitted, which really has become the theme of this trial. As the jury takes a break, we want to go take another listen at some emotional testimony from survivor Christina Blache. She was in the theater. She was there with a group of friends. And we want to take a listen to that now, and then we'll go back live to the court at around 4:15.
So the first thing I remember at this point is a sound, like it goes, "Poof," and it went up and over. And at first I thought it was antics. I thought it was like, because I've been to other midnight premieres and I've seen people dress up in costumes. I've seen them do little skits in the front. I've seen them throw T-shirts. So I just thought it was antics. I thought maybe it was like bats flying over, but I've heard that sound before, and I knew I had heard it, but I ignored it. I continued watching the movie, and next thing I hear is metal clinks. It goes clink, rolling, clink. And you know when like metal rolls across like grit or dirt, or I heard it roll, and I knew that I'd heard that sound before. And so I hear it roll, clink again, roll, and clink again. And it shot up and over and landed like a couple rows ahead of me.
So when you just described it shooting up and over, if you were staring at the movie theater screen, again, pretend this is the movie theater screen, what direction does it come from?
From the right-hand side.
And
Right-hand side, sorry.
And what direction does it go towards?
Towards the left-hand side, right about a couple rows in front of me, so probably where she's sitting.
Now, you just told the jury that you knew you had heard that sound before.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, could you place where you had heard that sound before?
Not at the time. Not at the time.
Today, as you stand here today, do you know what that sound is from?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
That was a canister being shot.
And what kind of canister are you talking about?
A gas canister.
So after you hear that clinking, what's the next thing you remember?
Next thing I remember is starting to see muzzle flashes. And by muzzle flashes, I mean the thing you see when a gun fires. You see kind of, and it'll be described as fireworks too by people who have never seen this before. But you'll see a flash, and it's like a burst of light that comes from the end of a gun when it's being fired.
Now, muzzle flashes is a kind of particular term. Do you have particular experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of experience with firearms do you have?
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Okay, thank you. I went to Baghdad and have been in gunfire. I have seen it myself.
Why did you go to Baghdad?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I was in the military.
What branch of the military were you in?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Air Force.
And what sort of training and experience did the Air Force give you with firearms?
You have to qualify, and you have to make a certain amount of rounds into a target in a certain area in order to even go over to Baghdad. So you have to be proficient in weaponry.
And what type of weaponry did you have to be proficient in to go to Baghdad?
M16A2.
And did you meet your proficiency tests?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you have to qualify?
Sustained.
So your experience with weapons in the Air Force, was what you had known to be muzzle flashes in the Air Force consistent with what you saw in the theater that night?
Yes, ma'am.
So you see these muzzle flashes, and how would you describe the light of muzzle flashes?
The best way I can describe it so everyone could understand is when a camera flashes. That's the best way I can describe it. Just quick, just flash.
And where in the theater do you see those muzzle flashes coming from?
The right-hand side of the screen.
And closer to the front of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens after you see those muzzle flashes?
Once I realized it was gunfire, I ducked down behind my seat, or behind the seats that were in front of me.
Now, did you physically get out of your chair and get down onto the ground?
Somewhat, yes. It was hard because everybody else was doing the same thing in my row. So I kind of went to the side and down.
So if that's the movie theater screen, is your head more towards the right?
I went to the left.
The left?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is your body positioned on the floor?
Well, I didn't get to the floor before I was hit. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. So describe for the jury what happened.
So I went to the left to get down, and I was using the seat in front of me. And as I was going down, I just kind of felt like this heat sensation in my leg. And so as soon as I felt it was my right leg. As soon as I felt the heat sensation go into my right leg, I took my hand down to feel. I felt, because I saw the blood come up in front of my face as I was going down. So I felt my leg. I saw blood. So I just continued falling to the ground and got down. Everybody's screaming. There's I've heard people, I'm getting shot. I've been hit. Stuff that I've heard before, but I hadn't been hit before. So it was just, sorry, go ahead.
Where had you heard that before? That means you can answer the question.
Iraq.
So can you ascertain what's going on with your friends who are on your left and your right at this point?
After I got onto the ground, yes, I started trying to look and see what had happened. And at one point I noticed Sully. And so I reached over on my right and tried to reach. I noticed he had a blood spot on his head. So I reached up to see, but I couldn't quite reach him. So I didn't know what was going on with him. Edgar was laying next to me. Jasmine was on the other side. And at this point, Bryson, Tony, Maria, Annalise, and Armando were trying to get out of the theater. As far as the time span, I'm not even sure. It felt like an eternity, but I couldn't. It could probably be 30 seconds that all this happened.
So while you're looking at your friends and seeing what's happened to them or if they're okay, what are you hearing still during this time?
Well, there's gunfire a lot of the time, and then at one point it just went silent as far as gunfire goes, and that's when Maria, Tony, Bryson, Annalise, and Armando ran out of the theater.
Are you hearing anything else? Just gunfire at that point in time?
Yeah, just gunfire.
Are you still hearing screaming in the theater?
Yeah. Well, yes. Sorry. Yes, they're screaming the entire time.
And so they're trying to flee the theater at that
Yes,
point in
ma'am.
time. And what are you doing?
When they go to flee, they're like, come on, Crispy. So I turn.
Stop here for a second.
Sorry.
Crispy? What?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a nickname I was given by everybody that I was there with. It's what I went by in the restaurant industry. It was given to me by Tony. So knowing that I'd been hit in the leg, I was still going to try to get out and try to go with them. So I had to figure out a way to get up. So I turned around to the seat that was behind me. I used the back of the seat to get up. And I got up to that part, and then I got up to the back seat. And as I was standing up, I just felt a snap in my left leg. At this point, I realized that I had been hit in my left leg too.
So what happened when you heard
So I
this?
fell back to the ground. Edgar actually broke my fall. And he let me know that I was laying on his arm. And so I got off his arm, we repositioned, and I laid back down and started trying to figure out, and it was like bam, 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 quick. So I looked down at my injury on my right leg and just a mess. So my jeans were shredded at this time. So I took my jeans and just started twisting to try to create a tourniquet to make sure that I wouldn't bleed to death. But it just twisted and twisted and twisted and just shoved it into the wound to stop the bleeding and wait for help.
What are you thinking during this time?
To be honest, at this point, I wasn't thinking anything, because at this point is when Jasmine started screaming, "I need to call my mom, I need to call my mom." And so at this point is I realized Jasmine is still there with me. And I know Edgar's on the other side of me.
Okay, we apologize if you've been watching some of that testimony just now. You probably heard a buzz. We're working to figure out what that is. It's not your computer. I believe it's coming from our end, so we appreciate your patience in all of this. All right, right now the jury out on break until about 4:15, just about 5 minutes from now. You may be wondering, why are these breaks so scheduled? Well, it's for two reasons. One, this has been very intense testimony, and at times, these jurors just physically need a break. It also gives the prosecution, the defense, also some time to reorganize themselves. So they're in recess till about 4:15, and Judge Samore has been pretty good about keeping everyone on time. Before we did go take a break, we heard testimony from Marcus Weaver. He was inside the movie theater. Both prosecution and defense attorneys had wrapped up their work with him. However, there were some jury questions. So the judge was reviewing those questions, those jury questions, with the legal teams while the jury was excused at the time. A lot of those questions, again, were more timeline questions. Where were you? What did you see? What did you hear? At times, there was a juror who couldn't understand everyone, so that's also a reason why there's a question. Okay, court back in session, Erica? All right, court is back in session. Let's go back to the Arapahoe County Courthouse in Centennial, and we'll talk with you a bit later on.
And outside the presence of Mr. Weaver. Oh, Mr. Weaver, let's have you wait outside for just a moment, please. Thank you. Oh, he's paying attention. All right, now we're outside the presence of Mr. Weaver and the jury. I just wanted to say at the very end of Ms. Tish McGuire's questioning, you saw, I think, the line between what is proper in my view and what's not in terms of the area that we were discussing before. When he went off into the area about how the numbness in his arm caused him to gain weight, and then it made him depressed, and went on from there. I stopped him and I said, that goes too far. And so, again, I think that's consistent with my understanding of the law in terms of the extent, character, and nature of the injuries being allowed, but not to have that be abused. And so I stopped him and he stopped, and I sustained the objection that I think was made at that point. All right, let's have Mr. Weaver come back and let's have the jury come back. Oh, let's not just yet. Okay, quickly.
Your Honor, after Mr. Weaver's finished, we're going to call an officer who was one of the people who transported the car, and one of the statements that was made in the car by pregnant and that they have a child. Yeah, that's an excited utterance, but given this whole issue of the objection pregnant, it's a fact that will be stated, you know, in response to what was occurring in that car as they were. So I want to court's attention so that we don't have issues with testimony.
All right, whose witness is that?
Natasha Cabouet.
All right, and so, Ms. Pearson, let me have you go to the microphone. Let me have you go to the podium so I can ask you questions about that. So tell me again exactly the context in which it's going to come up.
Officer Cabouet was one of the officers who was in the car with Ashley Mosier and Jameson Toews, that Officer Grizzle was driving to the hospital. And as she's sitting in the back seat with Ashley Mosier, and Jameson Toews is in the front seat and very upset, and he is yelling that, you know, Ashley's pregnant, and Veronica's in the theater, and he's asking, and he's making comments about that. So that is a fact that was stated as an excited utterance that she would relay as things that were occurring in the car as they were driving to the hospital. And I didn't want that to become an issue in the middle of the testimony, so I'm bringing it up now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brady, why don't you go to the microphone now and respond?
We would object under 401 and 403.
And part of the problem I have is we had tabled this issue, or the general issue about the pregnancy, until later with both sides' agreement. So it's up to you who you call next, but you agreed to table the issue until you gave me authority and they gave me authority and we were able to talk about it. So until I rule on it, I don't think you should go into it. I'm not going to allow it. So you can call another witness if you want. I have to address the issue at some point, and you both agreed yesterday when I asked you about it that we could table it, so we've tabled it.
Your Honor, I thought that the issue yesterday had more to do with the issue of miscarriage. This isn't about that. This is merely a statement that this person's pregnant. That's simply a fact statement about somebody who's being transported to the hospital who's been shot. You know, I thought that the context we were really talking about yesterday was with regard to miscarriage.
Right, but then I think part of the objection that Ms. Spengler has made, and she's made it at the bench, so you may not have heard it, is the concern then about speculation. If you tell them that this listed victim was pregnant, and then they already know that she's one of the people who was injured in this incident, they're going to wonder what happened to the pregnancy. And so and I think part of the concern is that the jury's going to speculate about what happened with the pregnancy. Did she lose the pregnancy? And so it's somewhat related. And if I find that this is probative of, or that this is admissible in terms of the termination of the pregnancy being admissible as an injury, then it resolves the issue. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, I would like to address the issue, and that's why I told you folks yesterday, the sooner you can get me whatever authority you can get me, the better. I'm not telling you that I'm not going to allow it. I'm saying I want to address the issue first, and then we can go from there. So if you have another witness, you should call another witness. Is there another witness you can call?
There is.
Okay, then that's how we should proceed. And then we should plan to address it as soon as I can, and as soon as you folks are ready. Okay, can we bring the jury in then, Ms. Pearson?
We can, Your Honor. I think I'm still going to call this witness, and I'm going to advise her that she can't say that.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
I'm going to leave for a moment.
All right, great.
Your Honor, can we bring Mr. Weaver in?
Yes. And let's bring the jury in too. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Right before the break, Mr. Weaver was still on the witness stand, and some of the jurors had submitted some questions. I have had a chance to review those questions and to talk about them with the attorneys while Mr. Weaver was outside the courtroom so that he couldn't hear our conversation. And based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have decided that all of these questions are appropriate, although I have modified a couple of them. And so I'm going to ask all these questions. Mr. Weaver, the first question is as follows. Did the witness say no police in lobby area when normally present at the time of arriving at 10:30 p.m.?
When I came at 6 o'clock, the first thing I noticed, there was no police there. And then the same thing I noticed that when I came back at 10:32.
The next question is, how long was it from the time the shooting began to when you made it to the lobby?
It's hard to say because things were just going in like slow motion. So, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, but it was going so slow, seemed like it was an eternity being on the floor of the theater, so.
The next question is as follows. Did you see the shooter move any closer to the victims than by the exit near the screen?
When he started, he was shooting with the gun, and then it got jammed, and I got up and grabbed Rebecca. It sounded like he was moving because the sound of the gun as I was falling over the steps sounded like he was moving in a different area, which made me more scared and more afraid because it sounded like he was moving around the theater because it wasn't coming from the same place and it wasn't the same sound. So.
The next question is, after the initial shooting, did you see the shooter walk through the theater?
After he did his first shots of the AR-15, or?
Let me read the question again. After the initial shooting, did you see the shooter walk through the theater?
No, he stayed in that corner as if he was positioned there, and he was just firm.
Just answer the question.
Yep.
So the question is, he stayed in that corner, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, the rest of the answer is stricken. The next question is, what did you see through the crack?
What I saw was, and it's just this white silhouette. I mean, this white like light, and you could see the silhouette of the gunman, and he had something on his head. You could tell he had some gear on, as if he was wearing like a football type outfit. And so he just kept. You could tell he was moving. It was moving, but at the same time, he was stationary in the same place. He never moved. So. Does that answer your question?
I believe you've answered the question.
Okay.
The next question is, did the shooter move?
I want to say yes, just the simple fact that.
Well, let me stop you there. The question is, did the shooter move? And it's asking whether you have knowledge of that, whether you saw it, hold on, whether you observed it or not. You're not allowed to speculate.
Okay.
So, did the shooter move?
Yes, he moved. Because the gunshots came from you could hear it from different places. So obviously he moved from the corner.
The next question is, how long did all of the shooting go on?
Like I said before, it's hard to estimate or guess. I mean, wasn't looking at my watch to see how long it was, but it feared like it was eternity. So when something was going on like that, so but in reality, it was 10 to 15 minutes.
The next question is, if you know, where in the theater did the second series of gunshots come from?
The second series of gunshots, you're talking about the shotgun?
I'm just reading the question from the jury.
The shotgun, when it started shooting the shotgun, it was, you could hear it from different directions, and as I was falling down, you could hear it as if it was coming like straight over this way or straight over that way, but not from the corner anymore.
And the final question is, again, if you know, where was the shooter when you ran out of the theater?
The shooter was still shooting. You could still hear the shotgun going off as I was leaving the theater on the left side of the theater.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Yes, Your Honor. So one of your first questions that you answered, Mr. Weaver, was regarding whether there were any police officers when you arrived at the theater inside the lobby. And you said, I think you said not at 6:30 and not at 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you left the theater after the shooting and you were running out of the lobby, were there any police officers?
Absolutely, they were coming in as I was leaving. They were coming on my left side as I was trying to get to the door, just like everyone else.
And then the other question that you just answered, one of the questions that you just answered was that you described what the shooter was wearing as like football gear. What do you mean by that?
Well, it looked like he had some type of helmet on, and he had some type of gear. And it was hard to say if it was protective gear or whatever, but through the silhouette, you can see that his shape was not of like, say, if he didn't have anything on. It looked like he had some type of equipment on, and so you couldn't really tell what it was, but it looked like some type of protective gear that a football player would wear. So that's why I use that analogy.
So some sort of bigger padding around.
Absolutely, yeah.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler?
No.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, sir, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, people call Officer Natasha Cabouet.
Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Natasha Cabouet, Natasha, last name Cabouet, CAB as in boy, OUET.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Officer, where do you work?
Aurora Police Department.
And are you a police officer?
Yes,
How long have you worked at the Aurora Police Department?
5 years.
Did you work in law enforcement prior to that?
Yes.
Where did you work?
Montgomery County Police in Montgomery County, Maryland.
How long did you work there?
4 years.
Were you working at the Aurora Police Department on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
What did your duties consist of at that time?
I was working patrol, so I was working graveyards, patrol, graveyards meaning the hours I worked, 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., responding to calls, dispatch.
Did you hear a call for officers to respond to the Century 16 Theater on July 20th?
Yes.
How did the call come out?
I don't remember exactly. I think I just remember hearing shooting.
Do you recall what time it was?
I do not.
Was it after midnight?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were at the time that you heard the call to respond, for officers to respond to the theater?
Yes, I was on another call with officers dealing with some type of civil dispute in the area of Central High School. I think it's like 11th and Peoria in Aurora.
Did you respond from that location to the theater?
Yes.
Was the call for specific people to respond, or was it a general request for cars to respond?
It was for everybody.
How long did it take you to get to the theater?
Maybe a minute or so, I'd guess.
When you got to the theater, what did you observe?
Chaos.
And we'll talk outside first. So when you arrive outside first, let's back up a minute. How did you approach the theater? Do you recall from what direction you were coming?
I came from Alameda, so I was coming from Denver, so I was heading eastbound Alameda, and then I took a right into where the theater parking lot is. Can't tell you specifically what street it is, but came eastbound Alameda and then took a right into where the theater is.
In the parking lot, what did you see?
Just chaos, people running and running.
Did you see other police officers there at that time?
Yes, but I can't tell you specifically who was where. It was just kind of surreal.
Do you know where you parked in relation to the theater?
Yes, I would have been on the south, if I'm using Alameda, I'd probably say it's southwest side of the theater. I was in the front, but south of it to the west of it.
But on the front side of the theater?
Yes.
Would a map help you to illustrate where you were?
Sure.
And let's see, we have a variety to pick from, Your Honor. May I approach with, with two of these, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 4741. Does that one help illustrate where you were? With the theater down here, or is this one too large?
No, that's good. Do you want me to point?
If you could, please.
So wait, hold on. Sable.
Make sure you speak into the microphone.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get
oriented.
center white. So Alameda's down here.
Alameda would be
Oh,
up here.
up there.
And this is 225, and then Sable is marked right there on the.
I might flip it. I'm sorry, give me a
Okay,
second.
Just a second. Maybe a different one would work better. And this is People's Exhibit 4740. If this is the front of the theater, right here.
Yeah, so I was like somewhere in here.
So somewhere to kind of the north and west of the theater?
Sorry, yes, north. Sorry.
Thank you. When you parked there, what did you do first?
Right when I had parked, somebody came across the radio saying that make sure you had your gas mask. So I went to my trunk to find my gas mask.
Did you have it with you?
I did, luckily.
And were you able to get it out?
Yes, and there I was accompanied by another officer too. He happened to be running up at the exact same time and threw some stuff in my trunk that he just couldn't carry.
What kinds of things did he throw in your trunk?
Honest, I don't remember. I just remember he was grabbing his gear and I have no idea.
Did you go towards the theater with your gas mask?
I did.
Do you recall how you entered the theater complex?
I went through the front door. Prior to getting to the front door, I know I got stopped by some victims. I believe, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 women, but they were just saying, she's been shot and, pretty much help me. And I kind of did like a quick assessment to see, okay, is anything falling out or whatever? And, I don't know where she was injured at, but, looking her from the front, there was nothing necessarily protruding or whatever. And I'm like, can you make it to the fire truck? And she's like, yeah. And I remember seeing a fire truck as I was running up. And so I pointed in the direction of the fire truck and I know, hopefully I sent him in the right direction. And then I went to the front door of the theater.
Did you go into the lobby?
I did.
When you entered the lobby, what did you see or what did you experience?
Before I even made it until, I think as soon as I opened the front door, that's when I got struck by the gas. I had my mask on, apparently not tight enough, because I immediately kind of have that coughing, can't breathe feeling. And then I had to pretty much tell myself to buck up and readjust and put it on properly, and then I actually went full into the theater.
When you entered the lobby, did you see other police officers in the lobby?
I did see, just straight ahead, there was a female in front of me that was on a corner, posted up.
Did you go into Theater 9?
I did.
How did that occur that you ended up going into Theater 9?
Well, when I first went in, I saw a female on the outside of some theater, and then I was with her, and then I heard somebody yell to my right of me saying, hey, you come with us, you have a mask on. So I was assuming obviously they needed me to go into the theater because I had a mask on. So went into Theater 9, went in on the right side when I came in,
Were you familiar with this theater complex?
Not at all.
So you had not been to Theater 9 before?
No.
When you went into Theater 9, did you go in then with another police officer?
Yes.
And do you know who you went in with?
I believe Officer Baker was behind me, and then another officer, I think Officer Rowland was the one that told me to go with him, possibly.
When you first entered the theater, what was it like?
Surreal. When I first went in, there was a guy at the very end of because the seats were to my left. So I kind of went, like I said, I went down the right side, and there was a guy laying there on the floor. All I remember was in a green shirt, and I went directly to him. I just remember officers are in there everywhere, but I just saw him, so I went to him to see if he was okay. And I think he had said he'd been shot in the back, so I was kind of dealing with him. And then that's at some point I turned around. I don't know whether it's because somebody said something, but that's when they started carrying people down from the seats behind me.
When you first entered the theater, did you know whether or not a suspect had been arrested?
No.
So what were you expecting when you went into the theater?
A gun battle.
Did you have your gun drawn when you went into the theater?
Yes.
Now, you said when you went in, after you'd seen this person in a green shirt, that they were trying to get people down from the stadium seating?
Yes.
How was that occurring? Did you see it, well, first of all, did you see a number of people in the stadium seating?
I kind of just tunnel visioned a little bit. I'm sure there was more people in there than I saw. The only people noticeably that I noticed in the theater is when I turned around, there was a guy apparently deceased. He was folded over, so he's the only person I really noticed. And then they were carrying a woman down, which later I found out and helped out with that was Ashley.
Ashley Mosier?
Yeah.
The person that you saw that to you appeared deceased, where was that person?
So, like most theaters are kind of split up. There's, the top part, and then there's a railing and a little bit of a space, and then the bottom part. So he was directly behind that railing, kind of folded over. I guess so. The first row. So it was like the first row of seats, and then there's the railing. So, and he was folded over there.
Now, you said you had tunnel vision when you were in the theater. Do you know why that was?
It was just surreal. Like it was supposed to be my last night of working graveyards, and I just didn't expect that to be my last night and last call. So it was just the whole arriving, people running, smoke, gas, it was just surreal.
You were talking about the fact that you helped with someone named Ashley Mosier.
Yes.
Or who you later learned.
Yes.
Where was this person in the theater?
Again, I don't know specifically where she was seating, because by the time that I started assisting, I don't know how far they'd already brought her down, but pretty much when they got down to that first row again, I guess where that guy was also deceased, that's kind of when I turned around and helped carry her from there and then out the theater.
What did you observe about her injuries?
She'd been shot. I didn't really necessarily know exactly where until we got in the car.
Where did you take her?
Aurora South.
No, I'm taking her from the theater. That was not a very good question. From where you first encountered her at about the beginning of the stadium seating in the theater, where did you?
Directly out the exit, like pretty much down, and then I guess there was an exit directly in front on the same side that we were on.
Did it take more than one person to?
Yeah, there was a few of us carrying her.
Once you got her outside, what did you do with her?
My partner, Officer Grizzle, rolled up in his car, and then we put her in the car, and then I got in the back with her, and we took her to Aurora South.
Did anyone else get in the car as well?
Yes, her boyfriend.
And did you ever learn who that person was?
Yes, Jameson.
What was his demeanor like?
Frantic. Screaming, because at first we were just trying to, sorry.
Was he screaming about Veronica?
Yes, I didn't know her name at the time, but is that Ash? I think it's Ashley's daughter, so yes.
He was screaming about a child?
Yes.
And you said he was frantic?
Yes, because we weren't even going to have him get in the car with us, but he was pretty adamant just to go with us. He's like, screaming, that's
that he wanted to get
Yeah.
in? So when you were in the car, you said you got into the back seat, and you need to answer out loud for the court reporter.
Sorry.
So is that a yes?
Oh, yes.
When you were in the back seat, what were you doing?
Just applying pressure to her wound. It was in her chest.
Was she conscious?
She was. I just was asking her everything and anything to keep her talking while we drove. And she was, for the most part. I mean, I can't even, I just remember, I think that's when I finally got her name, told me her name, told me about her daughter. I think I asked her age. We might have even talked about school. I don't know. I just was saying everything I could just to keep her talking. It wasn't until we got off the highway and we hit Mississippi to turn on Potomac, and she stopped. Sorry. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's okay. There's some Kleenex up here, too.
By the time we pulled into the hospital, she stopped talking and she lost consciousness. And I really thought she just died there in front of me. So by the time we got there, like the emergency room, they came out and I was like, she stopped talking and she stopped breathing, and then they took her in. I wanted to go back with Officer Grizzle to go help with more people, but I can't remember who. Somebody told me I had to stay at the hospital and deal with the victims as they arrived because I was the first officer there.
While you were at the hospital, and this was at Aurora South?
Yes.
Did you see other people who appeared to be victims of gunshot wounds arriving at the hospital?
Yeah, they came in, just kept coming in.
Did you see how they were arriving?
I didn't, because I was already inside, so I don't know how people were arriving.
While you were in the hospital, did you talk to some of the people that were arriving?
I did. I talked to Petra for a little, I'm sorry.
Is that someone that you later learned was Petra Anderson?
Yeah, I believe she told me her name there. We talked, we were able to talk.
And did you do something for her to assist her?
I did. I'm like pretty sure I was assigned to, like I said, every victim that came in. So, but yeah, so I was trying to get her name and information. So I got her name and information, so somebody I can contact for her. And I know I called her mom. And by the time, and I was dealing with other patients, and I know I had gone out in the lobby at some other point, and her mom had been out there, I don't know how long, and she's like, yeah, I'm waiting. And I'm like, how long have you been sitting out here? And I'm like, I don't think they knew you got here. And so I went back inside to find like, I don't know if it was Petra's nurse or whomever. And they're like, yeah, we couldn't find out where her mom is or anything like that. We couldn't contact mom because we couldn't get the information. So no sooner I got it from Petra, she totally forgot, couldn't tell them anything. And she just, for that fraction of a moment, she was able to remember for me to be able to call her mom. So it's kind of a cool story.
Do you recall seeing other people arrive do you recall any of the other specific injuries you saw?
Yeah, so I spoke to, I think I called him KG in my report, but I think it's Casey. He had an injury to his leg. I think the first thing he had asked was like, he was very calm and he just was like, hey, can someone just give me some ibuprofen? So I spoke to him for a little while. There was another guy that came in, I don't know, I didn't get his name, because he was in a lot of pain and there was a lot of screaming. I know I spoke to a young girl, I believe she's in my report, her name is Caitlin. I think she was there with another friend named Caitlin. I spoke to them. I know I spoke to a couple other victims, as I was helping, I think it's the married couple, when I was helping CSI. I know I went and checked on Stefan. I kept going back and checking on Ashley. pretty much anybody that came in the hospital, I tried to go talk to.
Now, you said you also assisted the CSIs, and those are crime scene investigators?
Yes.
And what did you do for them?
I can't remember specifically. I know I just helped whatever she needed to do. The officer, I don't know if I was helping holding stuff, but I pretty much went around with her as she collected evidence.
At some point, did you go back to the theater?
Yeah.
Do you recall what time that was?
I don't.
Were you at the hospital all night?
Yeah. I was at the hospital. Lucky enough, since I worked graveyards, I actually got off technically on time. So I think I probably got back to the theater maybe by like 7:30 a.m. Somewhere in that time, maybe 7:30 or something.
Now, had you driven a police car to the
I
theater?
did.
And you had not taken it to the hospital, is that
No.
right? Did you find your car at the theater?
I did. It had been. I had to find it. It wasn't where I left it.
What kind of condition was it in?
It was bloody when I found it. I remember just being blood on my computer, blood on my water bottle, and there was blood in the back seat.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you.
Ms. Brady, any questions? It looks like the jury has a question for you. Sorry, do you mind?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Ma'am, the jury has submitted some questions, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined that they are appropriate, and so I am going to ask these questions of you now, okay?
Okay.
The first question is, when did you put your mask on? At what point?
As soon as I arrived and once I heard, as I rolled up, that's when I heard whoever come across the radio to make sure, put on your gas mask. So I got out the car and I put my gas mask on.
The next question is, you said that the gas hit you at the door. Is that the entrance of the lobby or the theater?
The entrance of, and again, I don't know if you have pictures of the inside of the, all I know is when I opened, like coming from outside, I opened the door, that's where I felt gas. Now, whether there's also, again, I can't remember, whether I can't know if you open that door, then you're in a little cubicle and open another door, but when I opened the front door of the theater, I could smell gas from there.
Ms. Pearson, do you have any follow-up questions?
Now, you said that you smelled gas when you walked in the front door of the theater. Did you notice any difference in the concentration of the gas smell when you went into Theater 9?
I would say no, because once I got hit from literally opening the front doors from outside to go into the, theater itself, that's when I tightened down my gas mask, so I should not have been affected. So once from that point on, I was fine for the rest of the time in the theater, when I officially went in the lobby and when I was actually in Theater 9.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Brady? All right. Thank you. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection? No. All right. Would counsel please approach? Can everybody stay here until about 5:15 today, or do you need? Is there anybody who needs to leave at 5 or before 5:15? Raise your hand. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Brockler, call your next witness, please.
Bernd Hoefler, Your Honor.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
My full name is Bernd Ray Hoefler. First name is spelled Bernd. Last name is Hoefler, Hoefler.
You may proceed, Mr. Brockler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
I am a lieutenant with the Aurora Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Aurora Fire Department?
Since 2003, I'm going on my 13th year.
Did you do any firefighter work prior to 2003?
I began my career with Southwest Adams County as a reserve and a short time paid there.
How many years did you do that before you went to Aurora?
About 2 years.
Any other EMT type work before Adams County?
No, sir.
All right, now you say you're a lieutenant. How is that job different than, let's say, we had Mr. Herrera up here earlier?
We all have specific assignments, kind of like a football team. When we show up on scene, we all have goals of what we want to obtain, and the lieutenant will kind of be like the quarterback where he calls the play and the other guys run it most of the time.
Do you work out of a specific station in Aurora?
Yes, I work out of Station 2.
Is that the same station we heard that Mr. Herrera had been out of?
Yes, sir.
Do you get called out when he gets called out?
Not all the time, only on specific calls.
I want to take you back to July the 20th, 2012. Did you get called out from Station 2 on that morning?
Yes, sir.
Why?
We were called out on a gunshot at the theater. At the time, we thought maybe 3-4 people shot.
Now, you said you don't get called out at the same time as some of the other fellas in the station. What were the circumstances under which you got dispatched to this particular scene?
Depending on the hazard casualty and what the first officers ask for, we'll start escalating the call as we see a need for resources. And so most times, and especially during that time of the theater shooting, when a single shooting came in, we sent a engine, a truck, and a battalion chief on one person shot, and that's your first response.
How is your position related to the battalion chief?
The battalion chief oversees the battalion of so many stations. Each chief in Aurora, Colorado has 5 stations.
Now, what made this particular call out unique in your mind?
The way it escalated.
About that.
Shooting in North Aurora is not out of the norm. We get quite a few of those. I've been on probably over 100 in my career up there. And so when we were going and we heard 3-4 people shot, it was not out of the norm until we started hearing the panic on the police radio.
Describe that.
You could tell the cops had been there a little while by the time we were en route. The first engines were dispatched. It takes them a little while to get out of the barn, get on scene, and then them to request resources and ask for us to come. So we're probably 5-6 minutes in when we get called, and my computer gives us updates faster than they can speak it out. And I could see how many patients and how many people were calling, so I switched to the police channel. And while they're waiting that duration for more crews, you could hear a panic.
Had you heard that before?
No.
What did it do to you in terms of your response to go out to the scene?
It let me know that we were going to something different.
And so what'd you do?
I turned to my crew and I said, hey guys, we got something different here. We got something out of the norm. Be ready for anything.
And?
And when we got on scene, we probably weren't ready enough for that.
What kind of vehicle did you go in?
We're in a ladder truck, a 100-foot ladder truck.
Are you in the same kind of, I'm going to say, are an engine and truck different? Forgive me, I don't.
Yes, sir. Essentially, the engine carries water to the scene. ladder truck carries tools. So like you asked, when will we go together? If we have an extrication, they will go take care of the patient. We will cut the patient out. If we go on a shooting, they will go for the patient care, and we will go for extrication of the patient if they need special tools.
Was there a specific assignment you thought you would have then at this kind of panicked call out?
I thought when we first were dispatched, we just thought we had extra patients, third, fourth, fifth patient, until I could hear the officers on the radio calling for help in the rear.
Now, because you're a lieutenant, does that mean that you don't have experience actually dealing with the medical treatment and triage of gunshot wounds or patients?
No, sir. We're all trained at least at an EMT level, and most of our crews are paramedics.
All right. How long does it take you to get on scene?
On scene, we're on scene to the entrance of the theater in about 10 minutes.
Now, is that the front entrance of the theater?
That's the entrance off Sable on the east side.
Okay, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish 4740. Is it 41? Thank you.
I think it is, it may be published, whichever one you want.
Okay, we'll just run through them. Go ahead and take some water.
Thank you.
All right. Does this help you describe for the jury what it is you did on scene, at least before you went into the theater?
It's a little bit, a different picture might be better for us.
You knew that was coming. 40. How about 4740? How about that one?
That helps.
Okay, great. Can you do us a favor? Would you stand up with the stick here?
There's a microphone back
Oh,
here,
yeah, sorry.
sir.
Okay.
A handheld. You need to turn it on.
Uh-oh, I didn't hear you. Try it again. Oh,
Now
you're
it's
good.
Okay.
Okay, you're good. And would you talk us through when your truck arrived, where it went, and what you started doing?
So we come down Sable from 6th Avenue, and we take this entrance up here. As we pull up, we're told to stage. Immediately upon pulling up on scene and saying staging, what staging means is they're getting ready to allocate you for resources where they're going to send you what they're going to do. Command's got so many calls, and he's so inundated at that time he can't really keep up. But as we pull into the scene, we're getting blocked in by police cars. We can't make entrance. We're literally up over here because we're blocked out by police cars. So I self-assigned us. I said, we're going to the rear of the theater. I called command, let them know, and we started going over those medians. There was a bigger median up here. We jumped that. We went over that, maybe as this one, and we ended up in the rear of the theater right next to the suspect's car.
So you drove the big old fire truck ladder thing up over those things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were there, did you see any other fire emergency vehicles or just police cars?
No, I could see Engine 8 and Tower 8 in the front.
Why did you choose to go to the back?
Because I could hear the cops calling for rescue in the rear.
All right, so you get to the back, and by the way, do you need to keep standing to talk us through what you did at the, and I'm asking because if you say yes, then you will stand. If you say no, I will take this off the screen and we can keep talking.
Well, if we want to talk about like the ambulances or anything and the lack thereof.
Let's do that. Okay.
Okay.
Tell us about the scene back here. How many other emergency medical support vehicles are behind the theater at the time you get there?
None. So as we're coming up and we're taking these medians, it takes us probably a good 2 minutes to get 75 yards. You got people running out, you got cars getting out, you got everyone trying to get in. So it's a very slow process to get back there without running anyone over and trying to get to the rear of the theater where they need our help.
Now, do you have lights on when you're doing
yes,
this?
sir.
Is there an audible siren going?
Yes, sir, but we're probably not blasting it at that time.
When you say there's people everywhere, are these uniformed first responder types or civilians?
Mostly civilians.
And what are they doing?
Running.
Okay, keep going.
So then just knowing that this is actually a rather large field, that's what it took us to get through here. I didn't think I'd be able to bring any ambulances back through there. And knowing how long that field was to move people that gravely wounded over a field is what led us to transporting cop cars.
Now, was that a decision that you helped make, was to say, we're just going with police cars because that's the only thing that's going to work?
Yes, sir. The way that decision was made, One of the females who passed was being carried out by the officers and handed off to a couple fire guys, and we had nowhere to put her. And the cop, out of frustration, said, "Forget it, I'll throw her in the cop car." I looked at the lead detective back there, or whatever his rank is, I don't know, the lead officer, and I asked him, I said, "Will you guys do that for us? Will you transport in cop cars?" And he said, "Absolutely." And then they lined up and we started triaging the 9 down plus 2 we had coming out of the theater.
Okay, let's talk about that. And go ahead and take your seat then.
Yes, sir.
And you can go back to the other microphone. Thanks, Amber. All right, now you had mentioned some numbers there about victims, and we talked about triage, and I want you to make us a little bit smarter on how that process works. Tell us how the triage system works when you come up to a mass casualty situation like this.
So triage is set up to save the most savable lives, okay, and the most gravely injured. If you are pulseless and not breathing, you are tagged as black. It's just a color reference, nothing else. And that means we'll adjust your airway, we'll see if we get you breathing. If not, you're tagged black, we move on to the next. If you're tagged red, you've got a pulse, a breath rate, BP between a certain area, or you've got injuries that we think are threatening to your life. Yellow's decent injury, serious injury, but you're not going to die. And green is the walking wounded. So once we triage, we will eliminate the black, because you can't spend time on them when you have that many people. You will prioritize the red because they're the ones in need of the hospital the most, and then move down towards the yellow and the green.
Now, outside this, behind what you came to know as Theater Number 9, tell me about that triage assessment, who you came across.
Well, what we came across was blood and bodies everywhere. It was like a horror film. You had people in theatrics, people in costumes running around, not really sure who shot what. And then you had bodies down. Everyone who was shot in the back was tagged red with life-threatening injuries. And we had everything from a lady shot to the neck with her guts eviscerated to a young woman with her hand blown off, shot in other places, and people laid out, shot repeatedly next to her.
Now, a couple things before we move from that scene. Just for the record, you used the term eviscerated. What does that mean?
It meant her insides, her bowels were hanging out of her skin.
Okay, and did you particularly treat or direct her treatment with her?
2 of the firefighters on the scene grabbed her and assisted putting her in a police car. And by this time, Engine 5 showing up and they're helping out, so I get 4 more guys.
Now, as a lieutenant on a scene, are you typically a hands-on kind of person from the fire department?
It depends on the call and the need of the call. In this situation, it was all hands on deck. We had way too many victims to sit back and watch guys work. I had to get in with the guys. And
how long were you behind the theater before you went inside the theater?
I couldn't give you an honest answer. I would estimate about 5 minutes.
And during those 5 minutes, were you at all hands-on with patients or more assessing the scene?
Went through and did a quick triage and account of the patients. I attempted to call command one time and request that we could get an ambulance. This was before I'd made the decision to go in the cop car. And then I was helping the guy, once we made the decision to go into the police car, I was helping the firefighters load the victims.
You remember how many red or black you had behind the theater before you go inside?
In the exterior, there were 9 red and 2 more essentially black being brought out.
Okay. How does the decision get made for you to go inside the theater? Why do you do that?
Because we still need a triage and get our medical guys in there and check for any survivors.
Now, at this time, do you have any awareness at all what the situation with the shooter is?
No idea what the situation with the shooter is. How many there are, who there is, none.
Don't know if they've got him in custody or
No
if
idea.
they're still around?
None.
So what did you do to protect yourself as you went into the theater?
We have a saying in the fire service, we'll risk a lot to save a lot. We had a lot of lives to save that night, so there was no protecting ourselves.
Who did you go in with?
I went in with paramedic Holsworth, and we had one of the new guys stage at the door with a backboard in case we found someone.
Did you go in through that back door that leads right into 9?
Yes, sir. We went up through the alleyway, and I remember stepping over weapons, piles of ammunition and blood everywhere.
When you got inside theater number 9, were there other first responders, paramedics already there?
To my knowledge, there were 3 or 4 cops with flashlights still searching with their guns drawn, looking for shooters, anyone hiding anyone like that. The theater was full of what I believe was tear gas.
Why do you say that?
Because the way our eyes burned and our noses started to run, and I've been around tear gas before, so I had a feeling that's what it was.
Did you leave then because of the tear gas?
No, we had to look for survivors.
Tell us what you found.
We came up to the first stairs. You can all see the way the theater's laid out, and if you look, essentially you had 10 bodies laid out. Some of them trampled, some of them missing parts of their head, mass injuries. And, you know, in the size of that theater, you had body, up till 10. And so we started at the first one in the bottom right corner and worked our way up from there.
Now, as you're working your way up the theater to check on potential survivors, are you taking time to document where every body is located and all that?
No, sir. What we're in there, we're looking for anyone who's got survivable injuries, anyone breathing. We'll come up, we'll check for a pulse, and then we'll adjust an airway. Except for in this situation with the amount of injuries, there were a lot of airways that didn't need to be adjusted because there was injuries incompatible with life.
What does that mean?
It essentially means you have brain matter outside, you have half your head missing, there's no way you can survive a wound like that.
Were there any people that you came across that in a different setting you would have attempted to save them or revive them?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
I believe it was the 3rd victim I came to. He always sticks out in my mind because it was so different. He wasn't obviously dead in there. He was still very warm, very limber. At this point, me and paramedic Holsworth had split up. He was going left and I was going right so we could do it quicker and try and find anyone. And when I came to him, I checked him. And the way his body presented, I wanted to save him. I wanted.
Thank you for staying with us during our live coverage of the Aurora movie theater shooting trial. We are just experiencing a brief technical difficulty, and we will restore the live feed from inside the camera in just a moment. We're working to bring that back to you now.
Laid out, and the 2 that had come out, we entered through this entrance over here, stepping over ammunition, weapons, and blood. We entered, and we came to the first victim right about here. And like I said, it was dark. It was nasty. There's tear gas. and I kneeled down to adjust the first victim's head like we do for any triage, and my paramedic put his hand on me and said, injuries incompatible with life, we need to move on. So I looked at him, I said, okay, I'll go right, you go left. I had a victim smashed down up here, looked like they had been trampled. The third victim I spoke about was over in this area. That's the one I called Donnie back over as he was working victims up over in here. He had come back and checked with me. We decided to tag him black. I proceeded up. I had a victim in one of these middle rows, and most of his head had been removed, so I didn't get very good close. I didn't adjust his airway. And I came up for one more victim, and we had one more female up in here, victim. As I met Donnie, how many you got, Donnie? I got 5, I got 5, we got 10. Give me one more count, double check, I'll meet you at the bottom.
Okay. And forgive me for asking you to do it one more time, sir, but I got it. Yeah.
So we came in through the entrance, stepping over the weapons and all the stuff I described. We came up to the first victim up over here. I went to adjust his airway, we didn't do it. He had injuries incompatible with life. At this point, Donnie and I split up. Donnie went up the left side to check for survivors. I went to the right. I had a victim smashed down in here from being trampled after shot with obvious injuries incompatible with life. We did adjust his airway with no success. Came to the third victim. That was the victim that we talked about working in any other situation we would have, but we can't in mass casualty. Donnie went back left, went up, and I went up on the right side, finding another victim missing half the head in here, another victim up here, and then we met at the female at the top. We gave each other a count, went back down.
Before I have you sit back down, sir, did you guys find anyone to save?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Sir, when you were done clearing theater number 9, did you leave the theater complex again?
Yes, sir. Came back out to the rear of the theater where my apparatus was parked.
Did you do anything else of a life-saving nature from behind that theater?
At that time, I was informed that they thought the suspect's vehicle was full of explosives, and so they wanted to evacuate. Once again, we made sure we had everyone evacuated from that area before we left, and then we retreated our truck out of that area, and we put up about a 300-foot safe distance.
Now, I don't want to go into the details of what you heard after that, but were you then dispatched to what you believe to be the shooter's apartment after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and my guess is, for reasons we'll get into later, you did not make entry into that?
No, sir.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Higgs, do you have any questions?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. And the jury may have a question for you, if you would give us a moment. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted a question, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have concluded that it's appropriate, and so I'm going to ask it. The question is, for the third victim that you tagged black, you said that you wanted to work him, but didn't. Does that mean that he was technically dead, but you wanted to try and revive him?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what it means.
Any follow-up based on that question from the jury, Mr. Brockler?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from you, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
You may.
Any objection?
No.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, it's about 5:15, and so we're going to adjourn for the day. I want to remind you that it is important, very important, in fact, extremely important, that you follow each and every advisement that I've given you. I am planning on reminding you about them tomorrow, right before the long break for the weekend. I say long break because we're not going to have session on Friday. But I know you know them by heart. I know that I've given them to you multiple times. I just want to remind you that they are extremely important. And so please follow each and every one of them. I want to call your attention to one particular one. As you know, there are times when the attorneys and I have to discuss administrative matters or legal matters. And in fact, you've had to wait for us a couple of times and you've been very patient. We're having those discussions a lot of times in open court. There may be media coverage of that, and so you need to be very careful about avoiding all media reports of the case, because if there's a report about something that the attorneys and I have talked about outside your presence, then you need to be very careful about making sure that you don't have access to that information. Does that make sense to everyone? All right, and everyone's nodding their head yes. So be particularly vigilant when it comes to the internet, when it comes to the radio, when it comes to the TV, the newspaper, all mediums, all media, be very, very vigilant about avoiding any stories about the case, okay? All the other advisements are equally important. I just wanted to give you a further explanation of that one. All right, enjoy the evening, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 8:15. Thank you, folks. Okay, the record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
All right, so court has wrapped up for the day. The jury has been excused until 8:15 in the morning. The judge doing his traditional discussions about media coverage and the importance of not discussing this case with anyone else. Not sure if there's any kind of administrative protocol that needs to be done. We just saw District Attorney George Brockler stand up for a moment. Should we go to the courtroom for a minute? Let's see if the judge is talking now.
Sir, you can come up to the podium, yes. Tell me your name, please.
Jason Sickles.
How do you spell your last name?
S as in Sam, first name Jason, Jason, last name Sickles. That's S as in Sam, Ickles. Sorry.
S-I-C-K-L-E-S.
Yes,
And are you with, what organization are you with?
Yahoo News.
Yahoo News? Okay. All right, it's my understanding, sir, that you attempted to interview a witness after he testified this afternoon here in the hallway. There's an order that is in place that I issued that prevents any interviews from taking place in the hallway. There is a specific area that's designated for that. And my understanding is that one of the members of the sheriff, one of the deputies of the sheriff's department, stopped the interview and asked you to conduct it pursuant to my order. Is that correct?
Not entirely. Can I explain?
Sure.
It wasn't in the hallway, it was in the lobby, and I attempted to interview a gentleman who I thought was his attorney. It was in the foyer, the very first floor, near the security. I thought that they were exiting, so I yelled. It was Mr. Weaver, he had just finished up, and I yelled and asked if the man was his attorney. In previous days, I had been introduced to the man, and he was with him in the court here today, and I introduced and said, "Are you Mr. Weaver's attorney?" And I said, his name Tony. He said, "No, my name's actually Tim. It's Tim Smith." And that's when the sheriff's deputy tapped me and said, "Hey, you can't do interviews in here." I said, "Yes, oh, you're right." And I said, "We need to go outside." And we went out the doors and down the sidewalk. As we were going down the sidewalk, I asked the question. I don't know if you want me to reveal the question.
No, you don't need to reveal the question.
And then the family, who I've known previously, they continued to talk to me, but I did not talk to them. And the sheriff's deputies continued to follow me. I knew we needed to get to the parking lot at that point. And I took notes, and they kept talking to me. And I apologize that I attempted to try to talk to the attorney. And I'm very sorry for that.
I accept your apology. I just want to make sure that my orders are followed. I have issued a lot of orders, and I have granted the media as much access as I possibly can in terms of the trial and in terms of information during the trial. This is a public proceeding, but there are rules that have to be followed.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to make sure those rules are followed. I'm not going to take any action at this point. I accept your apology. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of all the orders and that you understand that all the orders must be followed.
Yes, sir.
If there is another incident, it's not going to go this nicely, and there are going to be harsher consequences. Do you understand?
Completely.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything on behalf of the people at this time?
Your Honor, on a personal matter, can I approach?
Yeah.
So this is pretty interesting. For the first time, we saw the judge express some concern about media coverage. Apparently, a reporter had come in contact with a witness's family. They were talking to the reporter. It sounds like the reporter did not necessarily initiate the discussion, but it did raise some concern about exactly where in the courthouse and on the property these discussions take place. The judge has issued some very strict guidelines about exactly where and when it's appropriate for media members. So the judge had a discussion with the reporter. The reporter apologized, but I think everyone ended on good terms for sure. So again, court in recess now until about 8:30, 8:40 this morning. Shall we try to go now to Attorney David Beller? All right, David, hang on tight for just 1 second. I just want to recap to everyone that court is now in recess until 8:40 in the morning. Something interesting that happened today, well, there's a few interesting things that happened from legal procedure, shall we say. Just after the lunch break, the defense team approached the judge with the jury outside of the room expressing concern that prosecutors were basically calling the same type of witness over and over, in the sense that they were hearing from both survivors and from law enforcement who, again, told very similar tales about the grisly nature, about the horror inside the movie theater. Prosecutors wondering, or defense attorneys wondering, is this really necessary? Why does the jury need to hear this over and over again? So now I want to bring in Attorney David Beller, who is an attorney here in Denver. David, are you surprised that the defense raised some concern, some questions about the fact that basically the witnesses we've heard thus far are telling the same kind of story?
And good afternoon, Mark. No, I'm really not surprised that the defense would object to such a thing. There is a common objection that is often made by lawyers called cumulative. In other words, the evidence that the jury is hearing is the same evidence over and over again and doesn't really have a whole lot of effect on the underlying charges, but ultimately can be viewed as being prejudicial.
Right, a lot of this seems to be so new to people who've not been familiar with the courtroom, but again, this is kind of basically standard operating procedure through the trial. I mean, looking ahead, would you be surprised that if the defense would ask for a mistrial or some kind of action like that, or is that pretty much standard protocol as well?
You know, at this stage, it certainly doesn't surprise me that the defense would make a cumulative objection. But at the same time, it also doesn't surprise me if the judge overrules such an objection because it is so early on. The question is, at what point is the glass full and at what point does it run over? And you know, 2 days into the trial, certainly I understand why the evidence continues to be presented. But as the trial goes on, whether it be, you know, weeks or months, if this type of evidence continues to come in, certainly expect the defense to continue to object. And then at that point, the judge is going to have to decide if that's simply enough and tell the prosecution that they can't. I think it's incredibly unlikely that this ends up becoming a mistrial over this type of thing.
Sure. Another discussion that was taking place between both sides and the judge was the fact that many of the witnesses had been referring to at times the fact that there were some people in the movie theater who were pregnant at the time. And the judge eventually agreed that these witnesses should be talked to not mention the fact that that a particular family member or a particular friend was in the midst of a pregnancy. I know this has been a hot button issue just in many Colorado courtrooms, but specifically here, why is that fact, why are witnesses being asked not to bring that additional fact into their discussion, into their testimony?
So one of the rules that the witnesses have to follow, or rather that the attorneys have to follow, is that all evidence must be relevant. And without getting too terribly technical, the question is, what is relevant evidence? And the answer is it's evidence that makes a fact in dispute more or less likely. So the question in this case is, what fact is in dispute that makes an individual's pregnancy relevant to the fact? And so in other words, is the fact that an individual is pregnant, is that something that's just really kind of prejudicial? Is it something that is purposefully trying to influence the emotions of a juror? Or does it make it more or less likely that Mr. Holmes is in fact guilty of the crime? And so in this case, the judge found that the fact that individuals were pregnant, while certainly relevant to that person, it is not relevant to the determination of Mr. Holmes's guilt.
Sure. All right, so today we've heard 20 witnesses, many telling there's no other way to say it, horrific stories about their experience. Some of these people are survivors, some of them are in law enforcement. At the same time, though, how much longer does the prosecution bring up these witnesses with these horrible stories to tell? I mean, your colleague Dan yesterday mentioned that it's important for prosecutors, to have gripping evidence at the beginning that will last in the juror's mind throughout the whole trial. But really, how much longer should we expect to hear these really heartbreaking stories?
Well, the prosecutor is walking a very fine line because they are trying to get really emotional evidence in, especially in the beginning. But they also risk potentially desensitizing the jurors to the horrors of what actually happened. And so a wise prosecutor is going to be very careful about using these witnesses, for lack of a better phrase, using the witnesses up in the beginning. The witnesses are likely going to be scattered throughout the length of the trial in order to keep up with that emotional momentum. and not have the jurors become desensitized. The issue, however, is always going to turn on the mental state of Mr. Holmes and whether or not the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was not, in fact, insane at the time. And so that is really where they're going to dig in. It's going to be dirty, dry evidence, and expect the prosecution to place one of these emotional witnesses in between some of that evidence.
Sure. I mean, I think eventually we may hear from some emergency room workers who are at the different hospitals that evening and such. Just to wrap things up, though, David, we see the defense obviously not asking questions, which, again, is not a surprise, but what are defense attorneys really thinking about as these witnesses are testifying? Are they taking note of every single word? Talk about what the thought process is for these public defenders.
Certainly the public defenders, the defense attorneys, are paying attention to every single word. And the fact that they're not asking questions is a very calculated move on their part. It's very much a strategy. And that is to focus on the evidence that matters and to not focus on the evidence that doesn't. So in other words, the defense wants a situation where when they speak, when they ask questions, it's a very important issue and the jury needs to sit up and pay attention. And so they don't want to waste anybody's time, especially the jury's time, focusing on facts that ultimately don't make it any more or less likely that the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt what Mr. Holmes's mental state was. And so the defense attorneys are paying attention, they're very focused, but what they're doing is very purposeful.
David Beller joining us this afternoon from Denver. David, thank you. I know we'll talk to you and your colleagues throughout the week and likely months ahead. So David, thank you very much. And we should let you know it's just about 5:30.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, David. Court in recess until 8:30 tomorrow. The jury called back at 8:15. We will be back on the air at around 8:20 or so Mountain Time. If not, if you would like to see any of the testimony from today, we should let you know it's on the denverchannel.com and on the 7 News app, as well as our Twitter feed. So we're going to wrap it up for today. We'll see you back here tomorrow.